took a lot more than a glass of wine for an immortal, she still wasn't going to risk it. Not when she was playing chess, and one wrong move could mean game over. She and Reniel were sitting across from each other in the living area of his grand suite, a place he had never invited her into before. It was her first sign that he was trying to gain the upper hand, putting her in a space he knew intimately and she was totally unfamiliar with. As expected, the suite was decorated in lavish furniture and textiles, all magically spelled to sustain being underwater, like the rest of the goods Sirens imported into their submerged kingdoms. Delphine wondered what continents some of the unfamiliar materials had come from, if Reniel had them custom-made or pilfered them from some poor merchant or family. Tell me, now that you have managed to finagle your way out of your prison, what is it you want from me, Moonlight? She forced herself not to grind her teeth at the nickname. I want to start over. I'm a much different person than I was when I left. Start over, he repeated, tasting the words as he smiled behind his glass. And why do you think you should get to start over? I've killed people for even attempting to run away. You abandoned me for almost a decade. Delphine couldn't help her sudden intake of breath. She had known the time would be much greater here. The depths of the Siren Sea were outside the influence of the never-ending forest's magic and glamour, which meant time moved differently between the two. But having it stated aloud was still shocking. Reniel set his glass down at her reaction, a bit more malice in his eyes than a moment ago. As he leaned forward, the ornate obsidian key that he always kept around his neck swung out from beneath the collar of his shirt. Delphine's eyes couldn't help but follow the movement, the rare sight of the key making her heart almost stop. The literal key to her freedom. Alarming to hear. Reniel's words snapped her attention back to his face. A decade. Such an insignificant amount of time to us, and yet I could tell you exactly how many seconds you were gone. Delphine forced a laugh. I'm sure you had plenty of shiny new things to occupy your time with. None as lively as you, he told her, but something about his tone made it sound like a threat. This time she did take a sip from her glass. Would you like to dance? He asked, holding out a hand to her. She stared at it for a beat before setting down her wine and placing her slender hand in his. He pulled her from her chair and swept her into his arms, spinning her around in a slow waltz in the middle of the room, though there was no music playing. She used to love to dance at the parties he would throw, and he clearly remembered. It was the only time she got a bit of reprieve from the monotonous routine those in his shoal experienced. Once Reniel claimed a siren and their magic fully settled in, there were a few roles he could assign them to. The most common was being a runner in his bartering empire, transporting goods all over Illustras and even some of the other continents, in order to earn your stay at the enormous Crystal Palace. It was the lowest-ranking role you could have in the shoal, unless you were one of the sirens who were marked by a siren's oath. Those with sirens' oaths staffed the manor, working in the kitchens and as waitstaff for parties until Reniel decided they had paid him back for whatever betrayal they'd committed and he released them from their magic hold, which could take decades. Other roles in the shoal included Reniel's guards and advisory board members, and finally, the elites. Not quite part of his inner circle of confidants, but certainly the best position to be promoted out of everyone else. The elites were not meant to work like the other roles. They were made to be glittering fixtures at all Reniel's social events, as well as play nice with other high-ranking, politically involved shoals in the Siren Sea. Constant sources of intel and harbingers of salacious gossip, the elites kept Reniel in the loop of other social circles, as well as enticed sirens to join Reniel's ranks of brainwashed shoal members. They were selling the fantasy of being in Reniel's shoal, even if they knew behind the scenes it was often a nightmare. Delphine had been one of the best elites Ranil ever had, until she woke up. Ranil spun her in a circle, bringing her back to the present. He was barely 2 inches taller than her, and she could feel his gaze burning into her as she looked everywhere but his face. There was a large silver mirror that lined the left wall of the suite, and he turned his head to catch her stare in the reflection. His 5 o'clock shadow scratched against her face as he pressed himself closer, and she resisted the urge to rip herself out of his embrace. "We could have been so powerful, you know," she throws. Could have been. She tried to lean back, but his arms tightened painfully, not letting her budge. "You say you want to start over?" he muttered. Her chest heaved as she gulped a deep breath. He placed his lips right at her ear. "But I don't think I believe you." She set both her hands flat against his chest and shoved him away. "Of course you don't believe me. I didn't expect you to. I didn't even expect you to actually let me out of that dungeon." He watched her carefully, curiously. She was a decent actress. They both knew that. Tonight would prove if she was a great one. "I didn't leave just because I didn't move up in the ranks," she explained. "I left because of all of them. If you had paid more attention—" "I paid plenty of attention," he countered. She laughed darkly. "When? You were gone for weeks at a time gathering things for your collection while I was here miserable. Party after party, surrounded by hundreds of faces that all blurred together, day in and day out. And then when you didn't give me that spot in your inner circle, it was like all I had done to repay you for my one indiscretion would never be enough. Your one indiscretion was seeing that traitor after I explicitly banned you." "She's my mother," Delphine snapped. "You already got her kicked out of her own shoal. She had nowhere to live. What was I supposed to do? It was the least she deserved after her schemes against me. And I was more than lenient with you for disobeying my direct orders." "Lenient? You made me swear an oath that magically bound my magic to yours." She looked at him in disbelief. "Considering you got to keep your magic because I claimed you in the first place, it doesn't seem all that unreasonable of a punishment." There it was. The reason Ranil believed he owned everyone. He had long corrupted his place as a show leader. There was a time once in which claiming ceremonies were performed on the 16th birthday of every Siren, when the ability to claim their people was graciously passed down in turn without hesitation. Back then, it was only a benefit, a way of choosing your own family for life and not having to default to the one you were involuntarily born into. There were still Siren empires in other parts of the world that practiced the old traditions, and Delphine asked the gods every day why she hadn't been born there instead. In the Siren Sea, under the anarchist rule of the Sea King, the sacred ability to perform claiming ceremonies had become amoral. Claimings were now a way to extort the young into signing their lives away so the show leaders could keep their power, forcing the Sirens in their society to become pawns in the political agenda of those at the top. Delphine didn't know of a single show leader who hadn't become a monster over the last few centuries, giving in to the game before they were left out of it. Since the ability to claim new Sirens and lock in their magic had to be passed down willingly by those who already possessed it, the rest of them could do nothing more than watch a once great kingdom crumble before their eyes. "I was only 10 when I joined your shoal, and only 13 when you made me swear that oath," she told him. "A child. You had been around for 3 years. Do not pretend you didn't understand the ramifications of your decisions. Your mother raised you to understand what you were getting yourself into here." Delphine ached to lash out at him, to tell him how much she hated him for manipulating her into the role she had played the 6 years she was under his thumb. Too young to understand the political games were more than just laughing at the jokes of adults she didn't understand and batting her eyes to get people to give up their secrets. She knew unequivocally those games had led to the deaths of other sirens. While she danced at parties, those whose secrets she had coaxed from their wine-stained lips were tortured in the dungeons below her and used as stepping stones for Ranil to climb to the top of his dictatorship. What she hated most was that back then, Ranil had always been a reprieve from the others when he wasn't traveling. His attention had made her feel special. His disappointment had made her feel devastated. In the last 2 years before she ran away, however, the weight of his gaze had become unbearable. Celeste had been Delphine's most consistent safety net at that point, after the other girl had screwed up an important bit of intel and ended up swearing an oath to Ranil as well. The two of them had been relegated to sharing a room, isolated from the other elites as a punishment, but gaining the best gift Ranil had ever granted either of them. But in her last few months, not even Celeste had felt safe for Delphine. This place was safe. Ranil stopped their movements, grabbing her chin and tilting her face up to his. "What are you thinking of so deeply?" "I didn't think you'd be counting every second I was gone," she finally answered, hoping the thickness in her voice could be played off as regret. It was a long minute before he moved again. Dropping her face, he walked over to the dresser on the far wall and yanked open one of its drawers. She could hear the objects inside clinking against each other before he found what he was looking for. He plucked out 2 pieces. The first was something too small to make out from a distance. The second, she could clearly see, was a necklace, her mother's necklace. Delphine's hands curled into fists at her sides to keep from shaking as he brought the delicate strands of pearls closer. It had been the only thing she truly regretted leaving behind, and the fact that he had it meant he had gone through her things intimately after she was gone. Not that such a realization was shocking. Ranil stopped in front of her and gestured for her to turn and face the mirror fully, bringing the necklace to the front of her throat and clasping it at the nape of her neck. It settled against her skin like it had finally returned home. Delphine's expression remained even. "The night of your claiming, you did the unexpected. You surprised me. And I'm glad, because it would have truly been such a waste for you to be collateral damage in your mother's desperate attempts at climbing to the top." "What happened to me wasn't all her fault," she bit out. "It was yours." She knew exactly the game she was playing and the risks involved. She didn't care. And when she broke the rules and came to you for help after she was banished, you were the one who swore your life away as a consequence. And how did she repay you? Delphine shivered as he brushed aside the strands of her hair on the back of her neck to touch the Siren's oath tattoo etched into the skin there, the one that allowed him access to her magic for the amount of time she swore to him while in the sea, or until he voluntarily broke it. Even when you were immortal, 3 centuries did not pass by quickly, and she had never had any faith that he'd dissolve it earlier. "I would think her betrayal would make this next part relatively easy for you, so consider this me playing nice," Ranil murmured. Delphine braced herself for whatever came next. Ranil didn't play nice. He wasn't kind or sweet or gentle. She had spent the last 4 wonderful years being loved and surrounded by friends who would never hurt her. She had grown new skin over these old scars. It was hard for her not to think that maybe those 4 years with Hannah and Calla were the only peace the gods would ever grant her. As Ranil spoke again, she wondered if they had been worth it. Destroy it. Delphine closed her eyes. The necklace had been passed down to the women in her family for centuries, her mother had always told her. Each time one of them joined their own shoal. The night of the claiming was the first time Delphine had ever been allowed to wear it after a decade of admiring it in her mother's jewelry box. When Delphine ran, she hadn't been able to go back for it, had thought it lost to her forever, but knew that at the very least it still existed somewhere in these depths. She held her breath as she reached up to her neck and tugged at the delicate strands until they snapped. sending a few of the pearls bouncing noisily across the floor. She dropped the necklace to the ground and began crushing it beneath her heel, trying not to flinch at the sound of them breaking, her heart shattering with them. When the last pearl was nothing but dust, Ranil smiled, satisfied. "Now, give me your hand." Alarm sounded through Delphine's head. Why? That's when he showed her the other piece he was holding. A black steel band with a single sapphire gem embedded in its center. Her heart began to thunder in her. A tracking ring. "Put this on," he watched her like a viper who had a bird caught in its snare, "and I won't make you return to your cell. You can stay in my home for the next 3 centuries, and when your siren's oath is paid off, you can have the spot in my inner circle I always intended for you." The acrid taste of blood filled her mouth as she bit her tongue. No, she couldn't. "Your other option is to rot in that cell for the next 3 centuries, he said. "Pick your poison, Moonlight." She began to think about what her mother would tell her to do in this situation before shaking off that train of thought. Her mother would tell her to cut off all the pieces of herself she valued and sell them if it meant pleasing Ranil. Instead, she wondered what someone who cared about her well-being would tell her to do. Someone who would take the same advice that they gave. Callipia Rosewood was the single most determined person she'd ever met in her life. She couldn't remember a time when Calla refused to do something if it meant they could get what they needed and stay safe. It's why Delphine had followed the witch into this forest in the first places. She wanted to do something for Calla for once. Ironically, trying to help change Calla's destiny was what led Delphine to this fateful moment. But Calla could hardly be blamed for Delphine never finishing what she'd started here so long ago. Eros had been right when he said she would never truly be free as long as her siren's oath was intact. Perhaps it was always inevitable that Delphine would end up at this crossroads. And at least now there were people who cared enough to follow her into the darkness. Celeste had never bothered to go after her, but Calla and Hannah would. High risk, high reward, her friend's voice echoed in her mind. Delphine was either getting out of here once and for all, or she was burning the entire place down, herself with it. "Tick-tock," Ranil said, cutting through her thoughts, face growing impatient. "Put it on," she gritted out, chin held high as she thrust her hand out toward the man. The man looked all too pleased to oblige. He hurried to slide the cursed band onto her left ring finger, her stomach roiling as she felt the dark magic infiltrate her body and settle into her core. The ring sized itself to her finger until it was so snug she worried it would cut off her circulation. "You've always been so good at surprising me." He dropped her hand. "I'll have someone bring up some things for you. Make yourself at home, Moonlight. You won't be going anywhere anytime soon." When Ranil was gone, Delphine slowly walked across the suite to the open door of the large bathing room, the weight of the ring on her hand too great to move any faster. As she stepped inside, the jellyfish orbs that sat in the sconces on either side of the giant vanity mirror began to glow, illuminating the room in a soft green. She stared at the ragged-looking girl in front of her. "If you're not pretty," she whispered to her reflection, "you are nothing." Delphine reached for the steel straight razor that sat atop the counter before her, its mother-of-pearl handle glittering in the neon light. She fingered the strands of her silvery hair for a second, measuring how much she wanted to get rid of. Then she began chopping. She dug around in Ranil's cabinets and drawers, knowing good and well the man kept an array of concoctions for his hair and skin. Delphine lathered different potions onto her scalp and face to soak in while she fixed up her nails. After she finished in the bathroom, she searched his room for any clothes that might fit her, finding an entire chest in his wardrobe filled with sparkly dresses and silky garments. By the time she crawled onto the large chaise in the sitting area and curled up to sleep, She felt like there wasn't an ounce of energy left in her body. As she drifted further and further into unconsciousness, a scene lingered in her mind. An image of her sitting between two girls on a dingy couch, both of them wrapping their arms around her to keep warm. And for just a moment, she felt like she was home. Then she slipped away into the dark. Sabine adored a good party. The reverie was a grand affair, and one of the few attractions she had never been able to weasel her way into. Mostly because, during the reverie, the Queen's palace was enchanted not to let anyone through the door who didn't have one of the magic invitations. Now, as she walked up the golden marble staircase that led to the grand entrance, the satin hem of her black jumpsuit a smidge too long and shuffling against the ground, she felt an intense wave of satisfaction when the magic barrier let her through rather than zapping her as it had in the past. The last several days with Lyra and Amina had been spent going over their plans for tonight in the kind of excruciating detail that gave Sabine a migraine. She was built more for execution than strategizing. Lyra and Amina, however, had pored over stolen blueprints of the palace in order to commit the layout to their memories. Sabine searched for Amina inside the ballroom. It didn't take very long to spot her friend's stunning silhouette leaning against one of the marble pillars that stretched all the way to the impossibly high gold-painted ceilings. The ballroom was decorated with intricate tapestries that depicted different parts of the Valkyries' history and were the only bit of color in the room that broke up the white marble and gold details the Valkyrie Queen tended to favor, which was exactly why almost every building in Valor looked exactly the same, opulent and boring. A little blood would be such a great addition to the decor, she thought to herself. Someone on Sabine's right jostled her, trying to pass through the thickening crowd. "I'm so sorry," a server with a mask in the shape of a fox said as he steadied the tray of drinks precariously balanced in one of his hands before fixing his face covering back into its proper place. Sabine adjusted her own mask, an expensive piece made of feathers that Lyra had let her borrow, as she grabbed a flute of ambrosia off the platter. "No worries," she told him, as she drained the entire flute in one gulp, returning the empty glassware back to the tray and then strutting off in Amina's direction. Lyra was nowhere to be seen, as planned. "You should be careful with the ambrosia," a feminine voice warned to her left. "It's potent." Melly. Fantastic. Sabine would run into the one person who not only could recognize her, but had a penchant for not knowing when to shut up about things Sabine would rather be kept quiet. "And yet, it's still not strong enough to make me block out the grating sound of your voice," Sabine quipped back, as she turned to meet Melly's wine-colored eyes. "Oh, Sabine, your mouth is as sharp as ever, I see." Melly propped a gloved hand on her hip. "Not as sharp as my daggers," Sabine retorted. "How in the gods' names did you get in here? These parties are really starting to go downhill." Melly clicked her tongue in disappointment. "If I were you, I'd worry less about other people's business and more about your own sordid affairs." Sabine flipped her blonde hair in the girl's face and moved to step past her. Melly quickly blocked Sabine's way, narrowing her eyes. "What in the hells are you implying?" "Oh, nothing." Sabine tilted her head innocently. "I just think maybe your hands are too full juggling witches these days to be sticking them in places they don't belong." Melly stepped forward until her chest was flush with Sabine's, lowering her voice so only the two of them could hear as she spoke. "I'm growing tired of your bitterness, Sabine. You're the one who broke up with me, remember? And you took Amina and Lyra away from me, too. What have I ever done to you that was so bad?" Sabine's hands itched to push the other girl away, but she didn't move. This was a conversation she did not have time to have tonight, or ever if it were up to her. Sabine had broken up with Melly just before her true name ceremony. and everyone had always just assumed it was because she needed time by herself after her transition. While that reason wasn't necessarily incorrect, it also wasn't exactly why she had made the decision to part ways with the other girl. That reason was something she'd take to her grave. All I wanted was to support you, be there for the most important day of your life, Melly continued, and you shut me out. Sabine tried not to conjure the image of Melly's face the day before they were supposed to set off for the Isle of the Veritas tree. Sabine knew she had been too ruthless that day, but she hadn't had a choice. Not unless she wanted to risk Melly still following her, considering the girl was possibly more stubborn than even herself. She knew she had done the right thing, though. The true name ceremony was the sort of thing only the people who mattered most to you should be at. People you intended to be in your life forever, considering they would bear witness to one of the most sacred, magical events any being could ever go through. Unfortunately, at the end, Melly was just not someone Sabine trusted with such a valuable part of herself. "Let it go, Melly," Sabine finally said dryly, her party mood officially soured by the unexpected run-in. "You seem to have much more exciting options these days anyway." "Of course Lyra would spill everything to you," Melly scowled, though Sabine could see the hurt in her eyes. "You took everything away from me that day." "I didn't take Lyra or Amina away from you, Melly." Sabine shook her head as she stepped back and began to move along. "They were never yours to begin with." With that, Sabine wove her way into the crowd, peeking back only once to see Melly pilfering 2 glasses of ambrosia from one of the other servers and tipping her head back to swallow each of them in seconds. That wasn't going to end well. "Not my problem," Sabine muttered to herself, though she did find herself feeling a bit guilty for the interaction. "What's not your problem?" Amina asked as Sabine finally reached her. "Melly," Sabine explained. Amina looked over Sabine's shoulder to where Melly was now swallowing a 3rd glass of the ambrosia. "I'm assuming the reason she's currently trying to drown herself is you?" Sabine tapped the tip of her nose in a gesture that made it clear Amina's guess was spot on. "Well, luckily we have bigger problems to worry about tonight," Amina told her. "Lyra insisted they could be in place after the toast, which I tried to tell them was... Never mind. We have 15 minutes max once the distraction begins. Does that mean we actually have to listen to the toast? Blah." Sabine scrunched her nose at the thought. "Focus! We have to keep ourselves sharp. There shouldn't be any time for you to grow bored. We all know how that ends." Amina muttered the last bit under her breath. Sabine grinned, but before she could respond, the echo of clinking glass filled the room. Things were about to get fun. Amina wasn't particularly fond of parties. Thankfully, this one was masked, which came in handy as the queen entered the room. Without the phoenix mask, a glittering, ruby-encrusted masterpiece loaned to her by Lyra, and the feathers woven into the curls that had been fixed into an elegant crest atop her head, Amina would have surely been recognized by Her Highness the moment she stepped into the room. The queen was led through the crowd to the center of the ballroom by her royal guards, making everyone take a large step back and clearing a space large enough for her ball gown. Amina almost cackled at the theme of the queen's reverie ensemble this year, a dragon. Fate had such a sense of humor sometimes. The queen's mask was molded into the shape of one of the reptilian beast's heads. The intricate piece covered the top half of the woman's face and was integrated into her fawn-colored hair, which was braided and adorned with jeweled scales as if it were the dragon's tail. The gown was equally breathtaking. The bodice was shaped like fire and gave way to layers and layers of ruby-encrusted silk that made it look like the flames were engulfing the queen's entire body. Amina wished she wasn't impressed, but she was. Whoever made this had really outdone themselves this year. Before tonight, each year Amina would have to see the queen's reverie dress, as everyone else who wasn't usually invited did, on display in the middle of Valor's royal district the day after. "There is no way the fates are being this kind," Sabine said, a terrifying grin stretching across her face, making Amina's own lips turn up. "I'm not usually a fan of irony, but a person can change," Amina agreed. A horn sounded overhead, and everyone in the room became still. This was the part of the evening in which the queen announced the number of souls still needed for the tithe, and then invited everyone to drink themselves unconscious to forget about the burden the remaining soul count put on everyone's shoulders. "Welcome, honored guests," the queen said, her painted red lips curling up in a smile that was less than genuine. "Tonight's reverie marks a very special milestone for our people. This past year was one of the most fruitful in the last century. Over 8,000 souls were reaped for the gods." The temperature in the room plummeted at this news, people shifting on their feet as they were faced with the uncomfortable fact that so many souls were now gone, and the blood was on their hands. "This year will be a pivotal year for our tithe," the queen continued. "There are only 500,000 souls left. We've made it halfway." "Only?" Amina almost scoffed. 500,000 souls would be reaped, some needlessly, some naturally, all tragically, for the Valkyrie tithe. And this poisonous woman thought it was a positive milestone? The fear the Valkyries inspired in the beings of Illustros was justified, as far as Amina was concerned. As harbingers of souls, it was always going to be the hand they were dealt, but the tithe made it so much worse. Without the tithe, perhaps the distrust other beings had for them wouldn't be so potent. Perhaps it would be more of a comfort, knowing that your soul was being properly carried to the afterlife only when it was time. It is crucial now, more than ever, to keep our goal in mind. We must be unified in our purpose. We must not stray from our path. Everyone waited with bated breath as the queen snapped her fingers and a server skittered over to place a crystal goblet of ambrosia in her hand. "To that we drink. Let the reverie begin." Her voice echoed over the room, and a ripple of voices murmuring toasts followed as people tipped their own glasses back and drained them. The room began to thaw slowly as the queen made her way to the far back, where her throne of gilded feathers had been brought in so she could leisurely watch the debauchery of the reverie unfold from her pedestal. A symphony of strings began to play, and people started to pull their partners onto the dance floor. Acrobats atop platforms lining the east and west walls of the room were now flipping and twisting in the air, and several enchanted performers with flying metal hoops appeared to float above the crowd. "Lyra should be ready any minute now," Amina said in Sabina's ear. "Watch for—" "May I have this dance?" a smooth, deep voice asked from her right. Amina twisted to find a man dressed in an impeccable crimson suit that almost matched her own gown. His face was covered with an obsidian mask that was molded perfectly to his features, but unfortunately for him, no mask would ever be able to hide his impossibly blue eyes or his silver-tipped hair. "I'll dance with you," Sabine proposed, a wicked glint in her pastel gaze. The wayfarer didn't deign to acknowledge Sabine, deciding to keep his well-earned grudge against his almost assassin intact as he lifted a hand in offer to Amina. Amina didn't hesitate to accept, partly because she was worried if Sabine and he were in each other's presence for too long, things could easily get out of hand, and partly because if the wayfarer was here and asking for a moment with her, then he had something important to say. He spun her out onto the dance floor, stepping her into an elegant waltz, his form impressive. For someone as tall and muscular as he was, she hadn't expected him to be so lithe. "I'm here to thank your friend for the transvectio talisman. It was worth much more than a few invites to a party," he told her, his voice too low for any of the others swirling around them to hear. "I'll be sure to give them the message," Amina told him. "No need," the wayfarer shook his head. "I've already taken care of that myself. Which is how I know what the three of you have planned tonight." Amina tensed in his arms, and he huffed a laugh, his lips curling in amusement. "Relax," he murmured. "I'm here to help, as an extra thank you for such a priceless artifact. I figured assisting with a distraction was the least I could do." A kernel of irritation unfurled in Amina's stomach. Lyra had been scheming without her. After all the drama of telling Amina that she needed to be honest, no, this was not the time to become irritated with them. She would deal with that later. As long as that distraction doesn't consist of you and Sabine sword fighting. Amina returned her attention to their conversation, her tone somewhat serious. "If only that were an option," he sighed. Something about the playful look in his eyes and the natural sensuousness of his voice made Amina wish that she could revel in this moment. She wished she could pretend that she was at this ball not to perform a risky heist, but to meet a handsome suitor who would dance with her all night before whisking her away to a moonlit garden or dark corner to kiss her until she forgot her own name. There had, unfortunately, been no one of interest for her to kiss in the forest. Except— "What's your plan, then?" Amina pressed, shaking off the direction of her thoughts. "You'll know it when it happens," he told her, finally bringing them both to a halt. "I can't guarantee more than 20 minutes, so you three will need to get in and get out. I already told your friend this, but just for good measure. Make sure you burn your invitations when you get home. Don't leave any trace that you were ever here tonight, or we'll all be in deep trouble. You more than me, for obvious reasons. You're leaving already?" He dipped his chin in a nod of confirmation before untangling himself from her and bringing her hand up to his lips. "In case this is the last time we get to meet. Good luck, Valkyrie." With that parting line, he dropped her hand and turned away, leaving her to watch him disappear into the crowd before gathering her skirts and making her way back to where Sabine had been raptly watching them from the sidelines. "It's a shame he's so damn pretty," Sabine said matter-of-factly as Amina approached, "and yet hates me so much. What a wasted opportunity. A travesty, really. I think the real travesty would be getting used to someone like that only for them to have to leave over and over again. I don't know, that arrangement doesn't sound too horrible to me." Sabine snorted and then waved a hand in front of her. "Well, anything interesting come up?" "Brace yourself," Amina told the girl, and just as the words left her lips, an explosion sounded from across the room.
The thing about pterachnids was that they were even harder to bring down than Viperidia. Lesson Calla and the others were learning very quickly. Made of earth and rocks, the spider-like creatures had the unusual ability to merge together to form one giant 8-legged beast that none of the witch's magic or swords seemed to be able to penetrate. "Can you feel any of its magic at all when you touch it? Anything you can use?" Gideon asked her now as he smeared a line of blood across his forehead from an already healed cut she had accidentally gotten after getting a little too close to one of the earth spider's arms. "Nothing," Calla shook her head. "It doesn't have blood, and its magic feels almost heavy. It would take too long for me to siphon." The prince cursed. The only thing we can do is run. It should be too bulky to get through the trees fast enough." The ground rumbled beneath their feet, and the trees began to move, cutting off Gideon's words as the two of them gaped in disbelief. The trees were sinking into the ground. The forest was clearing the area, so the four of them couldn't use the oaks as a shield. "I hate this place!" Caspian shouted in frustration on the other side of the boulder creature. "What are we going to do?" Hannah spoke in turn. "Nothing is working against it! Damn you!" Calla looked to the sky angrily. The pterychnid's giant front legs speared down overhead a second later, and Gideon and Calla both jumped out of the way, splitting in opposite directions. When the rocky appendage hit the ground, it sent a tremor through the earth, and Calla saw Hannah lose her balance out of the corner of her eye. She ran over to help her friend up before the spider slammed down another leg. That's when she caught something glittering out of the corner of her eye. It was the ring the nymph had given them on Caspian's index finger. "The ring!" she yelled. "The favor! Use it, Cass!" Caspian looked down at his hand as her words clicked. He wiggled the small band off and dropped it to the ground before stomping on it with the heel of his boot and crushing the small stone. A pink and green wisp of smoke unfurled from the broken gem, and Calla watched rapturously as it zipped out into the forest like an arrow. Hannah yelled, "Hey, a little help here?" All of them twisted just in time to see Hannah dodging another stab of the pterychnid's leg. "I'll help Han with a distraction," Cass threw over his shoulder as he took off. "Did the ring even work?" Calla questioned. And that's when she heard the high-pitched voice. "There's a joke about being between a rock and a hard place in here somewhere," Darcy snorted as she and Gabi appeared before them. Gone were the nymph's usual giggling demeanors, now that the prentices between all of them were gone. Gideon stepped forward. "We need—" "Save your request," Darcy said, cutting him off. "We brought you something we think will settle the debt between us." With that, the nymph tossed something at the prince. Gideon plucked the object right out of the air, and when he looked down at what it was, he almost stopped breathing. It was a gilded dagger with a large heart-shaped ruby nestled in the center of its hilt. Heart Reaver. The world around Gideon was silent and colorless as he stared down at the dagger in his hands. He couldn't believe the nymphs had actually found it. Someone said something, his name maybe, but the sound was muffled to his ears. He didn't know how long he stood like that until he felt a pressure wrap around his wrist and everything instantly blared back to life. "Gideon," Calliope repeated, her voice much clearer as she gave him another small squeeze, waiting for him to meet her mismatched gaze. The violet and gold colors of her irises were so vibrant he almost flinched. "Cass and Hannah are getting tired. We need to help them." Gideon's mouth was dry as he looked around, finding that the nymphs were already gone. He told Calliope, "I can't." "Gideon," she said seriously, moving to fold her hands over his around the dagger. "He'd wanted to be yours, for you to use it. We have to use it. Nothing else is working." Gideon looked back at her evenly. "Do you know how Heart Reaver works? We don't have time for a lesson." Gideon unwrapped their hands from the dagger and flipped the blade in his hands until the hilt was reaching toward Calliope. She didn't take it. "I don't understand," she told him. "When I hold the dagger, the heartstone doesn't light up." With Ezra gone, Gideon winced a bit, still not quite ready to accept those words. "The dagger chooses its new wielder, and it has not chosen me. I can wield it, but its magic will not work for me." "You mean—" She looked down at it in astonishment as her words trailed off. "Take it." Calliope hesitated for another second before taking a deep breath and reaching out to wrap her hand around the hilt. Gideon watched without surprise as the heartstone instantly began to glow, eliciting a gasp from her lips. "Why?" she asked, holding the dagger away from her as if it were a venomous snake.
You know how to collect the hearts of those you meet, Gideon told her. You and he were similar in that way. Calliope went to say something when Hannah let out a yelp of pain, bringing them both back to the present. They twisted around to see Hannah rolling her shoulders back a couple times, panting a bit as she and Caspian continued circling the giant rock creature. Calliope adjusted her grip on the handle, a determined look fixing itself on her face. "Ezra tried teaching me how to throw this once," she said to him as she readied her shot, "when it was just an ordinary knife to me." "And how did that go?" Gideon murmured as he watched the way her unruly hair blew wildly around her face. "Horribly," she admitted, just as she launched the dagger through the air. They both watched as the blade speared toward the spider-like beast, Calliope making a sound of disbelief as it hit its mark. Right through the center of the once impervious rock. The pteracnid crumbled to the ground piece by piece like an avalanche. The four witches watched in awe as the giant beast once again separated into three individual forms, their rocky limbs curling inward as the life drained out of them. The ground began absorbing the creatures one by one, and a minute later, Calla could have sworn nothing had happened there. The only thing left from the ordeal was Heartreaver. "Hannah," Calla ran to her friend, scooping up the dagger and sheathing it in her belt on her way over. "Are you all right?" Hannah began to nod, but it was Caspian who answered, "Of course not. She almost got flattened by a giant spider boulder." Calla winced as she looked at Hannah, ready to apologize, but the blonde simply whispered, "It's fine. This isn't about you and me." Calla was going to ask what Hannah meant, but as she watched Caspian's fists tighten when Gideon approached, she had a feeling she was about to get the answer. "Cass, no, Gideon." Cass pointed a finger at his friend. "It's my turn to talk first. What in the hells were you thinking jumping straight into a dark pit in the middle of the never-ending fucking forest for a compass? We just went over this. Do you have any idea how absolutely out of your mind you are?" "And what would we have done without the compass?" Gideon demanded, though his tone did have a hint of apology in it. "I couldn't just lose it. And we can't just lose you," Cass shouted, his chest heaving with exertion as his anger boiled over. "How many times will I have to tell you that? You aren't the only one who lost him, Gideon, and I know maybe that's not fair to say, but how dare you not stop and think for one damn minute what it would be like for the rest of us if we lost you too?" Hannah reached out to grab Calla's hand as they watched the exchange. Calla had never seen Caspian so upset. Gideon swallowed. "I'm not trying to be impulsive." "Yes, you are." Cass laughed without humor. "I have spent more than a decade fighting by your side, Gid. I have watched you calculate the risks of climbing the wrong tree to get a good vantage point. I've watched you mull over the decision on what armor to wear or which weapons to use for an hour. I once watched you go back and forth about how many shirts to pack on a trip for 3 days. Gideon shoved a hand through his hair in frustration. Caspian's steel eyes softened a bit. "I don't mean to be an asshole, but when you have people who are risking everything to help you, you don't have the luxury of throwing yourself into danger whenever you want. Getting yourself maimed or killed will only devastate those who love you. And it will hurt her. Don't." Gideon's eyes flashed bright silver. "Don't bring her into anything." "I'm not bringing her into anything she isn't already in." Caspian threw his hands up. "You brought her into this when you invited her to this forest and didn't tell anyone what you were going to do with the witch eater. You two are soul bonded." Caspian swung his gaze to Calla now. "And I'm not going to pretend I understand the stakes of what that means for a second, or the toll it's clearly taking on you both. But what I do know," he continued, as he refocused his gaze on the Onyx Prince, "is that whatever you do affects her now too. Think about that the next time you go after a damn compass." Gideon said nothing. "I'm going to go with Hannah to find somewhere to clean off the blood." Cass spoke more calmly now, looking to Hannah in question. The blonde nodded and squeezed Calla's palm one last time before heading after Cass. Gideon and Calla stared at each other until the witches were barely more than specks in the distance. "I'm sorry." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "For what?" "He's right." Gideon regarded her intensely. "That could have been much worse. I could have gotten you hurt. Again. Caspian is right. We could lose anyone at any moment. He's upset because he's grieving just like we are, except we got closure. He deserves to be upset, but I promise, I'm fine." His expression looked pained as she took another step forward. "I am," she insisted. "In fact, another step." He turned wary now. "What just happened? It made me realize I've been so ungrateful for the fact that I'm even alive. So many others, Ezra, have their time cut short, and I've been here, running away my whole life," she told him. "I'm always holding myself back. I ignored my magic for so long, ignored my siphon half. I'm tired of refusing to see all the potential I have right in front of me. All the potential we—" "Calla," he warned before she could finish that last sentence. "Earlier in the dark, you said that we were playing with fire. If you come any closer, I don't know if I can keep pretending that I'm okay with not being near you." "Maybe that's what it's going to take," she said now. "What do you mean?" he asked. The sensation she had felt in the abyss came rushing back to her now, and a shiver went down her spine as she relished it. It was like she had gotten a taste of an addictive poison and would not be satisfied until she had more, even when she knew it was a deadly thing to indulge. "I want to play with fire," she whispered. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, something to their right burst out of the ground. A redwood trunk climbed toward the sky, branches with crimson, gold, and orange leaves unfurling above them. Another trunk shot up to their left, then another and another, until the clearing was no longer empty, and they were standing in the middle of a forest once again. She tilted her head back in shock. The sun began to dip lower and lower in the sky, and the way the colors of the leaves bled into each other and swayed in the chilling wind made it look like— "It looks like flames," commented. "Before, when the pit opened up, I was thinking about how it felt like we've been walking a tightrope, and how any day now we risked falling into the unknown, and then a giant abyss opened up and you fell in," she finished, brows lifted. "This forest doesn't just listen, it responds." Gideon gazed around slowly. "I can't believe I never realized it before. Delphine never warned us how astute it is either." "Perhaps she never realized," Calla said. "She's never spent much time out of the Siren Sea, and then she went straight to Estrella." At the mention of Estrella, the sun fully sank and the stars above them blinked to life. Calla almost couldn't believe it. "Do you think we could control it, completely, if we tried?" she asked. A surprised smile slowly curled over Gideon's lips. "How should we try?" "Well, it happens when we're manifesting something intensely, right?" "Right," he murmured, as he slowly inched forward, giving her plenty of time to back away if she wanted. She didn't. He reached out and placed his fingertips on the side of her throat, searching for her pulse, and the touch seared every nerve in her body. She felt his fingers trail up her neck, lightly brushing her nape, heat chasing the path over her skin. He plunged that same hand into the thick tendrils of her hair and cupped the back of her head, tilting her face up gently. The tips of their noses were less than a centimeter apart. A fluttering sensation shot directly to her stomach. Gideon leaned down until his lips were hovering just above hers, his silver eyes half shut as he brought his other hand up to grip her waist, and another giddy sensation fluttered in her abdomen when a crescendo of noise rustled above them. Gideon tightened his hold slightly to keep her in place as they both looked up. Thousands and thousands of orange and black monarch butterflies burst out of the trees and scattered across the sky. "I can't believe it," she gasped. "Me neither." He looked back down to her, moving to untangle his hand from her hair. Calla took in the swirling color of his eyes, realizing how much she had missed him looking at her with hope. Before she could stop herself, she pressed herself closer to him, letting her lips skim his jawline with a feather-light kiss. For a beat, Gideon was completely frozen. Luckily, she didn't have too much time to rethink what she had done, because an instant later, Gideon was cupping the backs of her thighs and lifting her up into his arms. She instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist as his lips crashed down on hers in an electrifying kiss. Every inch of her body lit up with sparks. This kiss was so different from the first hazy kiss they had shared under the influence of the nymphs. If that first kiss was like a new flame right after you struck a match, then this one felt like the explosion that happened once the fuse burned away. Gideon bit down on her lip, and she couldn't help the small moan that unleashed itself from her throat. She twisted her hands into his hair, and though she was getting dangerously close to running out of oxygen, she didn't pull away. She tugged on the soft blue strands that her fingers were tangled in, and was rewarded with a satisfied groan from his own throat. He had told her he liked a little hair-pulling once. Gideon adjusted his grip beneath her thighs as he deepened their kiss, and an overwhelming sensation of hunger took over her as they pulled each other further and further into the fire. She was insatiable in a way that she had never experienced before. Neither of them came up for air until they heard the first fireworks soar through the sky. The night around them was glittering with magic, but Gideon was staring only at her. Amina dashed down the dark corridor, Sabine on her heels as they fled the chaos in the ballroom. Amina wasn't quite sure what the Wayfarer had destroyed, but whatever it was did its job. Between his distraction and the 3 throwing knives Sabine had swiftly and discreetly embedded in a few unlucky guests' shoulders, not a single soul had noticed the 2 girls slip from the room through an exit marked Palace Staff Only. If the blueprints Lyra had were correct, the Queen's private study should be in the West Wing, Amina told Sabine as they turned a corner to the right and ground to a halt. The 2 of them quickly flattened themselves against the wall, blanketed by the shadows, as a palace guard stepped out of one of the many rooms lining the right side of the hallway. The left side was drowning in milky moonlight, shining in from the great expanse of uncovered windows. The guard pulled the door tightly shut behind them before turning in the girl's direction. Amina held her breath until the guard passed and turned the corner to head down the corridor they'd just come from. "Thank the gods," Sabine whispered. They cautiously peeled themselves off the wall. "I did not want to have to hide a dead body on top of everything else tonight." Amina threw a grin over her shoulder as she led the other girl forward once more. When they finally got to the enormous double-door entrance at the end of the hallway, they paused, Sabine keeping a vigilant eye trained behind them just in case there were any more guards. Amina reached out and pushed on the gilded door handle. "Locked, of course," Amina sighed. "This better not break my nail." Amina inserted the long, sharp nail of her right index finger into the keyhole, jiggling it around a bit and twisting until she heard a satisfying click. "Not even a chip," she boasted, and pushed the doors open just enough so they could both squeeze through. Sabine stopped in her tracks on the other side. "Whoa!" Amina nodded in agreement. The decor of the West Wing was no more ornate than any of the other grand rooms in the palace, with one exception. The ceiling was made entirely of glass. The 2 Valkyries gawked at the stars twinkling above them, and for just a moment Amina reveled in the sight. She had gone so long without seeing these stars that every time she caught a glimpse of them these days, they stopped her in her tracks. "Slayers," a voice in the dark whispered. Amina snapped out of her trance and searched in the shadows for the person that voice belonged to. "Here," Lyra directed. Amina and Sabine rushed over to where Lyra's head was poking out of the 6th door on the left. Lyra stepped back to let both girls in the room before quickly shutting the door and locking it behind them. "How did you get in here?" Sabine asked before spinning around to assess the small, quaint study. Unlike Amina, Sabine, and most Valkyries, Lyra liked to keep their nails filed down into short points. Not quite as effective for picking locks, though they were excellent for gouging out eyes. "Window," Lyra answered, while they moved to the back of the room toward the dingy old bookshelves behind the large oak executive desk that took up most of the space in the center of the office. Sabine and Amina shared a brief look. "There aren't any windows in here, Lyra smiled a bit at that as they ran their hands over the old books on the shelf. "Who said anything about in here?" Amina and Sabine watched intently as Lyra tilted a book down on one of the shelves and made the entire bookcase swing forward, revealing an opening to another room on the other side. The three of them ducked through, and Amina knew immediately they had found exactly what they were looking for. Unlike the other study, the decoy, this room was massive. Shelves and shelves of books and scrolls lined every wall. Stacks of loose papers and maps sat atop an intricately carved desk, sticks of wax and an unlit gas lamp next to them. "Nice," Sabine complimented Lyra, impressed with their work. "But I still don't see a window." "There's another hidden exit that leads to a tunnel that takes you directly to the Queen's private chambers. There's a window," Lyra explained, "which is where we will be escaping from, if anyone was wondering." "That's quite risky," Amina noted, circling around the desk to begin carefully shuffling through some of the papers there. "Riskier than the rest of this plan?" Lyra threw her friend a pointed look. "How about you not warning us that you had cooked something up with the Wayfarer?" Amina countered. "Bold of you to assume we were just going to trust him." Lyra's lips pressed into a hard line for a second before they reasoned. "Coming up with a distraction on my own was proving difficult, and he had written me to offer his thanks again anyway, so excuse me for enlisting help. You're just upset because you didn't get to control the entire situation as much as you wanted to." "I cannot believe I'm saying this," Sabine inserted, "but I'm begging you both to save the drama for later." "Fine, you're right," Amina muttered. She squinted down at one of the documents in her hand. It was some sort of plan for a new building on the outskirts of Valor's market district. Amina rolled her eyes and set the paper back exactly the way she found it. Useless. Next, she dug through the desk's drawers, trying her best not to move too much around and make it obvious someone had rifled through here. "If I were," Amina began to contemplate aloud. "If?" Sabine grinned to herself. "Where would I keep the key to my dead lover?" Amina continued as if Sabine hadn't spoken. "Do we really think she would let it out of her sight?" Lyra asked. They were currently inspecting a shiny object on one of the shelves. The glittery knick-knack immediately snagged Sabine's attention, and the blonde flitted over to Lyra with an outstretched hand, silently demanding to see what they had found. "One of the things I asked the Witch-Eater's mirror to show me was Rovin's grave. The Queen has him buried in her private garden, in the most intricately locked coffin I've ever seen." Amina tapped her nails against the desk in turn. "When I asked it to show me where the key to his coffin's lock was, it revealed some sort of puzzle box atop what looked to be the surface of a desk exactly like this. It's clearly been moved since." As they all continued to poke around, Sabine still grasping on to whatever shiny new toy she had found, Amina knew their time was running out. She stepped back from the desk, ready to just start tearing every nook and cranny apart, when the floorboard beneath her shoe creaked. "Did you?" She looked at Lyra, who was already nodding. Amina immediately knelt, shoving her skirts out of her way as she pried up the loose plank. Beneath it was a small dial, 12 tick marks circling it. "It needs some sort of code," Lyra stated. "How in the hells are we going to find that?" "What about the date?" Sabine suggested, casually leaning back against one of the shelves. "Today's date?" Amina asked skeptically. "Why would that work?" "As in the date of the reverie," Sabine explained. It's the same date every year, second month, 16th day. There has to be some significance there. 16 couldn't work. There's only 12 marks, Lyra noted. Or 0, 2, 1, 6, Amina inferred, clicking the dial to each number in turn. When the tip of the dial ended on 6, a low scraping noise echoed from the right side of the room. One of the stones was now jutting out of the wall. Sabine, I could kiss you, Amina grinned at her friend. Okay, Sabine said casually. Amina threw her friend a bemused look as the three of them rushed over to the protruding stone. Amina pulled the large brick all the way out before passing it off to Lyra's waiting hands. When Amina peered inside the hole, her heart began racing as she reached in and fished out a weighty wooden box. Her smile only grew when she felt a small pulse emanate from the contents inside. "How does it open?" Sabine asked. Amina turned and walked over to the desk, pushing a few papers out of the way so she could set the box down on the cleared surface. She ran her fingertips along the bottom edge of the left side of the piece until she felt a small indentation and curled her finger into the notch and pulled outward. A small rectangular piece of wood slid out with a click, and a moment later the box's lid popped open, just like the mirror had shown her.
The other stepped up behind her and leaned over her shoulder, watching raptly as Amina pushed the lid all the way back, revealing the key as well as Rovin's beating heart. Inside Calla's head was swimming as Gideon began to press a line of kisses to the underside of her jaw. The fireworks were still shooting across the sky above them. The blazing sparks that crackled down from each burst echoed the small explosions of pleasure the prince's kisses were leaving on her skin. He had set her back on her feet, one hand still gripping her waist, the other weaving further into her hair, and she was standing on the very tips of her toes, lightly holding on to the fabric of his shirt for balance. "Calliope," he murmured against her skin. She hummed a bit as she tilted her head back to give him better access to the pressure point his mouth was currently pushed against. She couldn't help it. Everything was finally in color instead of dull, monotonous gray. She felt grounded, her magic stretching in her bones and swimming in her veins as if it had just been let out after decades of being locked away. The longer Gideon touched her, the stronger she felt, the clearer her mind became. When his mouth captured hers once more, she sank into it completely. Just as Gideon deepened the kiss, the sound of a branch snapping pulled them apart. Both of them jerked their gazes to the right, just in time to see Caspian and Hannah emerge from the woods. And they weren't alone. A group of witches stepped out of the tree line, dressed in black and red leather fighting gear, several chestnut stallions in tow. The Rouge Queen's Guards. "Don't tell me," a familiar voice remarked, "that we just missed the show?" Gideon untangled himself from Calla, lips pulled back in a seething expression as he took in the scene in front of them. Hannah and Cass were gagged, with their hands bound behind their backs, knives pressed between their shoulder blades by two of the guards. And it was strikingly clear who was leading them. Gideon's fists clenched at his sides. Kestrel. Amina scooped out the heart into her hand. Its pulsing rhythm nearly matched the one at her hip. Did the queen seriously cut out her lover's heart to keep in her study? Sabine questioned. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Lyra asked. "There's no going back once we leave this room." Amina looked up into Lyra's amber eyes. They exchanged a loaded look, but before Amina could say anything, Sabine pointed to something at the bottom of the box and exclaimed, "Look!" Amina shifted the heart to her other hand and reached in to grab the key as well as the other contents. Letters, at least 10 of them, each with broken wax seals. All the sigils stamped into the wax matched an intricate crest of 4 interlocking swords, except for one.
The last letter seal was marked by a mask with a third open eye in the center of its forehead. Amina knew exactly who that seal belonged to, had seen it in the corner of the ancient map that spanned an entire wall in the witch-eater's cottage. "The Fates," she whispered. "What?" Sabine asked. "This is something from the Fates." Amina passed the key and heart into Sabine's hands, who looked a little too thrilled to get her hands on the organ, and pulled out the paper stuffed inside the torn envelope. She scanned the document once, twice, 3 times. Her brain refused to compute what she was seeing. "Amina," Lyra prompted. Amina held out the papers for Lyra to take, still unable to say anything. Lyra looked skeptical as they began reading through, and Sabine leaned over to get a peek as well. "What the hells?" Lyra said. "It's a contract," Sabine furrowed her brow. "I knew there was more to the tithe," Amina growled. "I knew it. We all suspected, but not this." Lyra gestured to the contract wildly. "This changes everything," Amina told them, after a long minute of heavy silence. Then she snatched the document back and tucked it into the bodice of her dress. She placed the rest of the letters back into the box and then reached under the folds of her skirts to pull out the bag with the witch prince's heart. She carefully extracted the heart and set it gently atop the letters where the other heart had previously rested. The 2 hearts were damn near identical. Someone who was better versed in anatomy might note the way the dragon shifter's heart had a slightly more purple tint to it than the witch's, or how the beats were 1/8 of a second off count. To the mundane eye, such things were hardly noticeable. "You're switching the hearts?" Lyra raised their brows. "Why?" "I have a feeling it will end up being a hot commodity to the witches, either to his friends or his mother. Better to not carry around such a liability if we have a replacement, right?" Amina said, then closed the box before handing it off to Lyra to return it to where they'd found it. She shoved Rovin's heart into her pouch and refastened it to her hip. When the stone in the wall was back in place and the floorboard readjusted, Lyra finally looked to Amina and said, "Stealing that document is a bad idea. She could easily notice." Amina didn't disagree. She simply said, "We're going to need some sort of proof. Now, how do we get out of here?" Lyra made their way to one of the bookshelves and pulled on a book like she had in the first room, so that another hidden door opened in the same manner. The Valkyrie ducked into the secret tunnel first, followed by Sabine, but before she could get too far, Amina gently grabbed her by the shoulder. "Huh?" Sabine twisted around to see Amina holding up an expectant hand. "Hand it over, Sabine." Amina tapped her foot. "Hand what?" Sabine feigned innocence. Amina glared. "Sab, you get to steal an irreplaceable document and an organ, but I can't take one tiny souvenir that she probably would never even notice was missing?" Sabine grumbled as she dug in her pocket for the shiny trinket she had taken. Sabine deposited the small item, a silver rabbit with eyes made of opalescent jewels, into the center of Amina's palm before huffing off after Lyra. Amina hurried to arrange the item back in its place on the shelf and then slipped out of the study after them, pulling the door shut behind her. When it came to traveling through a secret underground tunnel system in the palace, there was good news and bad news. The good news was that they wouldn't have to worry about running into anyone down here if the cobwebs were any indication of usage. The bad news was that meant they would all probably be skeletons by the time anyone found them. Sabine had complained one too many times about how lost they were, and she knew Lyra would rip her throat out if she made another comment. But Sabine couldn't help it. They had been lost for damn near an hour. "I just don't understand how you found it the first time, but now, Sabine, I swear to the gods, if you say that one more time—" Lyra started. "Wait, hush," Amina ordered, and the two of them went silent. Sabine strained her ears, but didn't hear a sound, not even a rat or bug skittering on the floor, until There, ahead and to the right, was the buzz of a conversation. They crept quietly toward the hum, careful not to let their heels click too loudly on the stone steps. "We need another crate of wine from the cellar, the red," someone barked. Right away, a chorus of voices answered. "The kitchens," Lyra whispered. "I got it." Sabine sighed in relief and quickly followed Lyra back up the stairs. They went up 2 more flights in silence, letting Lyra concentrate until, finally, blessedly, they stopped in front of what looked to be the outline of a doorway. "This should be it," Lyra told them, scanning the wall with their hands until they found a loose stone and pushed. The door slid open, and the 3 of them piled into the most erotic bedroom Sabine had ever seen. The walls were decorated with red velvet wallpaper. The molding was brushed with gold leaf and had carvings of bones and feathers that bordered the entire room. The bed was laughably big, large enough for 8 people to fit comfortably, and the gilded canopy was draped in rich, jewel-toned silks. The floor, like the rest of the palace, was white marble, the gold veins running throughout, glittering in the light of the enormous crystal chandelier. "This is even more over the top than Lyra's room," Sabine noted. Lyra elbowed Sabine in the side. "We need to get out." "Now," Amina prompted before the 2 of them could start giving jabs back and forth. "The window," Lyra pointed. "This is where I regret the dress," Amina muttered, as Lyra slid the window open and wedged themselves out onto the roof, barely squeezing through the tight space. Amina took a deep breath and followed, gathering as much of her billowing skirts as she could to shove out first, but halfway through it was apparent that the Valkyrie was stuck. Sabine began pushing the fabric, trying to find if it was snagged on something, when she heard a noise coming from the other side of the bedroom door. She cursed. Someone was coming. Damn it! Amina pulled at her dress, desperately trying to wiggle her hips out of the tight space. The doorknob jiggled. "Fuck it," Sabine said, sliding out a knife from beneath her corset. Before Amina could protest, Sabine nimbly began slicing away fabric, ripping the seams until she could pull the fabric away and push the girl all the way out. Once Amina was in the clear, Sabine shoved the shredded pieces of the dress into the other Valkyrie's arms and hurried to get herself out. The doorknob turned. Sabine dove through the frame with slightly less fuss, and when she made it onto the roof, she slammed the window shut just before the door to the bedchamber burst wide open. The 3 of them immediately summoned their wings and launched into the sky. Sabine dared look down only once when she was sure the lights of the palace, as the reverie roared on, could not reach her. The others kept their eyes straight ahead as they flew, and Sabine knew they had not looked back, knew they had not spotted the figure leaning out of the queen's window to look for who had just escaped. The look on Kestrel's face was the look of a man who knew he had made a bad bet, but doubled down anyway because he had nothing more to lose. Calla had seen that exact look on her opponents' faces countless times before when she and Ezra pulled their cons at the inn. "What the hell's this going on?" Gideon growled at the commander. "I came back for you," Kestrel told the prince, his gray eyes colder than ice as he took in the way Gideon angled himself toward Calla protectively. "Came back? Then you did desert the group," Gideon told him. "We were worried." "Worried enough to come looking for me, I see." Kestrel raised a brow. "Sorry, we've been a bit preoccupied," Gideon said. "So have I," the commander retorted, waving at the Rouge Witches. "What did you do?" Kestrel the Onyx Prince demanded. "I've ensured that you, Cass, and Ezra get to come home, safely. All you must do is hand over the girl." There was a pregnant pause at the mention of Ezra's name. Cass, Hannah, and Calla collectively darted their gazes to Gideon. Gideon laughed darkly. "You have no idea what you've done." A flicker of doubt went through Kestrel's eyes at the tension that now hung in the air, but a second later it was gone. "Just let us take her back and we can be done with this, Gideon. We will go home." And Calla gave a sharp laugh. "You're a goddamned fool." Every head turned in Calla's direction, varying degrees of surprise on all their faces. Even Calla was slightly surprised those words had come out of her mouth soaked with such venom. Kestrel's lips curled back from his teeth as he said, "Shut your mouth." Gideon stepped forward, a surge of wind beginning to rustle the trees with the advance. But when Calla held out her hand for him to stop, he did. "You have no idea what you've done, Kestrel," she said, condemning the commander. "Your jealousy has made you betray your friends, and at what cost? Do you really think Maria is going to let any of us go, including you?" "The Rouge Queen made me a bargain," Kestrel scowled. "She made you a fool," Calla repeated. "She would never—" "Now!" one of the Rouge Guards shouted, and Kestrel whipped around to see half the Rouge Witches advance on him, while the rest headed straight for Calla and Gideon. Gideon immediately sent a gust of wind into the first two witches, knocking them back several steps, as he turned to Calla and yelled, "Untie Cass and Hannah!" Calla didn't hesitate. She darted straight for Cass. As she ran, she felt the prodding of the Rouge Guard's magic trying to seize the blood in her veins, but Calla fought through the sensation, focusing her own magic on making sure she stayed in control of herself rather than fight back. She made it to Cass and ripped through his bonds when her entire body went stiff and she could barely turn her head to see what was happening. In the moments it had taken her to reach Caspian's side, Kestrel and Gideon had 3 guards suffocating on the ground, one with a throwing knife lodged in his left eye, and another missing a hand. If Calla could move any of the muscles in her face, she would look quite impressed. Unfortunately, no matter how well trained the 2 Onyx Witches were, they were no match for 15 Rouge Guards. Calla tried to use her magic to loosen the hold the Rouge Witches had on Gideon's blood, but it was no use. "You're lucky I wouldn't risk the Queen's wrath by ending you myself," one of the guards spat in Kestrel's face. "You've been a pain in the ass this entire trip." Kestrel couldn't move his mouth, but the glint in his eyes told Calla that he'd have some pretty colorful curses for the guard if he could. "Make the bastards let go," one of the guards said as they knelt next to the witches still fighting to breathe on the ground. "Cut it out," the first guard snarled at the 2 Onyx Witches. Calla thought maybe he was the one in charge. When it was clear that neither Gideon nor Kestrel was going to let go of their hold, the leader unsheathed the cutlass on his hip and sliced it through the prince's side. A muted scream vibrated through Calla's throat, and she felt a rush of blood soak through her shirt before her skin wove itself back together. Gideon didn't even flinch at his own wound, but at the sound of her muffled cry, he broke the Rouge Witch's hold just long enough to trudge a step in her direction before they doubled their magic on him once more. Everyone looked between Calla and the prince in confusion, eyes widening in almost perfect sync as they all realized the bloodstain at her side matched Gideon's perfectly. "What in the hells?" one of the guards asked, at the same time that another questioned, "What kind of freaky magic is that?" "Test it again," another of the guards suggested. As the head guard approached Gideon again, Calla could see the way the prince's veins were bulging beneath his skin with effort as he tried to shake the magic and move away. She could feel how hard he was fighting as her own magic strained in her core, but it was fruitless. The guard smiled at Gideon as he lifted his crimson-painted blade and slowly dragged it across the prince's left clavicle, just above the open collar of Gideon's shirt. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the wound appeared on Calla as well. Well, this just got more complicated. The leader narrowed his eyes at Calla before turning to bark orders at the others. "All right, load 'em all up. Her Highness is going to want an audience with each of them, and make sure to separate those 2. The guard gestured between Calla and Gideon. "Where's the second prince?" "Gone," Gideon said in a clipped tone. "He won't be back here any time soon." "Do we trust that?" another guard leaned in to ask his leader. "His blood pressure didn't change, so I suspect he's telling the truth." The leader looked Gideon up and down.
"That's a problem for the queen to solve later, then, if she chooses," the first guard said, nodding in agreement. "We've got the girl, and that's the most important part." "All right, move!" the leader shouted, causing the rest of his subordinates to split up in all directions as they followed their orders. "And remember, the girl's a siphon. Be mindful of where you put your hands." "How chivalrous," Calla bit out. The guards let just enough slack out of their magic to push Calla and the others toward the horse, awkwardly throwing Cass and Hannah on the first stallion, loosely retying the restraints on Cass that Calla had managed to rip apart, before forcing Kestrel on the second beast and Gideon on the last. It took a beat before she realized she was meant to ride behind Kestrel, and she dug her heels into the ground. The thought of being stabbed in the side again was preferable, if she were honest. "Move it, girl!" The guard leading her to the horses poked her in the back with their scabbard. She shifted forward a step, her limbs stiff from the magic still clinging to her body, poised to render her immobile again if she made any sudden movements. Another poke, another inch forward. Calla used all her might to make the process of moving 10 feet forward as agonizingly slow as possible, the temper of the guard behind her rising with every second until the pokes in her back had become shallow slices. She flicked her eyes to Gideon, feeling rather guilty that her defiant display was causing him pain as well. But the look in his swirling silver eyes was almost amused. "Get on the horse!" the guard gritted out when they had finally reached the side of the beast that Kestrel was perched on. Calla was ready to tell the Rouge Guard where he could stick his sword, but before she even opened her mouth, the horse gave a shrill whinny, rearing up as if it had spotted a serpent in its path. A couple of the guards rushed over to settle the horse down, grabbing its reins, but the creature wouldn't settle. It whipped its head to the side, and Calla swore she saw fear in its eyes as it looked back at her. "Of course, it's the girl." One of the guards curled back his lips. "He can sense what she is. He's spooked." "Then she can walk." The head guard stepped in, his dark violet eyes regarding her with disdain. Calla stared him down with the satisfaction of knowing that if this wasn't 15 against 1, none of them would last a single second in her presence. If they had seen what I did to the Valkyrie, they would be shaking in their boots. The guard broke first, and Calla's lips curled up as she watched him bark orders for them to start moving. She was forced into place behind the leader and his 2 betas, in front of the 3 stallions that had been allotted for the prisoners, while 2 guards marched on her heels. Her movements were still stiff, but quicker, her magic a bit tired from so much friction. She knew it was no use resisting anymore anyway. Kestrel had screwed them all beyond repair. Rage built in her core with every step she took farther away from Delphine and closer to her version of the hells, the witch realms. Amina softly closed the door to Lyra's room and leaned back against it until it clicked all the way shut. Sabine was in the center of the room, ripping at the zipper of her jumpsuit with her sharp claws, impatient to finally get the heavy garment off. Amina's dress was already in shreds, making it easy for her to toss aside before swiftly pulling on a borrowed nightgown from Lyra's closet. "The game has changed," Amina declared to them both as she began to pace. Sabine had finished changing and now crossed her arms over her chest as she tracked Amina's path, rhythmically tapping the fingers of her left hand atop her bicep. Lyra was at one of their vanities, brushing out the thick russet waves of their hair, watching the others through the reflection in the mirror. "So, is revenge off the table?" Sabine complained. "I cleared my whole schedule for this." "Revenge is the least of our worries now." Amina went back over to her ripped-up dress, digging beneath the bodice and pulling out the folded document they had stolen before bringing it over to Sabine. The contract was nothing short of catastrophic. Amina wasn't sure if they could fully comprehend the implications of what they were looking at, and worse, she wasn't sure if the 3 of them truly knew what they were going up against anymore.
When she pried the two folded pieces of paper apart, something slipped out from between them and drifted down to the floor. Amina snatched up the small square of parchment and held it up between her and Sabine, stomach flipping a bit when her eyes scanned over the messy ink scrawled across it. "Lyra, you have to see this," Sabine called, tone serious. Serious Sabine was never a good omen. Lyra had gathered their shoulder-length strands and elegantly piled them atop their head. They secured their tresses with a swan-shaped comb before grabbing the letter from Sabine's outstretched hand. The parchment was yellowed, delicate, and Amina knew this letter hadn't been written recently. She guessed it was at least a century or two old by the material alone. Lined paper, its ribbed texture a sure sign that it was written before the last 100 years. It was the same sort of paper that was used in Lyra's priceless collection of the old texts of Aetherius. Amina had spent years helping Lyra collect a few volumes of the old texts in their search for the history of Illustros. The old texts were one of the most astonishing magic artifacts Amina had ever been in the presence of. The priceless tomes didn't just have the history of each continent they covered, but they had thousands of blank pages in the back where current events would appear as they happened. Volumes 1, 2, and 4 were about Aetherius' northern continents, and volumes 8, 9, and 10 only covered half the southern continents and islands, Illustros not included. Considering each volume cost a small fortune and the risk of being hunted down by others who wished to get their hands on them, it had been a rather slow pursuit to find them all. Amina couldn't help but wonder whether, if they had been able to get their hands on the one that included Illustros, maybe the information they were currently learning wouldn't be as shocking. Or if even the old texts wouldn't know about this. This undid every single bit of lore any of them had ever learned about the history of their people, and Amina's stomach churned to think of how fabricated their entire society must be, how many lies they had all swallowed directly from the Valkyrie Queen's hand. Lyra looked up from the letter with a solemn face. The contract was truth then, and the rivalry with the witches? Amina took the parchment back from Lyra's hand, reading the words once more. The letter wasn't long, but it certainly said enough. "Ignia, I find it quite amusing that in your endeavor to get your way, you have signed yourself up for such an egregious debt. Your newly gifted subjects may believe this is the decision of a benevolent ruler, but I wonder how they would feel if they knew that once the Fates' War is done and there are no witches left to reap, it will be their own souls that will have to pay the price you've agreed to. I look forward to that day. L." "Some things are making so much more sense," Sabine nodded. "The witches have never truly been the issue, have they? They were a means to an end. We always felt that. Only it doesn't end with them." Amina held up the contract she was still gripping in her other hand. "That selfish bitch. She has had Valkyries prematurely reaping souls to pay off her own debt, the damned tithe, all while knowing that the Fates' War will decimate at least half of the witches, and there won't be enough to sustain her soul quotas going forward. The witches' proximity to our land is the only reason we've been able to sustain the quotas so far. Look, there's a line in here about how Queen Ignia's people would have to bear their new role as reapers in order to keep their gifted magic." Lyra pointed at the second page of the contract with the Fates. "New role? What does that mean?" "Valkyries have been reapers of souls since the beginning of time," Sabine reasoned, "or so we've been taught." Lyra shook their head. "The old texts suggest it used to be the Fates who sorted souls in the afterlife, and considering they rule over the Valley of Souls, that would make sense. So when did Valkyries become involved? Something deeper is going on here, something that has to do with this war and the witch queens. If the war begins and the witches are devastated, it'll be reaped among the Valkyries," Sabine predicted, stretching her claws out subconsciously at the thought. "And all the Valkyries at the border are just preening every time a new rumor about the last blood warrior comes in. Little do they know." Speaking of rumors, Amina narrowed her eyes at Sabine. Did Melly have anything of substance to say at the reverie? No, Sabine said flatly, picking at her nails, clearly not interested in the subject of her gossip-mongering ex-girlfriend. Well, I hope you didn't piss her off too much, Amina commented nonchalantly. Sabine dropped her hand and scowled at her friend. And why would that matter? Because Melly's network of gossip is the most notorious in Valor, which means I need her to be pleasant when we visit her at the border tomorrow morning. When is Melly ever pleasant? Sabine grumbled. Glass houses, Sab, Amina said at the same time that Lyra chimed in. No. Amina narrowed her eyes. What do you mean, no? Amina, we are in way over our heads now. It changes everything. We need to lie as low as possible until we know if anyone saw us at the ball or what other information we could be missing here. Lyra's tone was firm. If not a single one of us has ever known the truth about the origins of the tithe, imagine what else we don't know. Which is exactly why we need to move as quickly as possible, Amina threw at them. We should visit the border and find out what they may know about the Blood Warrior and how much time we may have to warn everybody before the war starts. And if someone catches wind that we're snooping around for such information, someone who maybe saw something suspicious at the reverie, how long before they put two and two together? Lyra countered. So we should do nothing? I didn't say that, Lyra threw their hands up. I just said we should wait, feel things out first before we start involving anyone else. Maybe Lyra is right, Sabine inserted. We should wait things out a bit, get our plans together. The scale of this is too enormous for just 3 people to handle. You're only siding with them because you don't like that I brought up Melly, Amina accused. It's not just that, Amina. Sabine's jade eyes sparked with offense. We need to be rational about this. You started one scheme and uncovered an entire other beast. We need to regroup. Since when do you want to be rational? Amina looked at Sabine like the girl had suddenly grown a second, more responsible head. While the two of you lie low, I'll be doing something about all this. Amina turned to leave, but Lyra put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Why can't you just trust my decisions for once? Why can't you just trust me at all anymore? Amina argued. Lyra snatched her hand back and waved it in the air. You know what? If that's how you see it, good luck at the border. Good luck with resurrecting Ravenor, whatever else it is that you want to get yourself into. We aren't going. Fine, Amina told Lyra. With that, Amina stormed off to shut herself in her room and wait until she could move on with her plan in the morning. She didn't understand Lyra's priorities, but even more, she didn't understand how her friends had gone from jumping into everything with her, no safety net, to questioning every single motive she had. It made her feel like in the years they had been separated, they'd lost the bond that connected them equally. The way things used to be, if Amina flew into a storm, the other two would be right behind her, no questions asked. Now it felt like the two of them would just turn back and leave her to weather it alone. Amina lost no time the next day in heading to the largest reaping post on the border, a hub for all the Valkyries who needed to collect souls for their share of the quota each month. The first thing that surprised her when she arrived was how small the group of Valkyries on duty was. When she used to hang around the border, there would be almost 100 reapers buzzing around, drinking and making boisterous conversation while they waited for Valkyrie scouts to alert them of souls to reap nearby. The second thing that surprised her was Sabine and Lyra. The two Valkyries were currently standing a few yards from where she just landed, observing a couple who were either kissing or trying to see who could swallow the other one first. It was currently a draw. Gods help us all, Amina muttered to herself as she approached where Lyra and Sabine were now watching her warily. She crossed her arms when she halted in front of them. What are you doing here? Sabine bit her lip and looked at Lyra, nudging the other Valkyrie with her elbow when they didn't say anything for a few long seconds. I don't agree with this course of action, Lyra bit out, but we didn't want you to come alone. Don't think I can take care of myself? Amina questioned. I did it for 2 years without either of you in the forest. Oh no, Sabine heaved a sigh. Lyra snapped at Sabine. Oh yes, I told you this was going to happen. Then, turning back to Amina, they said, You know what I think your problem is? What's that? Amina fixed a smirk on her mouth she knew would infuriate Lyra. It did. You think your exile only happened to you. You were alone for so long, you only had yourself to make decisions for, and you didn't have to consider anyone else. And I get that, Amina, I really do. But your exile was not just your burden. You have no idea what it was like adjusting here without you. Amina was stunned. It took her a long moment to recover before she could say, It seems you've adjusted just fine without me. You don't want me to make decisions without telling you every single thought in my mind first, but the two of you will look to each other every time I bring something up. There's no space for me between you anymore. Because I'm worried you're going to do something that gets you taken from us again. And if we got used to you being here only for that to happen, I don't think even we would survive that a second time. Lyra exploded. Now all 3 of them stood there, startled. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Sabine collected herself first. I think we're all afraid to admit that we changed so much separately that we are scared we won't fit exactly how we used to anymore. And we won't. We're different people now, which is maybe painful to realize, but that doesn't mean we can't be something new. We keep telling each other we'll start over, but that concept hasn't seemed to stick quite yet. Amina sighed, I want to matter to you both as much as I did before. Amina, we sabotaged a royal event and stole highly classified documents from the Queen for you, Lyra deadpanned. You've never for a second stopped mattering. I know you struggle with not being able to lead, but our roles with one another have had to change, and if we're going to start over, we need to trust all our instincts. We need this to be a true collaboration. Amina took a deep breath. Lyra was right. She did struggle with not being able to lead, and maybe that's what led to her getting exiled in the first place, refusing to collaborate and throwing herself in hot water with no one around to help. Okay, Amina nodded. This is our new beginning. Lyra's body relaxed, and they reached out a hand in offering to Amina. Amina clasped it, a vow of acceptance. Sabine grinned beside them as they dropped their hands, and she threw her arms around both of their necks to force them into a brief group hug. Get a grip, Sabine, Lyra grumbled. Sabine ignored Lyra as she released them, saying, All right, enough of all that emotional crap. I'm craving violence. Amina flicked a glance around them, wondering if anyone had noticed that whole exchange, but the couple was oblivious to the entire world, and the only other people around them were several yards away playing a rowdy game of cards. Amina gestured her chin at the dozen or so Valkyries jostling one another around the makeshift card table they had made out of a large tree stump. Let's see if any of them know where Melly is. I don't think these two are coming up for air any time soon. Sabine's mood instantly soured at the sound of Melly's name, but she followed after Amina nonetheless, hooking her arm into the crook of Amina's as they walked. Excuse me, Amina said when they approached the group. Not a single person glanced her way. One of the Valkyries flipped a card into the center of the table, and a collective groan rang through the air. A man with long black hair and 2 steel bars through his left ear threw his hand of cards down on the table with a curse before standing and kicking the log he had been sitting on and stomping away. Another Valkyrie, this one a strawberry blonde with freckles scattered across their cheeks, greedily scooped up their winnings from the center of the tree stump as someone to their left punched them in the shoulder. Hello, Amina growled, her nerves prickling at being ignored. Still, no one paused. If anything, they only got louder, someone shouting curses over something that happened during the game, while two others were nearly about to throw punches were it not for the Valkyrie in the middle holding them away from each other. A crash echoed as someone shattered a glass mug of brown liquid against the trunk of a nearby elm tree. "That's enough," Sabine huffed, dropping Amina's arm to unsheath two unusually long throwing daggers. Before Amina could blink again, the daggers left Sabine's hands, a second pair already out and ready as the first set pinned a Valkyrie to a tree by his shoulders. The forest around them went deadly silent, except for the man's scream of agony. "Now that we have your attention," Amina said, a tight grin unfurling as she spoke, "we need to know where Melly is." "Amina?" someone asked in disbelief to her left. Amina's eyebrows rose when she spotted who had spoken. "Sydney! You're a reaper now?" Sydney had trained with their trio when they were younger. She was a quiet girl who made custom weapons in a little shop in the technical district. Baden, the girl's husband, had been a close childhood friend of Lyra's. "For about a year now," the former bladesmith said, as she got up from her spot in the circle and came over to them. Her voice lowered as she commented, "I hadn't heard you were back from." "I haven't been back long," Amina lied, "and I'd like to keep my return as quiet as I can for a while. No need to alert the gossip network." Sydney smiled slightly. "Well, there's been enough exciting gossip going around that I doubt you'd have to worry too much." "Oh yeah?" Sabine asked. "Like what?" "The final blood warrior has apparently been located," the girl shared, louder now. "There hasn't been a witch in sight for 2 weeks. Apparently Lysandra has pulled them back in preparation. Our reaping numbers have gone down drastically. The only souls anyone has collected recently were a few courtless fae who died passing through the Miroir Mountains. Which is not good, considering the queen raised the monthly reaping quota last night at the end of the reverie," the man with the steel bars in his ear chimed in from where he was eavesdropping, his words tight. "Most Valkyries had a specific season in which they reaped, alternating shifts throughout the year so the responsibility could be shared. Some Valkyries never reaped, and as long as the queen's numbers were met each month for the tithe, they weren't usually hassled about it. At every reverie, however, the season of reapers who had collected the most souls each year would receive a large payout from the queen, which meant most families had at least one reaper in hopes that they would be in the running for such a fortune." Amina prodded. "What's the new monthly quota?" 500 souls, Sydney declared. Amina and the others gaped. For the last century, it had only been 100 souls a month. 500? Sabine nearly choked. "Where the hells does she think you're going to find 500 souls to reap every month? Even if the witches were out here in droves, there's no way you could collect that many souls. That would be committing mass murder. It already nearly is," Sydney said, expression grave. "The witches have believed Valkyries are lawless, anarchist creatures who survive on bloodlust for centuries. The queen apparently figures there's no harm in perpetuating that notion now, as long as we meet our numbers." "Something is shifting," Amina nodded. Indeed it was. Lyra cleared their throat and asked Sydney, "Would you know where Melly is?" "Melly didn't show up this morning," said the Valkyrie pinned to the tree. "Everyone whipped their head toward him in surprise. They'd all forgotten he was there. Now, would someone mind helping me?" When no one rushed to help him, he cursed at them all colorfully. Sabine took her time heading over and collecting her knives, pulling each from his shoulders as he glared. She grinned the entire time. "Fine, we'll track her down at her house. Are we good, Slayers?" Amina looked to the others, making sure they were on board before she summoned her wings. Collaborating. The three of them were just about to take off when a rustle of leaves sounded above them, followed by the heavy thud of someone dropping to the ground. "Baden!" Sydney's tone was surprised as she went to her husband's side. "An entire horde of fae was just wiped out by a dragon in the Miroir Mountains," he told her, his hand absent-mindedly reaching up to touch the esprit hanging around his neck, the glow of its stone signaling that there were souls inside. "I collected as many as I could hold, but we need to—" His words cut off abruptly as his gaze caught on Amina. "Amina?" he asked, tone puzzled. "When did you get back?" Amina waved away his question. "Not important. What were you saying?" "We need to get moving if we want to collect those souls before they pass over," he told the group of spectators scattered around them. "Half of you can come with me, and the rest can head to the east base of the mountainside and check for any other casualties." The Valkyries began leaping into the air, sending gusts of wind swirling through the clearing as their wings carried them away. Sydney and Baden lingered behind. "If you hear anything else about the Blood Warrior rumors," Amina told Sydney. Sydney nodded. "No problem. Good luck with whatever you're up to." With that, Sydney and Baden bid the trio goodbye and took off after the rest of the Reapers. "Let's go find Melly," Amina prompted the others. "And if she doesn't have any answers?" Lyra asked. "If she can't give us any answers, we may have to resort to finding a witch." Amina's words stopped abruptly as something to the group's right suddenly flashed a bright, vibrant red. When the light dimmed, the three Valkyries blinked the spots out of their vision and peered at the ground in disbelief. A single red witch's die had spawned 2 feet away. Amina walked over and bent down to pluck the magical cube off the forest floor. A grin slowly stretched across her face as she looked back to her friends, rolling the die between her thumb and index finger. "Looks like we won't have to find ourselves a witch after all, Slayers. They're going to find us." Renil clinked a butter knife against a crystal goblet.
Ladies and gentle beings, the claiming is about to begin. Delphine was half drunk, standing in line with the other candidates for Rhyneal's shoal. A pair of twins with a kelpie hunting success rate that had apparently set records. A young man rumored to be related to one of the Sea King's own familial branches. And another young girl, barely a year or two older than Delphine, who was wearing a dress made completely of diamonds and pearls. Delphine's mother leaned down to hiss in her daughter's ear. "Stop picking at your nails. Stand up taller." Delphine dropped her hands and stiffened her spine. Rhyneal continued his speech at the head of the room. "Tonight, we have some incredible candidates for my shoal, and I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up for such a special occasion. As you may know, openings in my shoal are a rare, priceless position. The members of my court have the responsibility of upholding the quality of our long-celebrated traditions." Everyone in the Siren Sea knew this already, of course. Rhyneal just liked to reiterate it any time he had access to an audience who would tolerate his boasting. Delphine stole a glance back at her mother. The woman's perfect heart-shaped face, exactly what Delphine imagined her own would mature into soon. When Delphine grew up, they might have even looked like twins if not for her mother's left eye, once a bright silver, now a milky white color. "Now, before we begin," Rhyneal said, his booming voice cutting through Delphine's thoughts, "I'm afraid I have some terrible news. It is with a heavy heart that I must reveal that one of our candidates has committed an egregious offense against my rules." A low murmur settled over the room as everyone began to whisper to one another. Delphine felt her mother stiffen at her back as she looked over the other candidates in shock, wondering which of them Rhyneal could be talking about. They were all staring back at her. "Mother?" Delphine whispered. "Who do you think?" Her words trailed off. Deep in her gut, she already knew who Rhyneal was about to publicly accuse. "Opal de Lune," Rhyneal said with a mocking smile. "You and your daughter can step forward." Delphine was frozen as her mother pushed around her and strode toward Rhyneal. Before she could reach him, 2 of his guards blocked his path. Rhyneal's smile grew vicious. "What is the meaning of this, Rhyneal?" her mother hissed at the Siren as his lackeys pushed her back. "What are you talking about?" "You're a great actress, Opal," Rhyneal complimented her. "One of the best I've seen, in fact. Unfortunately for you, you're not very stealthy." "Mom?" Delphine whispered as she took a step forward. Rhyneal's eyes swung in Delphine's direction. "Come here, girl."
"No!" Her mother whipped around. "Get back in line, Delphine. This has nothing to do with her, Rainiel." "Then why is she wearing a hexed necklace around her neck? I have spies across the entirety of this sea and the never-ending forest. Did you really think you were going to get away with purchasing a persuasion spell without my knowledge?" The rapt onlookers gasped as their eyes all shifted to Delphine's pearl choker. Delphine reached up to grasp the necklace in protest. "No, this is a family heirloom," she said. "My mother would never—" "She would, and she did." Rainiel's tone had turned harsh now, his expression souring with each passing second. "She bought an illegal potion in order to charm the necklace so that it would sway my decision to claim you for my shoal. And now she will pay the price." Delphine's mother was seized by the two members of Rainiel's circle. They slammed Opal's knees to the ground as Rainiel pulled something from around his neck. An obsidian key! Delphine screamed, rushing forward, but someone wrapped their arms around her from behind. It was the man in the odd leather uniform who had warned her earlier in the hallway. "Let me go!" She beat her fists against his hold. He didn't budge. "Sorry, Moonlight," he whispered, and she was surprised to find that he did sound apologetic. "I promise you don't want to get in the middle of what's about to happen." Delphine felt a sob bubbling up in her throat as she watched Rainiel palm the tea he held. "You're not the only one who has access to hexed items," Rainiel declared. "An obsidian key is possibly one of the rarest artifacts from Noctum, the second continent. There are only 10 that have been forged, and they cost a small fortune, if you can track one down in the first place." "What are you going to do to her?" Delphine screamed at Rainiel, still struggling against her captor's clutches. "Leave her alone!" Rainiel continued as if Delphine had never spoken. "The best thing about an obsidian key is that it can unlock anything. It's why everyone covets them so much. What some people may not know, however, is that they can also lock certain things, including magic." Her mother let out a rageful scream as she yanked against the sirens restraining her. "You cannot do this! You have no right to sentence me to something like this without—" "You bought an illegal item, which means whatever punishment I see fit goes. You made a gamble. You lost. Now hold still. I've heard this hurts a bit." Delphine watched in utter horror as Rainiel moved behind her mother and jabbed the magic key right into the back of her mother's neck. Her mother let out a scream so piercing that a few of the guests' wine glasses shattered in their grasp. The sirens holding on to her mother let her slump forward as she writhed and twisted in pain. A foreboding, sickly glow began to emanate from where the key was inserted in her mother's skin as it began to slowly seal away her magic. Delphine had enough. She plunged her sharp teeth into the arm of the man holding her back, ripping through his leather shirt with a ferocity she didn't realize she was capable of. His vice-like grip instantly loosened, and she shoved him away, darting to where her mother was still screaming on the ground. Rainiel watched the entire ordeal with a cold expression. Delphine bared her teeth. "Make it stop!" Rainiel met her gaze evenly. "No." "What do you want?" Delphine begged. "I'll give you anything." "I want people in this room to remember what happens when you try to manipulate me. Your mother deserves to pay the price for trying to use dark magic to gain my favor and infiltrate something as precious as a claiming. Being sworn into a shoal is sacred. She violated that." Delphine could feel that she was on the verge of tears as she watched two men haul her thrashing mother up from the floor and drag her from the room. She didn't let any tears fall, however. She only lifted her chin and hurried after the men. Following them through 2 sets of doors until they were in a small, empty room, Delphine knelt by her mother's side the second the guards let her go. "Keep her here until after the ceremony," one of the guards told the other before leaving. Delphine paid them no mind. "Mom," she whispered, as her mother's thrashing finally slowed. "What can I do? He can't do this," her mother wept. "We'll find a way to get your magic back." Her mother's head shook vigorously. "I don't care about my magic. But now, you will never get into his shoal. It's over." "Why is it so important?" Delphine demanded. "Why does that matter to you?" Her mother's sad eyes shifted to her daughter's face. "When your father left, my mother told me I was a disgrace to our family, that I had never deserved that heirloom around your neck." Delphine reached up to brush her fingertips over the pearls at her throat. "Your father had an affair with one of Rainille's elites." Her mother made a face as the bitter words left her tongue. "I knew he didn't care about staying for me, but I hated that he left you. I wanted to show them all that I may not deserve that necklace, but you do. You will be my legacy, never his." Delphine grasped her mother's hand and squeezed it a single time. Before her mother could ask what she was doing, Delphine was storming out of the room, pushing past the guard and making her way back to the crowded ballroom. She slammed through the doors just as Rainille was about to perform the claiming ritual on one of the other candidates, the one who was related to the Sea King. Every head snapped to her as she rolled back her shoulders and strutted across the room. "What do you think you're doing?" Rainille sneered. Delphine smirked. "Offering you an opportunity not to be the most predictable person I've ever met." Rainille stepped away from the boy he was about to claim for his shoal and faced her fully, mouth set in a sharp line, waiting for her next move. Delphine gave them both a daring smile. "I'm a better bet than any other candidate in this room." Rainille huffed a laugh, and a few of the audience members followed suit. "That's quite a bold claim." Not a claim. Delphine reached up to take off the hexed necklace she was wearing. Rainille watched with rapt curiosity as she stuffed the necklace into a secret pocket in her dress, making sure it was not touching her skin so its magic could not work. Then Delphine began. "You're about to initiate someone into your shoal who's been spoon-fed luxury all his life and doesn't know the difference between a yell and a whisper. And I'd say he could just do grunt work, but I suspect he's never done manual labor a day in his life, given the lack of tone in his muscles." The candidate standing next to Rainille curled his lip at her in disdain, a retort on the tip of his tongue. But Rainille held up a silencing hand. The glint in the shoal leader's eyes told her he wanted her to continue. Delphine pointed at the twins next. They're spies. If one of them had been claimed, the other was going to take whatever intel they gained back to their other shoal. I overheard them at another claiming a couple months ago while I was hiding out in the powder room. I didn't recognize them at first with their new hair color, which, by the way, is ghastly." Delphine snorted. "Bright red does absolutely nothing for your complexions." Rainille took a step toward her now. "Go on." Delphine slid her gaze to the horrified girl dressed in diamonds next to the twins, who were now both rotating between a string of colorful curses and fearful pleas for mercy as two guards hauled them away. The last Siren in the sparkly dress looked at Delphine with terror, wondering what dirt Delphine might be about to dredge up on her. "Nothing is really wrong with her," Delphine shrugged. "She's just not very clever," which can hardly be considered a crime among some of the present company. Delphine heard a sharp laugh from somewhere over Rainille's shoulder, but she resisted a satisfied smile. "Do you think petty gossip is really worth a spot in my shoal?" Rainille narrowed his eyes. "We both know what abilities are valued here, and if it takes going one by one through each person in this room and revealing every secret I've been able to pick up just by sipping while walking around and listening, I'll do it." Renil stared at her for a long, thoughtful moment. "I will not reinstate your mother's magic. In fact, she will be banned from the premises, effective immediately. Which means if you are claimed, you will never see her again. Is that something you're willing to give up?" "No!" she wanted to scream. She knew she had to play this situation carefully. Her mother had taught her winning the war mattered more than winning a single battle, and she was her mother's legacy. "Good," Delphine told him. "If she's gone, I'll be able to prove that claiming me never had anything to do with a magic necklace. Send her away." "I'm not leaving." The instant Renil's lips tipped up at the corners, Delphine knew she had won. Delphine was covered in something warm and heavy that hadn't been there when she'd fallen asleep. She shoved away the blanket as she sat up and rubbed her eyes, shaking off the unwelcome dream that had plagued her sleep. Renil must have come back in the very late hours of the night, which was no doubt normal for the Siren, and she was surprised to find he had left her to sleep unbothered. She tiptoed from the sitting area toward the archway that led into the bedroom and found the man sprawled out on his back across the giant bed. For a moment, she thought it foolish that he'd be so willing to sleep in such close proximity to her, given their history. He probably considered the guards on the outside of the room's entrance more than enough of a deterrent, since she was the only viable suspect if he got murdered in his slumber. It was still so tempting. Her gaze roamed over the sharp features of his sleeping face, down his neck, until they landed on the black key hanging out of the collar of his shirt. If she just reached out and grabbed it, he would kill her in an instant. The obsidian key would be able to break her siren's oath. In the harrowing days after Delphine had vowed her oath to Renil, when she realized how big a mistake she had made, she'd found herself lost in daydreams of him gifting her that key once she redeemed herself, imagining she would never have to belong to anyone but herself ever again. Lying here now, noting how his mouth was set in a scowl even in his rest, she knew she had been such a naive little girl. She slowly backed away to head for the front room. She was playing a long game. She was out of the cell, sleeping in his room. She would get that key. She just had to wait for the perfect opportunity. And then she could unlock the tracking ring from her finger and unbind herself from her siren's oath. "And where are you going?" a gruff voice said from behind her. Delphine turned and watched as his eyes peeled open. "I was going to the bathroom, unless you'd like me to ruin your expensive couch." "Preferably not," he said dryly, sitting up. "I see you managed to make yourself a tad less disheveled last night. Good. You were beginning to look like a sea witch." Delphine tensed at the insult to her appearance. "It isn't my fault that weeks of torture and staying in a dungeon took a toll on my beauty routine." Renil grunted. "Well, I need you to stay looking presentable now that I've set things into motion with my circle. I have a new wardrobe being delivered for you this morning, in fact." "You've already begun telling people I'm here?" she asked. "Better to get ahead of the whispers before the guards at the door start spreading rumors." He smirked. "A good reminder for tonight if you want to stay here, pet. I want to control the narrative. Don't tell a soul anything other than what we discuss. Understood?" "I am not your pet," she asked, tone sharp. "What's tonight?" Something harsh glinted in his gaze as he stood and grabbed her chin, forcing it down so she had no choice but to look him directly in his eyes. "Tonight, I have a very important dinner with my shoal, and I think it's prudent that you attend." "I always look good," she said automatically, ripping her chin out of his hold. "Okay, then you need to look delicious." He reached out and brushed a bit of her hair away from her cheek, and it took everything in her not to cringe away. "You should think about growing your hair out again. I liked when it was long." So had her mother. The first thing Delphine had done when she got to Estrella was chop it all off. It had been short ever since. You want me to look delicious?" She resisted the urge to vomit as she said that word. "Are you trying to make someone jealous tonight?" "No. I just know that before I get to explain my version of events, the only version of events, to my peers about why you left, they're going to make their own conclusions among themselves first. I was to make sure there's a clear visual explanation of why I might have let a traitor back into my life until I can set the record straight." With that, he stepped away from her and strode across the room to the large wardrobe that took up half the north-facing wall. She didn't press for any more information after that, trying to fight down the acid crawling up her throat as she walked to the bathroom and shut the door. She only needed to get through another week and a half with him. That's when the blood moon would be burning in the night sky, and Zephyr's claiming ceremony would distract Ranil enough for her to go through with her plans. The idea had come to her in the interim between Celeste's visits, after she had learned of Zephyr's ambition to be promoted to Ranil's inner circle at the claiming. If Zephyr's Siren's oath was broken, Ranil would be too heavily engrossed in the task to realize what she was up to. Delphine had witnessed a Siren's oath being severed once before, which was all she needed to know that both Sirens who participated in the ritual would be incapacitated for a few minutes from the amount of magic it took. Less than 10 minutes to be exact. She would have 10 minutes to grab the key around Ranil's neck when he would be too preoccupied to use her Siren's oath to drain her magic and stop her. Part of Delphine worried it was too ludicrous of a plan to work, but another part of her knew she would risk everything to try. The satisfaction of getting to snap that key off Ranil's neck would be worth the risk alone. A firm knock on the bathroom door brought her out of her thoughts. Before she could say, "Come in," Ranil was already pulling the door open and stepping up behind her, their gazes clashing in the mirror. "I think you'll like the outfit I picked for you," he told her. "It comes with shiny accessories." Delphine made herself smile as she turned to face him and the garment bag he was holding up. He unzipped the bag, and she had to swallow the gasp bubbling up in her throat as she saw what was inside. It was stunning. The one-shouldered dress was made entirely of silvery netting that was strung with opalescent pearls and had strategically placed shells to cover the areas she would want to be more modest. There was a small pouch dangling from the top of the hanger that Ranil reached to open with his empty hand, loosening the bag's drawstrings to pluck out a matching pair of earrings and a shell comb for her hair. "Put these on." She took the pieces of jewelry from him and turned back to the mirror, setting the comb on the counter as she fastened the pearl drop earrings into her lobes. "Exquisite," Ranil murmured as he brushed his fingers across the back of her neck, over the cursed tattoo she had just exposed there. When she met his gaze in the mirror once more, she nearly rolled her eyes at what she saw. Ranil had always doted on Delphine more than the others when she was young because of the way he thought of her, like a prized trophy. Something pretty to place behind glass for everyone else to see and covet, but that no one except him could access. "I need to get dressed," she told him. "When you're ready, you can meet me on the terrace for breakfast," he told her. He set the garment bag on the counter and left her alone to change. She took a deep breath. Just another week and a half. That's it. She wondered how long it had been for Hannah and Calife, if it was only mere hours that they were without her while she had been here for weeks. A part of her hoped that was the case. Hoped they didn't have to worry about her for too long. Another part of her knew that meant Hannah's promise to come for her was obsolete. She was going to claw her way out of this on her own, for the final time. It took less than 5 minutes for someone to show up after the dice appeared. The man, the boy, was an onyx witch with long navy hair and the onyx guild crest pinned to his chest plate. He strode through the forest with purpose, body tense as he searched for the item that called to his magic. "Looking for this?" Amina asked, tossing the red cube up in the air and catching it leisurely as she stepped from the shadows of the trees. The witch ground to a halt, whipping out a pair of twin blades at the sight of her, though Amina noted his hands shook a bit where he grasped the blades' hilts. She unfurled a wicked grin, the one she wore any time she had to be the Valkyrie in front of witches or any other beings that the mask was required for. The boy paled a bit. "Hand it over, soul stealer," the witch demanded, with as much confidence as he could muster. Amina bared her teeth. "And who are you to give me demands? From where I'm standing, I hold your fate in my hands, witch." She tossed the die again to punctuate her words. "I don't want to fight," he told her, despite the twin blades he still held up between them. Amina stepped closer to him, and he tensed, fear gleaming in his sable eyes. She almost felt bad for the whelp. He clearly wasn't yet trained, regardless of his weapons and uniform, and she was sure if it weren't for his immortality, his heart would have already given out. Unfortunately for him, that made him the perfect target. "Your affiliation with the Onyx Queens Guild says otherwise." She traced a single sharp nail over the silver pin on his chest, ignoring how the points of his swords were mere inches from her heart. "I've only just joined," he rushed out hastily. "My coven suffered from a bad dragon raid last year, and we needed the compensation from the queen. I don't care about our rivalry. I don't want to hurt you." She tilted her head back and laughed. "You couldn't hurt me even if you had been training for the last decade, witch. The egos you and your brethren will never cease to amaze me." The thought of the Onyx Prince and their hasty bargain flitted across her mind for a brief moment. "Please," he begged, a bead of sweat forming at his temple while his gaze slid to the die. The longer he went without taking the cursed cube, the worse his magic would make him feel. Amina had seen witches tortured with a newly spawned die many times before, until they were a writhing mess on the ground, willing to do anything to make the agony stop. "I'll give you the die as soon as you give me the information I need," she told him. The witch only pressed his lips together. "Okay," she said slowly, narrowing her eyes. "How about you give me the information I need, or I'll rip your heart out." "What information?" he questioned cautiously, his body starting to tremble slightly the longer he went without claiming the die. "There are rumors," Amina began, tone sharp, serious, "about the last blood warrior. Have you heard them?" "Everyone in the witch realms has," he nodded. "They said it's a girl, a siphon. The rumors hailed from the Rouge realm over the last few days. I've heard your fellow guild members have been scarce around here since. Why?" He pressed his lips firmly together once more. "Tell me, witch," Amina leaned in to place her mouth next to his ear. "Do you think my threats aren't serious?" Amina dug the claws of her right hand into his leather breastplate, enough to scare him into action. As he sliced clumsily through the air with his swords, Amina heard the whoosh of Sabine's daggers flying out behind her, cutting right through the witch's wrists, making him drop the twin swords. He screamed in pain, and Amina extracted her hand from his chest and latched onto his neck instead, keeping him upright. She watched as his eyes widened at the sight of Sabine stepping out of the trees behind her. Lyra was no doubt in the canopy of branches above them. "Please," he choked out, "I don't know that much. I'm in the lower ranks. All I know is that Queen Lysandra pulled back most of the legions to the inner cities." "Then why are you still out here?" Amina questioned. "She left all the new recruits on standby here at the border. We were given orders not to interact with any," he swallowed, "Valkyries. We haven't even been through more than a month of training." Amina looked over her shoulder to Sabine. "The queen is preparing for war," Amina thought. The glimmer in Sabine's eyes told Amina she thought the same. Poor thing. Amina's voice was saccharine as she turned back to the boy. Your queen left you to be slaughtered by the big bad Valkyries. Having to follow orders must be terrible." The boy only stared, and what Amina had just said suddenly dawned on her. Wait. She looked down to the red die still in her left hand. Following the queen's orders means you would have made all your rolls. The boy squirreled in her grip now. Which means there's no reason for you to have been compelled to find the spawned witch's die, Sabine concluded. Why would you stay here then, if you are not yet bound to her demands? Amina dropped her mask a bit, her tone curious now. Why wouldn't you all get out of the witch realms while you still could if you know what's going on and aren't bound by the magic of your rolls? The boy didn't answer, and Amina nearly snarled, tightening her hold on his neck with impatience. It would ruin the operation, he gasped out finally. What operation? Amina demanded, loosening her grip a bit so it was easier for him to talk. There are these witches in the guild that started a plan to fake everyone's final rolls. Usually, the rolls are mandatory when you join, but Amina found herself saying, Wait. The witch didn't pause his walking. Who were the witches who started this operation? Do you know their names? She wasn't quite sure why she cared, but something in the back of her mind needled her to get the answer. The boy hesitated. Want knives through your eyes? Sabine threatened, waving a blade in the air. I suggest you answer the question. I'm not sure who's been helping him, the boy told them, but I know one of the witches was a beta for some big-shot commander, Caspian Ironside. Amina sucked in a breath, and the witch finally turned and sprinted away, deep into the shadows of the forest. By the time the group made it to the final stretch of the forest, Caspian and the others had been watching Calla walk for almost 4 hours without a break. Cass knew the siphon just enough to tell that the expression on her face was carefully blank, refusing to let any of the guards have the satisfaction of seeing her look uncomfortable. One sideways glance at Gideon, sitting on the horse next to him, however, told Cass just how exhausted Calla must be. Calla had not once looked back at Gideon during the trek, though it was hard for Cass to believe she couldn't feel the prince's stare burning a hole in her back. As the guards leading the pack ahead of them dispersed for a water break, Cass watched as Calla finally glanced over her shoulder. Gideon tilted his head at the girl in silent question, and Calla gave a single nod in answer. The prince's shoulders dropped a bit, as some of the concern melted out of his body. Cass looked away as the pair continued their silent conversation, turning his attention to where Hannah was slumped against their horse's neck, her arms still tied behind her. He felt a sudden surge of relief that the two of them had each other through this entire ordeal. It wasn't that he didn't think he could rely on Calla or Gideon in general, just that the two of them had so much on their shoulders at the moment that they, understandably, couldn't take on any more from anyone else. All right, let's get moving again, the leader announced as the guards who had been out finding water finally returned to the group. Only 2 of the guards weren't returning as calm as they had left. Instead, they were both utterly disheveled as they paused to catch their breaths and dropped an armful of canteens onto the ground with heavy thuds. What in the hells is wrong with the 2 of you? The leader asked. A black rabbit, one of them panted, chasing us. But it wasn't a rabbit. It was some kind of demon, the other guard explained. Its eyes were red. And Calla rolled her eyes from where she was shifting her weight from foot to foot. Don't tell me, my Reyes guards are scared of a little bunny? Of course, she and the others knew very well that it wasn't just a bunny, but the look on Calla's face said that she was itching for a fight, and Cass couldn't blame her. If he didn't have a handkerchief stuffed into his mouth, he probably would have made the same joke. Shut the hells up! The first guard twisted around to bare his teeth at the siphon. We should have gagged her, the second guard added. Try it, Gideon inserted, his deep voice like the calm before a storm. Caspian knew that voice well, and knew the guards should heed the warning laced beneath if they had any sense of self-preservation. Apparently they did, because the witches hesitated now, their eyes glossing over a bit as they soaked in the prince's threat. "Enough," the leader broke in. "Pick up those canteens and get back in line. We don't have time for any more of this nonsense." "But the first guard continued. "If you mention anything about a God's-forsaken rabbit one more time," the leader threatened him, "I'll leave you both here to find your own way out. Understand? You should know better than to invoke the attention of the beings in this forest. Ignore them, and be thankful if they choose to ignore you. Now move." The two guards scrambled to bend down and collect the water containers they had dropped, throwing Calla looks of disdain in turn as they began to hand them out. One of the guards approached Caspian and Hannah with a canteen, relieving both witches of the cloth gags still tied around their faces in order to awkwardly dribble a few gulps of the cool liquid into their mouths. Next, they moved on to Kestrel and Gideon, saving Calla for last. As the guard stopped before her and leaned in with the canteen, he spoke just loud enough for those close by to hear. "I hope the queen lets us watch as she spills your cursed blood across the palace floors." Caspian tightened his fists at the heinous words, but Calla didn't respond. She simply tilted her head back and accepted the drink, and then spewed the liquid right into the guard's face. Caspian let out a surprised yelp of laughter. The guard was frozen in shock for a moment before he collected himself and went to lunge forward. The guard's leader grabbed a fistful of the witch's shirt and yanked him away before he could reach Calla. "You got a death wish, boy? She's a siphon." The leader threw the guard to the ground. "You let one little girl rile you up, and you can't control yourself? Pathetic." Calla folded her arms across her chest as the enraged grunt seethed at his leader's feet. The rogue witch spun on her next.
"You better enjoy the next day of your life, because when our queen gets her hands on you, it will be your last," he spat. Calla smiled grimly at the man. It wouldn't be the first time Maria made an attempt to get rid of me, and as you can see, that didn't work out for her very well, did it? The Rouge leader looked like he was about to say something else when a rustling sound snagged his attention. Caspian turned his head to see where the noise had come from, but the forest around them sank into a suspicious quiet. "Move out," the leader demanded, throwing Calla and the rest of them one final sneer before heading to the front of the group. As everyone prepared to resume their trek, something caught Caspian's attention in the same direction as the rustling moments before. He squinted into the shadows of the forest a few yards away, but nothing was there. The group started forward, the horse shifting beneath him as if it were uneasy. The back of his neck began to prick, and he had the unsettling feeling that they were being watched. "The forest barrier is right ahead," the Rouge leader called out to the group. Caspian jolted awake at this announcement. He straightened up from where he was slumped against Hannah's back, stretching out his limbs and wiping the little bit of drool from the corner of his mouth. He knew he must have been worn out, since he couldn't even remember drifting off. "Sorry, hon," he told the little witch as she rolled the ache of his weight out of her shoulders. "It's all right," she whispered to him. "You need the rest before whatever is about to happen." "This is such bullshit," Caspian muttered back. "Kestrel is such a goddamned prick. If we get out of this, I'm gonna kick his ass. I just don't understand how he could do this to you and Gideon. He has no loyalty to Calla, I get that, but to betray both of you?" Hannah shook her head. "And how could he not have known to never trust a witch queen?" "His jealousy has poisoned his view of everything," Cass explained. "He was never going to get over Gideon. Calla just happened to be the perfect scapegoat. As for the queen, I imagine a good bit of ego was involved there. But Gideon and Calla weren't even whatever they are now when he left." Cass sighed. "Whatever they are is still not an excuse for what Kestrel's done.
But I have no doubt what Gideon has in store for the bastard will be worse than anything I could wish upon Kestrel myself." Hannah's brows knit as she threw a glance over her shoulder at him. "I'm afraid none of us will make it out of this to even see that justice." "We're going to make it out of this," he assured her, though his voice didn't sound as confident as he was wishing it would. "I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my promise to Delphine." Hannah's eyes began to fill with tears now, and Caspian brought his hands up to wipe away a stray droplet that fell down her cheek. "We're going to make it out of this. We're going to get Delphine back. I haven't known Calla for long, but I know she will never stop fighting for either of you, especially after Ezra. Something changed in her the moment he died. We all witnessed it. I don't know what her power is building up to, but I have a feeling if everyone keeps pushing her to the edge, we're soon going to find out. Hopefully, Kestrel is the first to get a taste." "We're going to fight for you too, Cass. You know that, right?" Hannah whispered to him. Caspian gave her a reassured smile. "It's why I'm still here, Blondie." Hannah returned his smile before twisting back around and realizing they were slowing to a halt. They had reached the barrier. "Once we pass through, we are heading directly to the storm gutters." The head guard turned his stallion around to address the group. "The Queen has arranged for carriages to take us back to the Rouge realm. Can't risk anyone in the Onyx territories recognizing such a high-profile member of their court." The latter was directed toward Gideon. "The second we step into the Onyx realm, I am granted clemency. The Rouge Queen has no jurisdiction over any Onyx witches as long as we are in our own realm." Gideon glowered at the man. "And who's going to enforce that law if no one knows you're there?" The leader grinned smugly. "Besides, would you really take the clemency and leave the rest of your friends to fend for themselves? Run home to Mommy while they're all marched back to the Rouge realm? Does Lysandra even know you've been harboring one of the most wanted beings in Illustros?" Gideon's fists clenched for a moment before he raised his palms and let out a massive blast of power toward the front line of Rouge witches, knocking 6 of them to the ground as if they were made of playing cards. Hannah and Caspian barely had time to tense before 3 of the guards recovered and seized the prince with their magic. "Knock him out!" the leader ordered. "I'm not dealing with this for the rest of the trip." Before Gideon could protest, Hannah watched his face pale 3 shades as one of the Rouge witches manipulated his blood flow away from his brain. The prince held on at least 30 seconds longer than Hannah expected, his eyes wildly looking around for something, no, someone. But it was too late. Gideon's body hit the forest floor a second before Calla's. The storm gutters were exactly as Hannah had imagined they would be. A place of insidious chaos, with 20-foot obsidian walls surrounding the 6 alleys that were lined with strips of brick buildings. The Rouge realm had its bone brothels, the Terror realm had its venom dens, and the Onyx realm had the storm gutters. If the Starlight Inn in Estrella was a base for petty gambling, the storm gutters were the pinnacle of high-stakes risk. "Load them into the carriages. Put the siphon with those 2. The head guard pointed between Hannah and Cass. "And I think we should leave the prince with his commander." The leader smirked at his guards. "That ought to be a fun ride." It didn't surprise Hannah in the slightest that Marea's guards would have a flair for drama. And putting Gideon and Kestrel together would be drama. Whenever Gideon regained consciousness, that is. The guards came over to assist Hannah and Cass off their horse, shepherding them to one of the 5 massive carriages waiting near the mouth of the storm gutter's entrance. The guards waited for them both to climb inside, their movements made awkward by the fact that their hands were still bound. A minute later, one of the guards heaved Calla's limp body into the cab of the carriage and placed her on the floor at Hannah's and Caspian's feet. The guard slammed the door shut behind them, and Hannah heard a small click as the lock slid into place. "Assholes," Cass muttered, then gestured for Hannah to turn around so her back was toward him. "Time to get these restraints off." It took a minute for Cass to get her knots loosened, since they were back to back and he was unable to see what he was doing. But as soon as she could slip her wrists out of the ropes, Hannah returned the favor. When his hands were finally free, Cass leaned down to scoop Calla up and place her onto the black leather bench opposite the one he and Hannah were perched on. Hannah watched as the onyx witch gently tucked Calla's arms over her stomach and smoothed away the hair from her face before settling back down in his seat. The carriage began to roll forward. The clip-clops of the two horses pulling the iron contraption echoed outside. "To the Rouge Realm," Caspian sighed as he leaned his head back against the carriage wall. "We are in such deep shit." Hannah nodded in agreement and sat back as well. Cass moved to wrap an arm around her shoulder, tucking her in to his side, as they both yawned in sync. "Might as well get some rest," he murmured. "It may be the last time we do." A shiver ran down Hannah's spine at his words, and as she leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes, she hoped that when she woke up, this would have all been one long nightmare. Though she had a feeling the real nightmare had yet to begin. Kestrel waited anxiously as Gideon's breathing slowly regulated over the past 5 hours, the sunlight getting more and more dim as the carriage crawled closer to their destination. The commander was sitting pin straight, muscles coiling tighter and tighter the closer the prince came to waking up. When Gideon's eyelids began to flutter, Kestrel held his breath. Gideon cursed as he blinked his eyes open, sitting up with effort. The prince glanced around a bit, trying to assess where he was, before his eyes finally locked on Kestrel. "Fucking fantastic," he grunted, heaving himself up to scoot as far away from Kestrel as he could get. "Good morning to you too, sunshine," Kestrel said dryly. "Where the fuck are we?" Gideon demanded. "Where's, I suggest," Kestrel began, his voice carefully even, "you use a nicer tone if you want answers from me." "Kestro," Gideon said, his voice deeper, darker than Kestrel had ever heard it before. Every syllable of his name on the prince's lips dripped with disdain. "I suggest, if you don't want me to rip your throat out for what you've done, you don't agitate me right now." A crack of thunder resounded through the small cabin, and a rhythmic patter of rain began beating on the outside of the window. Kestrel laughed quietly, the sound haunting even to his own ears. "We're on our way to Myria's palace, I presume. The others are in a separate carriage. The guards are afraid of keeping you and the siphon too close to each other. Use her name or don't speak of her at all," Gideon warned. The two men glared at each other in silence. Kestrel wasn't sure how long went by as the quiet between them grew more and more hostile while the storm outside brewed into a tempest. It was Kestrel who broke first. "I didn't mean for any of this to—" "Yes, you did," Gideon seethed, his jaw flexing with the strain of keeping his rage on a leash. The picture of the ever-composed Onyx Prince, just as Kestrel had trained him to be. "If you didn't mean for this to happen, you wouldn't have betrayed us. Betrayed me, to the Rouge Queen of all people." "I couldn't go to Lysandra," Kestrel reasoned. "She would have stripped Caspian and me of our ranks, not to mention find some way to blame this on Ezra failing Myria's mission, I'm sure. Myria and Ezra already had a deal. I figured going to her would absolve him of his failure, and then we could all go home. At Calliope's expense? At Hannah and Delphine's expense? And Ezra," Gideon's words choked off, and Kestrel furrowed his brow. "Where is Ezra?" Kestrel asked suspiciously. "Why isn't he with you all? He wouldn't have left the girl behind any more than you would have at this point." "He did leave her, and the rest of us, behind. Just like you did. But unlike you, he didn't do it to betray anyone." Gideon's tone was hollow, and Kestrel couldn't read whatever emotion the prince was carefully holding at bay. Well, at least he got out while he could. Unlike you, you've let that girl lead us straight into—" Before Kestrel could finish his sentence, Gideon lunged forward and pressed his forearm against Kestrel's throat. "If you think I'm going to let you blame anyone else but yourself for this turn of events, you've lost your damned mind," Gideon said. Kestrel waited calmly as he watched the obsidian ink of Gideon's irises swallow any hint of silver. This isn't her fault. This isn't Ezra's fault. This is your fault. And I hope one day, when you're burning in hells for this, your guilt consumes you before the inferno can. I can assure you it won't, Kestrel rasped out as he slammed his fist into Gideon's gut, forcing the prince back to the other side of the carriage. Because let's be honest, Myria might have double-crossed me in our deal, but I know she's going to let you go. Lysandra would rip her apart otherwise. And I will never feel guilty for trying to get you home. It doesn't really matter what Myria would or wouldn't do to me, Kestrel. What don't you get about that? Calliope, how the hells was I supposed to know you would go and get yourself soul-bonded to her? Kestrel finally lost his temper, his teeth bared as he punched the wall of the carriage. That wasn't the plan. You were supposed to undo your roles while I made my bargain with Myria, and then they were supposed to take the girl, and we were supposed to go back. And what? Gideon laughed darkly. Be together? Live happily ever after? You don't know me very well if you think I would ever be okay with you doing something like this. What you've done is despicable. I did it to save you. Kestrel leaned forward and pinned Gideon's shoulders back, his face hovering barely an inch from the prince's. You can hate me all you want, but at least I was trying to keep you alive. What has she done to get you out of this mess? Getting yourself soul-bonded to her has all but guaranteed your death. You think I planned for that to happen? Believe me, the whole bond together part wasn't even in the realm of possibilities I could have ever imagined. Besides, she is hell's bent on severing the bond. Because Calliope isn't selfish or evil or whatever else you've made up about her in your head. A flash of silver darted through Gideon's eyes when he said the girl's name. But that's not the point, and you know it. I never would have asked you to do this. I'm not deluded enough to think you would have approved. Kestrel leaned back. But being the villain in her story would have been worth being the savior in yours. Gideon's face went slack with shock before he shoved himself away from the other witch. You will never be my savior. Kestrel laughed bitterly, fists clenched at his sides. I see that now. I realized it the first time I saw you two together, honestly, but I was hoping maybe everything we've shared would be enough to keep you. But nothing is enough, is it? I'll never be enough. This isn't about you, Kestra. It's never been about you. It's about what I needed. And I didn't need you controlling my life or my thoughts the same way my mother always has. And what about her is it that you need? Your shared curses? I noticed you still have your numbers, which means something went very wrong. Gideon said nothing. I've seen soul bonds before, Gideon, Kestrel continued. I knew it the second that guard cut you and she bled, that someone screwed up with the witch-eater. It was me who screwed up, Gideon admitted. How does it feel to hear that? Calliope isn't the reason she and I are bound together with these curses, so you can hold on to whatever grudge you have against her, a grudge she's done nothing to deserve. But you're going to have to come to terms with the fact that I'm not perfect. Despite your training, despite all the plans you and my mother have made up in your heads for my future, I'm not perfect. Gideon's words grew thicker and thicker as he spoke. his pointed accusations morphing into what sounded like a confession. And it was, in a way. Gideon had always needed to do everything himself, to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders alone. Kestrel had never meant to add to that, but he knew he had expected and exhorted an amount from Gideon, not only as his beta, his second in command, but as his romantic partner as well. Maybe that's what had driven Gideon away, and made him come up with this whole asinine mission in the first place. Kestrel was aware that he couldn't blame Calla forever, but it was much easier to go on hating her than hating himself for being the person who pushed Gideon to his breaking point. "I don't understand why you didn't just ask for help," Kestrel said quietly. "When have I ever asked for help, Kestrel? This is different," Kestrel insisted, doubling down. "You swore that you knew what you were doing, but you were keeping secrets. You swore that you weren't the Heartbreak Prince. Is that what's important to you right now?" Gideon scoffed. "That I may have lied about such an insignificant detail?" "It isn't insignificant to me." Gideon laughed now. "Well, fine. I didn't actually know if I was or not. I suspected it was Ezra, and I was wrong."
Does that make you feel any better? The girl has the heartbreak curse too, then? Kestrel concluded. You've always been good at puzzles. You know, Kestrel said, feeling a cruel smile turning up at the corners of his lips. For someone who has always been afraid to fall in love, you really chose the one person who guarantees you'll have a disastrous end. You're assuming I love her, don't you? Kestrel locked their gazes. The question hung between them for an excruciating minute before Gideon finally spoke again. My heart is still in my chest, isn't it? Semantics. Kestrel waved the question away with frustration. The time and method it takes for the heartbreak curse to take your heart is arbitrary. The consequences of curses are never black and white. Hells, if Myrea decides to rip the girl's heart out when we arrive, she could complete the curse before the sun sets again. And whose fault would that be? Gideon gritted out. Kestrel punched the bench cushion. I get it, Gideon. The irony that I did all this to save you, and instead it's about to damn you, isn't lost on me. But tell me, Kestrel curled his lips back, before we get to the Rouge realm and find out our fates, because I'm sure my fate will end with you never speaking to me again. What's the secret? What is it that she has that none of the rest of us do? Gideon shook his head, his words laced with finality. I'll never have the answer you're looking for, Kestrel. Maybe it's the tragedy of our shared curses. Maybe the fates really do have more pull than any of us want to believe. Or maybe they don't, and this convoluted mess is why I found her. I don't understand. She was nothing to you a few weeks ago. Kestrel shook his head, eyes pricking with pain. Things change, Kestrel. I'm not the same person I was even a day ago, and the sooner you realize that, the sooner you can find peace. Kestrel swallowed and looked away. When he had been waiting for Gideon to wake up, he'd expected the rage, the fighting. But he hadn't imagined this steady finality that hurt worse than any hit or knife he had ever taken. He could feel the cracks in his heart spread with every word. Veins pulsed the same gilded color all the way up her arms and straight to her heart, sealing the oath there. All right, Amina nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your cooperation. And if you hear anything else, you'll be the first to know, Melly assured her. Ready? Amina asked the others, and Lyra headed toward the exit without hesitation. Sabine, however, lingered. Melly, I'm tired, Sabine, Melly said pointedly. We will talk, Sabine vowed. One day. Melly didn't respond, but Amina saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Amina waited for Sabine to walk ahead of her before following the blonde out. Amina and the others didn't say a word as they soared through the warm skies.
Amina took the silent flight as an opportunity to admire valor down below. She had always loved the way the city appeared from above, like three overlapping moons dotted with marble and gold buildings that looked like stars. She also loved the way the Miroir Mountains glittered on the horizon, the mirror-like crystals embedded in its peaks casting rainbows into the sky when the sun hit them just right. As the trio dove in for their landing on the front steps of Lyra's manor, Amina spotted something waiting for them by the front door. Amina snatched the thick envelope from where it was stuck to the entrance, ripping through the Valkyrie Queen's wax seal with a shaky hand. She pulled out the letter and unfolded it with lightning speed, Lyra and Sabine crowding in next to her to read the scrawled text. Dearest Amina, welcome home from exile. I think it's time we get reacquainted. The palace, tonight, at dusk. Leave your pets at home. Queen Ignia. The only thing getting Delphine through the dinner party were the 6 glasses of fairy wine she drained during the 8-course meal and the platter of sticky buns sitting in front of her. She'd already sat through an hour of toasts from various members of Renyel's shoal eulogizing their leader's incredible enterprise, followed by a grating barrage of questions on why Delphine thought she deserved to be in their presence. By the time dessert was being served, she had almost lost her will to continue through the night. That's when the sticky buns arrived. Your favorite, Renyel said, one corner of his mouth lifting. I requested them just for you. Halfway through her first bun, Renyel had dismissed himself and the others to mingle in the drawing room next door for after-dinner cocktails. Delphine was grateful for the reprieve from the hostile glares and pointed questions. Now she was working on her 4th bun, icing coating her fingertips, when someone asked her a question. What? She asked with a mouthful of pastry, looking up in surprise, head buzzing a bit from the ambrosia. She thought everyone had left the dining room. I asked if those were any good. A coal-eyed Siren watched her display with amusement as he pulled a chair out across from her and sat down. But the absolute euphoria on your face answered my question. Delphine swallowed her bite and narrowed her eyes at the man. He looked familiar, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. His navy hair was combed back handsomely, a striking contrast against his blue skin that was only a shade or two darker than her own. He had a purplish scar cutting through his left eyebrow that curved in a semicircle toward his ear. It somehow made him even more handsome. Who are you? Her words were a tad clumsy. Have we met before? No one of importance, he answered sincerely. I find that hard to believe, she scoffed. Renyel doesn't hang around people he doesn't consider important or useful in some way. Which one are you then? Useful, obviously. She gestured toward the platter of sticky buns. I'm here to make sure none of these go to waste. You're doing an incredible job. He took a sip from a crystal glass of wine she hadn't noticed in his hand before. A moment of awkward silence hung between them. Are you new to Renyel's shoal? She finally asked. The man's eyebrows jutted up. You think I'm in his shoal? Why else would you be here? Isn't this the start of the celebrations for the blood moon? She raised a single brow before taking another large gulp from her drink to wash down the pastry. As she lowered her glass, she caught a glimpse of Celeste and Eros standing on the other side of the room, whispering to each other. She quickly looked away. During the toasts, she had felt Celeste stare on her the entire time, probably confused about how the hell this turn of events had happened. But Delphine worried that if the Sirens confronted her now, she would be too inebriated to hold her tongue. The man across from her opened his mouth to answer her previous question, but before he could get anything out, Renyel reappeared in the dining room's open archway and said, Ah, there you are. Are you going to join us, brother? Delphine choked on her wine. Brother? I think I'm going to go to bed early, actually, the Siren across from her said. I have a meeting at the Sea King's palace in the morning, now that I'm back. Besides, I'm sure you'll have more fun without me.
It's not even midnight yet, Renyel reasoned. Renil's brother shrugged. Not all of us have your endurance for parties, Renil. Moonlight, would you excuse us for a moment? Renil's smile was tight as he prompted her to remove herself from the table. She did so, taking her goblet with her, but before she could leave the room, Celeste had her cornered. "What the hell's, Delphine?" Celeste hissed, Eros standing over her shoulder with an equally perplexed expression. "How did you manage to get Renil to let you out of your cell? I was worried sick about you." "Seems like a waste of your time," Delphine quipped. Celeste drew back at Delphine's tone. "I'm sorry that I was trying to get a plan together to rescue you. Was that also a waste of my time?" "Depends what the plan is, I suppose," Delphine shrugged. "I managed to get myself out of the cell, as you can see." Celeste flinched. This time it was Eros who spoke. "She's drunk, Cell." "I don't care," Celeste sniffed. "You could have told me you were planning to call on Renil after we saw you yesterday. I've spent the last several days racking my brain about how to help." "What is that?" Delphine followed the girl's line of sight down to the sapphire-adorned ring on her left hand. She tucked her hand into her chest. "I did what I had to do to get out of that dungeon." Delphine gripped the glass in her other hand so tightly she worried it might shatter. "So I'm sure you can get over having to think a little harder than usual." Celeste went very still, the look on her face going from anger to shock to hurt. Delphine knew she needed to shut up now, but she was having a hard time making herself stop. "I'm out. It's done," Delphine said. "If you still want to make this work, we can meet tomorrow noon in the formal den. If you don't show, I'll assume you've decided to go in a different direction. Either way works for me." "Maybe we will go in a different direction." Celeste sucked in a shaky breath, and Eros placed a steadying hand on the Siren's shoulder. "The tracker ring would hold us back now anyway. We don't need you." Delphine's smile was vicious. "Are you trying to convince me of that last part, or yourself?" "Let's go," ordered Celeste, fixing Delphine with a hostile look as he dragged the other girl from the room. "If she wants to do this by herself, let her." Delphine stood there as the room tilted for what felt like hours after they had gone. "Delphine?" She snapped back to the present, turning toward the sound of her name. Renil beckoned her over to the table. "What was that about?" He narrowed his eyes. "Nothing," she muttered, draining the rest of her drink. "They're just upset they've lost their plaything." Well," Renil relaxed a bit. "There hasn't been much for them to do lately with all the preparations for the blood moon, and their cohort has been busy prepping for Zephyr's promotion." At the mention of Zephyr and his promotion, Delphine said, "I need a refill." A waitress walked into the room as if on cue, a girl with pretty cyan hair, carrying a pitcher. She silently came around to refill Delphine's glass, but when Renil shifted back from Delphine, he bumped right into the outstretched pitcher. The fairy wine spilled all over the white silk tablecloth. "Hells!" Renil snapped, reaching his hand out to grip the waitress by her bicep with lightning speed. "That tablecloth is worth more than your life. I ought to—" Delphine hit one of the other wine glasses on the table with her elbow and sent the berry-colored liquid splashing all over the place. "Oops!" Delphine hiccuped. Renil's brother locked eyes with hers, a glint of shock shining in them as the waitress held her breath for Renil's reaction. "I'm a little tipsy, I think." Delphine forced a giggle as she patted at the swelling stain with a napkin. Renil let out a deep sigh and dropped the maid's arm. "Go get something to clean this up," he barked at the other girl, and she immediately scrambled to leave the room, throwing a quick, grateful glance over her shoulder in Delphine's direction before she disappeared. "I ought to punish you for this mess, Moonlight." Renil narrowed his eyes at Delphine. "It's like you're begging to have your throat ripped out again." "I love it when you talk dirty to me," she rasped, keeping her expression as clear as possible. Renil rolled his eyes and turned to address his brother once again. "Are you sure you don't want to join us for cards, Bellator?" Bellator? Why did that name sound so familiar?
Positive, the Siren answered, though his gaze still had not left Delphine. What about you, Moonlight? Reniel asked, almost reluctantly. What about me? She mumbled. I'm sure you have no interest in a card game, he stated plainly. You assume correct. She wrapped her arms around herself. Reniel nodded. Better that way anyway. It will give me an opportunity to feel out what everyone thinks about your reintroduction tonight. I'll be waiting on the edge of my seat for the verdict. Don't worry, I'm sure that dress had at least a few of them reconsidering their stance. Reniel drawled in a way that made her want to punch him in the face. You can head back to our room whenever you're finished here, which I advise should be soon. Reniel gave one final nod to his brother before disappearing from the room. Why did you do that? Bellator immediately asked. You're lucky he didn't turn his wrath on you. His wrath is nothing I'm not used to. She waved away his question as she stood from the table, her balance not as steady as she wished. You said you were no one of importance. In these waters, I'm not. And I'm sure if you were to ask my brother, he would say the same thing. In these waters, she noted. Of course, Reniel's brother would be just as cryptic as he was, and given the vast expanse of Alistros and Aetherius as a whole, that means he could be important in a multitude of other places. Your name sounds so familiar, she told him, narrowing her eyes. Bellator. Are you sure? Wait. Recognition finally clicked in her mind. The scar that now marred his face had thrown her off. You! He looked at her like he was unsurprised at the visceral reaction she was having. It's been a very long time. She took a wide step away from the table. The last time I saw you, I wished there had been more I could have done for your mother. I tried to warn you. She sucked in a breath and spun away from the table, stalking off toward the hallway. Wait, Bellator called, following her out. Where are you going? I'm not really looking to reminisce about the past right now, she informed him. I'm going to bed. I think you were about to do the same. I was, he confirmed as he caught up to her. It's just, I wasn't expecting you to be like this. Like what? She snapped, stopping her stride to turn on him. She'd already had to fake nice for one brother. She was not about to bother saving face with the other. The last time you saw me, I was 10 years old. And just as assertive, he noted with a nod. But you seemed much more agreeable than you do now. You've grown claws. Well, I suggest if you don't want to find my claws embedded in your throat, you leave me alone and go back to wherever the hells you came from. She started forward once more, but he didn't leave like she hoped he would. I find it awfully peculiar that my brother would be with someone so bold. Last I heard, you ran away, and now you're back making conversation at dinner parties? What changed? Delphine felt a zap run over her nerves. This felt like a test. A lot of things have changed, she said innocently as she hooked a left at the end of the hallway. And why wouldn't he like someone bold? The man is made entirely of pride and audacity himself. Reniel doesn't like his prey to fight back, Bellator told her. His ego is too fragile to survive any direct hits. Delphine stopped walking again. Prey? Who says I'm prey? He gave her a small, sad smile. Everyone in this house is prey, darling. Does that include you? She cocked a hand on her hip. Yes. Decades of waiting, and my brother finally got one up on me. Now here I am, playing his games, suffering through his dinner parties, same as you. It sounds like you have plenty of your own business to worry about, she concluded. So why don't you stay out of mine? He let out a surprised laugh before sobering and narrowing his eyes. You know what I think? She didn't answer him, her stomach becoming increasingly unsettled by how astutely he seemed to be observing her. I think my brother has always severely underestimated you. Delphine's mouth went dry. Reniel was observant about how things looked and the way people perceived him and his power, but he relied on the elite members of his shoal to keep an eye on everything else. And why do you think that? she gritted out. He looked like he was about to answer, but thought better of it. Instead, he changed the subject. There were a lot of stories about you, you know. Reniel's young protege who swore 3 centuries of life away for taking care of her banished mother. All for your mother to turn around and take a hefty payout for agreeing to never see you again. Delphine felt like she wasn't breathing. That must have been hard. She did it because it was best for both of us, Delphine spat. I couldn't see her again anyway, so why shouldn't she take Reniel's money? She needed to survive. That's why I was sneaking her money in the first place. Her own shoal had banished her too. Reniel's connections had made sure she was completely desolate. She swore a siren's oath not to see you ever again, Delphine. Bellator shook his head. Even if she would have had to wait 3 centuries until your own oath was paid off to see you again, even if it meant she should starve in that time, that's what she should have done. The oath she swore was not one with a time limit like yours. Wishers will guarantee she can never see you again. Shut up, she snarled. She didn't want to hear this. Her mother had done what she had to do. 3 centuries was too long to expect anyone to wait for her. That's when the memory of Hannah's words slammed through her mind. I will never stop looking for you. Never. I will search the entire world until I find you again, Delphine. Delphine, please. I love you. She squeezed her eyes shut. Bellator had ripped open an old wound, one she had spent years sewing up. So many of her sleepless nights had been spent wondering if the only thing her mother had ever thought of her as was a pretty instrument. If even after Reniel took away her mother's magic, Delphine had been manipulated into joining his show to make sure her mother reached one last goal. All those years spent unlearning the unflinching ability to use herself as a tool for others rather than a real person with substance to offer had nearly broken her down. The first time she had ever felt like a person truly saw her was the day she met Hannah. Hannah, who had promised to spend eternity looking for her, if that's what it took. And her own mother hadn't even hesitated at the idea of never laying eyes on her daughter again. Bellator opened and closed his mouth a few times before finally saying, I didn't mean to upset you. I just meant to reassure you that many of us have shitty familial ties. We're all in over our heads here. But there are ways out. Have you found a way out? She beseeched as she pried her eyes open and recomposed herself, taking a few deep breaths. Ah, that's a complicated story. I once had very powerful connections outside the Siren Sea, and my brother was always a tad jealous, to say the least. You don't have those connections anymore? To say the least. What connections could possibly make Reniel jealous? He knows everyone from the Siren Sea to the Fey Courts to the human territories. Bellator shrugged. My brother is the sort who thinks one person with proximity to political power is worth 10 people without. And yet you'd have to pay me to deal with any more royalty. She gave a weak sniff. The Sea King, you mean? He lifted a brow, the one without the scar. Worse. Witches, she said before she could stop herself. The fairy wine was starting to really sink into her core now. Something shifted in the man's eyes. You had a run-in with one of the witch queens? Not the queens. Delphine shook her head and immediately regretted it. The room was beginning to tilt a bit. The witch princes. And they were not pleasant. Well, one wasn't. The other one is actually quite charming. Oh? Bellator said. You would think being brothers would mean one wouldn't be completely insufferable, she muttered as she tried to start walking again. Alas, my best friend is attached to them both, so I suppose I'll have to deal with Ezra Black again someday." "Whoa," Bellator said, as he lunged forward to steady her by her arm when putting one foot in front of one another suddenly became too great a task. "I think the wine is finally hitting you. How much did you have? 6 glasses? 10?" she slurred. "I haven't had fairy wine in years." "Clearly." He shook his head, giving her a disapproving look. "Here, I'll help you to your room." She would have protested, except she couldn't get the words out, and she definitely couldn't walk without his hand steering her. A couple of turns through the halls, and he stopped before a door she didn't recognize. "This isn't Reniel's room," she told him. "No," Bellator agreed. "It's an empty guest room. I'm not sure I should leave you in my brother's bed, intoxicated, in case he returns in the late hours of the night, equally drunk, or worse, pissed from losing a hand of cards." Bellator pushed the door open and walked her inside, helping her gently into the crisply made bed. She wanted to tell him she could handle Reniel in his moods, that she had before, but truthfully, she much preferred the idea of sleeping alone in such a vulnerable state. Once she was settled beneath the covers, Bellator turned to leave. "Thank you," she whispered into the dark. It was silent for a long moment, and she wondered if he was already gone. Then he spoke once more. "Can I give you some advice?" She tried to blink open her eyes to look at him, but her lids were too heavy. Instead, she hummed, "If you get away again," Bellator told her, his voice softer than the wind blowing outside the room's window, "never come back." There was a quiet click from across the room, and then the darkness finally pulled Delphine under. "Holy hells," Sabine said for the 10th time. Lyra narrowed their golden gaze on Amina. "What are we going to do?" "I suppose I'm going to go meet her at dusk," Amina told them. "You have the beating heart of her dead lover strapped to your hip," Lyra pointed out dryly, "and you're going to take a meeting with her?" "What do you suppose I should do?" Amina asked sincerely. "Ignore the summons? We should leave." They threw their hands into the air. "If the guards can warn their families and desert Illustros like Melly told us, then we can warn ours too and get out of here." "She's already taken 6 years from you, Amina. Are you going to walk back into that palace and let her take more?" "Exactly. She's already taken years from me, Lai. I'm not going to let her run me out of my home again. I'm not going to let her get away with any of this. We may be the only ones who know the truth. We have to tell people." Amina swallowed, throat tight. "The years I spent in the forest, thinking about the day I would make the queen pay for my exile, all that anger I carried then, the revenge I craved, it was for the 3 of us. But now this anger is for our people. The reapers who have lived with the guilt of taking souls they knew weren't ready. All of us who have had to wear the masks of heartless harpies so that the rest of Illustros wouldn't look too closely at our crumbling foundation and prey upon us even more than our own queen already does. It is both a blessing and a curse that the witches are distracted by their own brewing storm right now, because if they weren't and they caught wind of this, their hatred for us would undoubtedly lead them to strike. Because we fed into a rivalry we didn't need to for centuries, all for that selfish, scheming bitch." After a long pause, Lyra finally squared their shoulders and said, "All right, if you want to take this on, then we'll do it. But where you go, we go. We will not be separated this time. I don't care if that note told you to go alone or not. We will not be divided this time." Sabine chimed in, agreeing. "Either we burn down this monarchy together, or we get banned together." "What's the plan?" Lyra asked. "I'm going to go to the palace tonight, as she requested," Amina announced. "I'll leave Rovin's heart and my esprit here with you." "What are we going to do with them now if we aren't using them?" Sabine questioned. "Who said we weren't still going to use them?" Amina asked. When Amina arrived at the palace, it was 1 minute until dusk. Sabine and Lyra were nowhere to be seen, but Amina could feel their presence in her bones. Amina walked up the grand steps of the palace, greeted by 2 doormen at the entrance. They silently pushed open the double doors and waved Amina through, not bothering to look at her as they pulled them shut again behind her. The heavy slam of the doors echoed through the grand castle around her, and Amina almost shivered as she felt the weight of the silence settle over her shoulders. Without all the guests of the reverie to fill up the space, it looked much larger than she remembered it being the day before. "Amina," someone to her left called. Amina turned to find a guard coming down the hall, his face carefully blank as he approached. "This way," he ordered, beckoning her in the opposite direction of the throne room. "We aren't meeting in the throne room?" Amina questioned. "Sound in the throne room carries," the man explained without looking back. "This meeting is private." Amina steeled her nerves. All signs were pointing to what she had suspected when she saw the summons on the door earlier. The Queen had discovered what they took. She wondered if someone had identified them when they were flying away, or if the wayfarer had betrayed them. She wouldn't put it past him if the Queen had offered him the right price. He was always a wild card. "Here," the guard in front of her said, and halted next to a large wood door. He knocked once, twice, 3 times. "Come in," a haughty voice called from inside. The guard pulled the door open, and Amina stepped inside the dimly lit space, the door behind her clicking shut a second later. The room was a small library. There were wooden shelves lining every wall, a long track running above them that held a rolling ladder. Piles and piles of books were wedged wherever they could fit. In the middle of the far wall, between 2 shelves, was a lit fireplace, 2 chairs sitting near the hearth. Amina studied the kelpie head mounted above the mantel with distaste. "Poor creature! You look like you came dressed for a fight," the Queen said as she stood from one of the chairs in front of the fire. The glow the flames cast on the woman's usually fawn-colored hair made it look almost auburn. Amina looked down at her outfit. She was wearing a black mesh bodysuit that hugged her lean curves and tucked in tightly to her black leather trousers. Her laced-up boots crawled all the way up her calves. Only her arms were bare, and yet she felt utterly naked without a single weapon strapped to her body. But she had known the Queen's guards wouldn't have allowed her inside if she had shown up with any. "Were you expecting a fight?" the Queen continued. "Let's see," Amina began, lifting her pointer finger to drag over the spines of the books to her left. "Last time I was in your presence, I was beaten and forced to take a blood oath that exiled me to a demonic forest for 2 years. Excuse me for preparing myself better this time. I don't like repeating history." The Queen didn't smile or banter back like Amina thought she might. Instead, she said, "I'm surprised you found a prince's heart as quickly as you did. Well, when the Onyx Queen comes knocking on my door seeking revenge on the Valkyrie who killed her foolish son, I'll be sure to give her your address." "Which son?" "What?" Amina said with a bit of surprise. That was not the question she had been expecting. "Which son? The youngest. Ezra, I believe they called him. The Heartbreak Prince is still alive then." "Good." Amina narrowed her eyes at the instant relief in the Queen's eyes. "What do you care for the Heartbreak Prince? That's none of your concern. Now, let's get down to the reason for your visit, shall we?" Amina braced herself now, straightening her spine so she stood at her full height, not more than half an inch taller than the Queen. The Queen's pale green eyes flickered with something Amina couldn't quite read, and her alabaster skin was flushed with the heat coming from the hearth or from anticipation. Amina couldn't tell which. "Why were you at my reverie last night?" the Queen asked. The expression on Amina's face didn't waver as she answered, "I figured what better way to celebrate my homecoming than a party. So nice of you to plan that, by the way. The wine was splendid. Imagine my surprise, the queen continued without missing a beat, when one of my guards told me they saw you and your little minions launching yourselves out of a window. They aren't my minions. They are my partners. Do you know why I chose the never-ending forest as your place of exile? The queen went on, as if Amina had not spoken. You were hoping I'd get ripped to shreds by a Valkyrie? Yes, no hesitation. But not just that. Enlighten me, Amina gritted out. There are things looming on the horizon of Illustras that are much bigger than you can imagine. Try me, she thought. I was told you visited the border this morning, so I'm sure you've heard of the current situation with the witches. The last blood warrior has been found. And do you know where the poor cursed being was supposedly spotted? Amina said nothing. The queen smiled with venom as she said, "The never-ending forest." What an odd coincidence, Amina mused. I sent you to that forest to be my eyes and ears. I knew if you came across a prince, it would most likely be one of the Onyx Queen's little bastards. What do you care of the Onyx Princes? Amina asked once again. How do they fit into all this? How about we play a game, the queen said, turning to walk back toward the mantel, where a glass decanter filled with a dark purple liquid sat. She poured the liquid into 2 small cups and held one out in offering to Amina. You give me an answer, and I'll give you one. Amina took the glass out of the queen's hand, but didn't drink right away, waiting for the other woman to take her own sip first. The queen smiled and threw back half the liquid in her cup, and Amina finally brought the drink to her own lips, taking a small sip. It tasted like elderberries. Fine, Amina agreed after another sip. Who is the final blood warrior? And don't tell me that you do not know. You aren't as good at hiding your reactions as you think. Amina balled her hands into fists, her long nails digging into her palms. A girl, a siphon named Calliope. What importance do the witch princes have? Lysandra did everything in her power to make sure that her firstborn would not get the heartbreak curse. But unfortunately for her, that nasty little curse has never cooperated for any of us. Any of us? It wasn't hard to put together that around the time you returned home with a prince's heart was the same time rumors of the final blood warrior began swirling around the witch realms. Which means that girl is with the princes. Now, for what reason did you come to my reverie? I came to, Amina started before snapping her mouth shut in shock. She had been about to tell the truth. It was like the words wanted to push their way out of their own accord. She frowned down at the glass at her hand. The queen's smile turned wicked. Amina threw the glass as hard as she could into the fireplace, making the flames roar with ire as the cup shattered into pieces and the truth wine splattered on the lit coals. The queen tilted her head back and laughed. Truth wine is my favorite of the Fae's inventions, though it is an acquired taste for most, don't you think? Amina knew if she opened her mouth again, the truth would spill out. She had to be incredibly careful how she chose her next words. I was at your reverie because I wanted to get revenge on you, she said tightly. And did you? The queen tilted her head. Ah, it's my turn, Amina admonished her. The queen tapped her foot with impatience. Amina desperately wanted to ask for the truth about the letter she had found, but considering the queen hadn't brought it up yet, she wondered if perhaps the woman didn't know. So instead she asked, Earlier you said, that nasty little curse has never cooperated for any of us. Does that mean you have first-hand experience with the heartbreak curse? The queen scowled now, her lips pressing tighter together. It was Amina's turn to grin. What's the matter? Don't like when the truth wine is turned against you? Yes, I do have first-hand experience. Did your plan for revenge go through? Not exactly, Amina answered easily, getting into the flow of their little game. What kind of first-hand experience? I created the heartbreak curse, the queen declared, and Amina flinched, shocked. What? Final question. Where is the prince's heart that you stole? Not with me. Not a good enough answer. I want the heart. And if I tossed it aside the moment it helped me get out of the forest? Amina posed. It was only required to fulfill my blood oath and release the magic that kept me trapped in the forest. You never said I needed to bring it back. All carefully spoken truths. The queen's lips curled back from her teeth. You foolish girl! Do you know how valuable that could have been against the Onyx Queen? We need every bit of leverage we can get against the witches now that this war is on the brink of beginning. Why does leverage against the witches matter? Amina pressed. Why can't we mind our own business? It is their mess with the fates to deal with, not ours. The queen's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you know? I know a lot of things. That's good. The woman laughed as she reached over to pull a book down from the bookcase to her right. Because I have an assignment for you, and your vast knowledge of things will surely come in handy. And if I don't cooperate? Amina glowered. Before the queen could answer, the room began to shake slightly, and Amina swallowed thickly as she watched the left wall shift to the side and reveal two guards carrying someone between them. If you don't cooperate, I'll sever the head from your friend's body. Amina was expecting the figure being shoved forward out of the shadows to be either Lyra or Sabine. The last person she was expecting to see was Melly. Amina gaped at Mella's tear-soaked face as the girl's eyes collided with hers. The queen snapped her fingers, and her guards poised their swords over Mella's neck. Make your choice. When Delphine finally woke the next morning, her head hurt worse than the mornings after Reniel's torture. She was never drinking fairy wine again. She crawled from beneath the covers and stretched out her limbs, still wearing the elaborate woven dress from the night before, the little pearls having left divots in her skin. She tiptoed to the door and pulled it open to peek out into the hallway. She sighed in relief to find it empty and stepped out. It only took a few minutes to make her way back to Reniel's suite, but what she found when she stepped inside the room had her wanting to run back down the hall. "Where the hells have you been?" Reniel growled as soon as he spotted her, cornering her against a wall. Just over his shoulder, Delphine could see the wreckage of his suite. There were chairs thrown on their sides, bedding strewn all over the ground. His outfit from the night before littered in a trail leading toward the bed. She owed Bellator a huge favor for not bringing her here last night. "I drank too much wine last night and lost my way back," she lied. "I ended up passing out in one of the guest bedrooms." "You're lying," he said, slamming a fist into the wall next to her head. She refused to give him the satisfaction of seeing her flinch. "No, I am not." "Did you miss how many glasses I drank? Believe me, I won't be doing that again." He narrowed his eyes in on her face, trying to decipher whether or not she was telling the truth, and whatever he found there must have been convincing enough, because the tension in his body relaxed ever so slightly. "Just tell me one thing," he said, speaking deliberately. "Did you sleep with him?" Delphine's brows knitted together in confusion, her top lip curling in disgust. "I didn't sleep with anyone. It's just mighty coincidental that you and my brother went off to bed at the same time last night, and you weren't here when I came back." "You think I had sex with your brother?" she half screeched. "First of all, he has a very annoying know-it-all father aura about him that is a huge turnoff. Second of all, do you really believe after working this hard to get back on your good side and suffering through that God's awful dinner party last night, I would sleep with your own flesh and blood? That isn't the sort of drama I like. Delphine would be more furious at such an accusation if Reniel wasn't so transparent. This wasn't because Reniel thought Delphine was promiscuous or wanted her himself. It was because he didn't want his brother to have anything he didn't. An incredibly healthy family dynamic to have, she was sure. Fine, he said, relenting as he backed away from her a step. But I don't want you speaking to Bellator anymore. Wasn't planning to, anyway. She headed for the bathroom. I'll be out until dinner, he informed her, voice tight. If you leave this room, you are to go nowhere except the dining room or grand room, and a guard will be accompanying you the entire time. She clicked the bathroom door shut behind her. Delphine wondered if the guard currently trailing her around the palace would be missed if they were murdered. Every step they took on her heels had her resisting the urge to maim them. It was getting closer and closer to noon, and she needed to sneak away. But Reniel's orders to keep her confined to certain rooms were sticking. As she led the guard through the glass hallways of the palace, she was relieved to notice there weren't many people around since Reniel was out. Shoal members who weren't part of the elites or Reniel's inner circle lived in the far west wing and came and went as they pleased, which meant they were very rarely inside the central house unless there was an occasion. Shoal members who opted to stay with family that belonged to other shoals after being claimed resided in the inner villages of the Siren Sea and were only allowed access to the palace when Reniel was around to give them permission. Their leader didn't trust them to keep what goes on inside the crystal walls from their families and the other shoals. And he was smart to do that, considering how many times Delphine had easily collected information from simply being invited to other shoals' parties. The elites and inner circle members, unfortunately, did stay in the central palace, and the moment Delphine entered the grand room, she regretted it. Several scowling faces turned in her direction from where they lounged as they waited for lunch to be served, and something clicked in her head as she recognized a few. Delphine fixed a taunting smile on her face and approached a trio of sirens, all languidly sipping champagne on the sapphire couch that stretched along the entirety of the massive window on the back wall. Their expressions curdled with disdain as Delphine paused in front of them. "Hello, Jas, Haley, Eli. It's been a while."
Delphine reached over and snatched the champagne flute from Eli's hand and drained it in one gulp. Eli stood from the couch, eyes sparking with malice as Delphine tried to hand the glass back. "You insufferable meretrix!" Delphine grinned at the sound of being called a harlot in their first language. The language had been lost more and more throughout the last few centuries, and Delphine thought it was such a shame. It was so much prettier to be called meretrix. "Don't be jealous, Eli." Delphine shoved the glass into Eli's chest as their friends stood from the couch, braced for a fight. "It's a hideous color on you, just like that dress." Delphine was being honest about the latter. Eli's green complexion was not made to wear maroon. "No one wants you here." Haley narrowed her eyes. "Except Reniel," Delphine purred. "When was the last time he actually remembered any of your names?" Eli crushed the glass in their hand. The siren had been trying to warm Reniel's bed for as long as Delphine could remember, and from their reaction, Delphine was willing to bet they had never succeeded. 10 years, I left the competition wide open, and you still couldn't snag his attention, Delphine tsked. "You always thought you owned this place," Eli snarled. "But things have changed. I don't care what the other elites say. I don't think you deserve to be here anymore. Things have changed, yet the scent of desperation coming off you is just as strong as I remember. You're worried about whether I deserve to be here, but perhaps you should ask yourself the same question.
Delphine tilted her head. Better yet, maybe I'll ask Renil that question when he comes to bed tonight. Then he can finally learn your name. That did it. Eli lunged, but Delphine was already sidestepping out of the way. Haley and Joss moved into action seconds later, claws aimed at her face. Delphine split a lazy blast of magic between the two of them before spinning around and addressing Eli once more. As the Siren tried to attack a second time, the guard who had been keeping track of her threw themselves in the middle to intervene. Enough, her chaperone demanded. None of them listened. Delphine sent another blast of power in the trio's direction, and when the three of them returned it, she dodged, putting half a room of distance between them. The double doors that led to the secondary kitchen on the left of the grand room suddenly opened, and when a waiter walked out with a tray of glasses, she almost laughed. Delphine waited for the trio's next move, this time from Joss, and as the blast jetted toward her, she sent out a shot of her own magic directly into it. Their blows collided in the center of the room, and the swirling tornado of water was redirected right into the waiter. As the sound of shattering glass reverberated around them, a few of the bystanders rushed into the fray. The guard still holding Eli barked a few orders amid the erupting chaos, and while they all were distracted, Delphine slipped out of the room. It took her a minute to backtrack down the halls, and twice she almost got turned around. But by the time the tolling of the bells announced it was noon, she was only 3 doors down from the formal den. When she pushed her way inside, Celeste was not waiting for her, but someone else was. "We need to talk." Eros stood from the couch. "Where is Celeste?" Delphine asked as she shut the door behind her. "Celeste didn't want to see you today." Eros looked down his nose at her. "Considering what you said to her last night and the fact that you left with Renil's brother, of all people, I can't really blame her." "For hell's sake," Delphine rubbed her temples. "Why does everyone think because some random man left the table at the same time as I did that something had to have happened? Probably because Bellator never really talks to anyone. But what or doesn't happen between you and whoever's brother is none of my concern. Celeste, however, is. You upset her last night." There was something in his tone that had Delphine's eyes narrowing. "Is something going on between the two of you?" His expression darkened. "She refuses to give up on the idea that you both are going to leave here together. It's her opportunity to correct the regret she has for not going with you the first time. She can't see things for what they really are, but I can. I remember your ability to hold grudges vividly." Delphine held her breath as he leaned down until they were eye level. She wondered how he knew she planned to leave them behind, if he was going to turn her in. "You better keep her none the wiser about how your feelings for her have changed. If you even think about telling her you've stopped." "That's what you're worried about?" She almost laughed in his face. "Celeste being heartbroken? Wouldn't that work out better for you?" "Not right now. I need her to be optimistic." His hands flexed at his sides with passion. "You didn't see her when you left the first time, and that version of Celeste would not be advantageous to any of us in this situation. Done. No hesitation. I was hoping to see her here and apologize for last night anyway. I was drunk, and Renil had gotten on my last nerve." Eros backed off. "I'll relay the message. And I know Celeste didn't want to hear it, but you managing to get Renil to spin that narrative of you coming back for him was an outstanding move. People are buying it, and I suspect that means you will have a front row seat at the claiming." Delphine lifted her chin a bit at the compliment. "What about Zephyr? Has he said anything about the story Renil's telling everyone? I can't imagine he likes a narrative that makes him look unfavorable in any way." "I haven't seen Zephyr. He left with Renil on their expedition this morning. Regardless, he won't go against Renil. I'm sure he'll take the blow to his ego if it means getting closer to his goal. Everything else business as usual? Aside from a few sirens hating my guts now that I'm back. Eero shrugged. I expect things to get strange around here over the next week. Between your return and the unpredictable nature of the claiming ceremony coming up, everyone's on edge. Which is why I want in on whatever your plan is. I know you've been concocting one. He was right. She said, Celeste mentioned the claiming ceremonies had changed. Zephyr is getting promoted at this next one, right? That's Zephyr's plan anyway. His mouth was set in a hard line now. Who knows what Ranil is thinking anymore? Zephyr getting that promotion will be the opportunity, she told him. He raised one of his split brows, waiting for her to continue. If Ranil breaks the Siren's oath on him that night, they'll both be incapacitated. And hells, he cursed, cutting her off. You're right, that's it. But how do we escape with that amount of people in the room? You and Celeste are going to slip out right before and shut down the power grid. Then, while Ranil and Zephyr are unable to move and everything is pitch black, no one will notice we're gone in the chaos. And how do we shut that down? I'm sure you remember how cautious Ranil is about anyone getting near the control room without intense supervision. All these years, and I've never even seen the inside of it. Me neither, she lied. You're both going to have to wing it. Take out any of the guards posted there. Destroy the entire room. Just make sure the lights go out. I'll see if Celeste might have more information on that front, he said. And Delphine didn't bother to correct him. She knew the other girl didn't. Great. Are we done here? She waved a hand between them. He dipped his chin in confirmation, and she turned back toward the exit. Delphine, she paused, turning her face back halfway. Yes, this bit we should keep between us, but after the lights are out, it's every being for themselves. Deal? She was glad she wasn't facing him, so he couldn't see her satisfied smile. Deal. More than a week went by before Delphine saw Celeste again. It was 2 days before the blood moon, and Delphine had hardly been allowed to leave Ranel's suite after the scene in the grand room. For your protection, he had insisted. I don't want anyone thinking they can get away with attacking you again. She was sure if he knew she had snuck off from his guard during the whole ordeal, it would be a very different story. Luckily, she was able to convince her chaperone it would be beneficial for both of them not to say anything about her brief disappearing act unless he wanted to deal with Ranel's wrath for losing track of her in the first place. Today, however, Ranel allowed her to fetch her own lunch since most of the staff were prepping for the claiming ceremony, and Celeste looked to be doing the same thing. Delphine hadn't spoken to anyone familiar since Eros. Even Bellator had been absent from every single event after the night he'd helped hers, something she doubted was coincidental. Hello, she greeted Celeste, her voice low. Her newest assigned guard waited outside the door. I was just leaving, Celeste told her, pushing off the counter and walking over to place her half-eaten plate of fruit in the sink. Delphine walked over. You don't have to leave on my account. I was only coming to grab something quick to eat. I don't know if I'm ready to talk to you yet, Celeste confessed. Because of what I said at the party? Delphine asked, swiping a grape off the girl's plate. A bit dramatic, don't you think? No, I don't think it's dramatic to be upset that you continue to throw our past back in my face, Celeste countered, pulling the food out of Delphine's reach. Especially when I'm trying to make up for it. Delphine pitied Celeste in this moment. The other girl was trying much too hard, and it was almost hard to watch. Never soften your heart for someone who's betrayed you, her mother's voice came back to her. If someone ever shows you that you are expendable to them once, do not be expendable to them twice. Believe them the first time. Delphine's resolve tightened back up. You want to make up for it? Then do your part this time. Celeste put her plate back down in the sink as she said, Eros told me your plan. Consider it taken care of. I want you to know I'm all in, Delphine, whatever it takes. I want to get rid of this wedge between us." "The wedge between us is permanent," she wanted to say. "The splinters have embedded themselves in my heart, and they are not removable by your hands." "It's a good place to start," Delphine murmured, and before she could extract herself from the conversation, Celeste grasped her wrist with lightning speed and held her in place. "For someone who has always sworn they don't belong here," Celeste articulated, "you sure have had no problem fitting back in. Getting into a petty fight with Eli Spring? Hanging on Renelle at parties? Pushing away people who actually care about you? Your mother trained you well, Delphine. It's all been a seamless illusion." Delphine yanked her arm from the girl's grip now, and the conviction in Celeste's eyes blazed. "But I saw how your friends fought for you in that forest. I saw how that blonde witch screamed your name like you were the last prayer she'd ever let cross her lips. And I know," Celeste swallowed, "I know your heart is no longer the impenetrable fortress it once was." With that, Celeste left her alone in the kitchen, staring at the empty space before her in shock. One sentence running through her mind over and over and over again. "Like you were the last prayer she'd ever let cross her lips." When Calla finally came to, her magic was aching in her veins. "Calla?" someone whispered. Calla blinked in the dark as she sat up. The seat beneath her was vibrating. That's when she realized she was in a moving carriage. She looked over to where the voice had just come from to find a pair of large violet eyes regarding her with concern. "Hannah," she whispered back. "You've been out for a while," Hannah told her. "I was getting worried." Suddenly, the memory of what happened came rushing back to her. She winced a bit as she said, "They knocked Gideon out pretty hard." Hannah nodded. To the blonde's right was a passed-out Caspian, his head tilted back against the wall, mouth hanging open as he slept. In any other circumstance, Calla would have giggled at the sight. "Where are we?" Calla asked as she shifted in her seat to reach over to the small carriage window. "We crossed into the Rouge realm about 2 hours ago," Hannah answered, tone solemn. Calla peeled back the curtain and peered outside, the breath rushing out of her lungs at what she saw. The familiar peaks and valleys of her homeland were covered in bloodroot trees, the crimson blossoms dripping from their limbs, frozen solid in the winter air. The witch hazel that usually crawled all over the ground was buried under 2 feet of snow. The familiar red stars hung high in the clear night sky, winking at her. "Welcome back," they said. The witch realms had not changed, but Calla had. She felt like an entirely new person now than the last time she had been here, when she was freshly 16, barely able to face the magic inside her, much less use it. Now, almost half a decade later, her magic had never burned so strongly in her veins. The power in her core knew exactly where she was. It thought she was home. "I'm not home. This place isn't home," she told herself. "I feel weird," Hannah commented, as if she had been reading the thoughts in Calla's head. "Something inside me feels strange." "Same." Calla flicked her eyes over to Hannah with concern as she dropped the curtain back into place. "But please, don't tell me you're about to start raising the dead again." "I don't think so." Just then, the carriage dipped forward, the jolting motion cutting off Hannah's sentence as they all bounced a foot in the air and shifted forward. Caspian startled awake. "What the hell's?" he yawned as they landed with a hard thud. Calla pulled back the curtain again, and the 3 of them gasped in unison. The hill they had just crested led down into a place Calla had only seen one other time. They had just entered the Bone Valley. And, nestled into the valley's center, Myrea's palace. It wasn't until Calla was standing in front of the Rouge Colossus rib-cage-shaped gate, craning her head back to take it all the way in, that she felt a flutter of nerves in her stomach. The feeling was gone as fast as it came on. She peeked over her shoulder to search for Gideon. She and the others had managed to retie their bonds just before the carriage had come to a halt, but it had been nice to get some rest without the restraints making them uncomfortable for the entire ride. She was sure Gideon's journey had been uncomfortable for entirely other reasons. She spotted the prince as he was dragged out of the car, his blue hair a tad disheveled, his eyes wary. He met her gaze almost instantly, his eyes roaming down her body as if checking to make sure she was also still in one piece. "I'm okay," she mouthed at him. He nodded, but he didn't return the sentiment. "Myrea wants to see them right away," a guard called as he emerged from the other side of the bone gates. Calla squeezed her eyes shut at the sound of Myrea's name. "You are not a scared little girl anymore," she told herself. "She will not be able to take anything from you like she did before. You will not let her." Calla felt him approaching before he even reached her side. "I'm here," murmured. "Promise me something," she whispered. "They get out, okay? They're here because Myrea wants me. Promise me we will do everything to get them out." "I'm not losing anyone else," he agreed, reaching out with his bound hands to lightly brush a finger down her arm, over the constellation of dots that matched his. "That includes you." The moment his skin made contact with hers, the magic in her core began to prowl through her veins with anticipation. She desperately wanted to believe him when he said they weren't going to lose anyone else, but she knew it wasn't something he could guarantee. She also knew that they were either all coming out together or she wasn't coming out at all. Gideon could feel the turmoil pulsing off Calliope in waves the farther they walked into the palace. On the outside, she looked unbothered, her poker face sliding into place the second they walked through the castle's doors. On the inside, he could feel anxiety that didn't belong to him slowly slithering up his limbs. It was the first time he had really felt any sort of strong emotion from her side of their bond. The guards herded their group through the grand foyer toward a set of glittering red doors on the far side of the room. Two more guards who were stationed in front of the entrance gave their guide a single nod before pulling the doors open to the grand throne room. Columns of ivory bones carved into the shape of bloodroot trees lined either side of the room. The marble floor had veins of black and red running through it, the lines snaking their way to the front of the room, where a large throne of skulls was perched atop a dais. Gideon caught a glimpse of Hannah's eyes widening at the sight of the beautiful woman sitting on the throne, and wondered if this was the first time the witch had ever seen her queen in person. It was, unfortunately, not Gideon's first time. Lysandra had always made sure Ezra was occupied the 1 week a year she visited the Rouge and Terra realms. Gideon, however, had been dragged along from the time he was born to the age of 13 when he joined the guild. He wondered if his familiarity would be an advantage now. 2 guards per prisoner, the leader barked out to the group. "If a single one of them attempts to use their magic, I want them on the ground and unconscious. Understood?" The guards around them gave a sound of unanimous confirmation and immediately broke out to take their places behind Gideon and the rest of them. Gideon narrowed his eyes at the guard posted next to Calliope, the one she'd spat water on earlier. The guard leaned down to Calliope's ear, and it took everything in Gideon not to shoot a tornado in the man's direction when he asked her, "How does it feel to be walking to your death sentence?" Calliope's eyes dropped down for a moment to the man's left arm before she said, "How does it feel to be nothing more than the queen's lapdog? At least when I die, people will remember who I am." Gideon smirked a bit as the man straightened himself back up with a scowl. "Come forward," Myrea's sultry voice thundered out, and Gideon felt a rush of bone-chilling cold run through his veins. Queen Myrea was perched on her throne of skulls, a vision in a scarlet gown. She had a choker made of small carved bones around her throat that connected to a series of curved ribs wrapping all the way down each of her shoulders and arms like a macabre skeletal harness. Her ruby crown sat atop her head as always, jewels dripping from the intricate silver circlet onto her forehead, made to look like droplets of blood. The crimson gems glinted in the light of the enormous bone chandelier hanging above them, scattering crimson reflections across the marble floor. The queen's bright auburn hair and pale skin made her dark plum irises striking, and paired with the swaths of vermilion silk that pillowed over the arms of the throne and spilled all the way down the stairs, she was the definition of terrible beauty. "Well, well, well," Myrea announced as they all came to a halt in front of her dais. "This is quite the entertaining treat." Gideon could feel how erratic the beating of Calliope's heart was in his own chest as the Rouge Queen narrowed in on her. "Calliope Rosewood," the queen purred. "Never did I think I'd see you in my palace." Calliope straightened back her shoulders and lifted her chin up. "If I recall correctly," Myrea continued, "I told your mother once that she and her wife better thank the gods I never went looking for you. If I had known that you'd be the one to cause me this much trouble, however, I would have gotten rid of you 15 years ago, instead of that useless wench she married." Everyone in the room turned to Calliope in shock. She didn't look at a single one of them as rage blazed in her eyes. "You really are Indra's spitting image, you know. Minus the eyes, of course." Myrea's tone was sickly sweet. "Like venom. Imagine my surprise when a few months ago one of my spies in Estrella brought me news that a rouge witch named Calliope Rosewood, with hair as wavy as the celestial sea and glamored lilac eyes, had been spotted with multiple rolls of sixes. I thought the fates were surely playing a cruel joke on me." "That would make two of us," Calliope retorted. "Indra should have been more clever than to give you her last name." The queen's smile turned cold, but her gaze shifted to Gideon now. "And Gideon Black, how unexpected! Truly vexing." Gideon's patience was wearing thin. "Unexpected? You're the one who roped my brother into your schemes." "Actually, that was all your mother," Myrea countered. "She's the one who decided to lend me the younger prince to pay back a favor I did her years ago. Which is why this is all just so incredibly ironic." "What do you mean?" Gideon demanded. Myrea tipped her head back and laughed. "The fates are truly masters of comedy. How entertained they must be! I cannot imagine they've been this amused in a millennium." "The fates would be masters of nothing if you were not their puppet," Calliope said. Gideon could see the storm forming in Calliope's eyes. "Puppet?" Myrea mused. "The only one I see on strings around here is you. You are the one the fates want to use in their war. You are the one they have cursed and will continue to curse for their own games. The decisions I make are in spite of the fates and their plans. Decisions like spilling your blood across this floor before you can fulfill their goddamned prophecy and end us all. A prophecy you agreed to," Calliope yelled. "You made the decision to curse your own people." "The Witch Eater told us." "The Witch Eater," the queen scoffed. "They aren't on your side either, girl. Whatever they told you was for their own agenda. We all know what you and your sisters did. Very willingly, I might add." It was Caspian who spoke up now. "You act like we all don't know the nature of your bargain with the fates. And you act like you know what the wastelands were like before they were turned into the witch realms," Myrea snarled. "The earth was barren, everyone desolate and starving after the courtless fae scourged the land with toxic magic. We returned life here. We gave our people magic and made the fae return to their own courts. And now you are all spoiled brats, raised with power and protection in a realm made for you to thrive in. The decisions my sisters and I had to make would have eaten you all alive. Save your spiel for the sheep who willingly serve you, Caspian threw at her. Doing a single good thing in the past doesn't stanch the evil bleeding from you now. Myrea bared her teeth at the Onyx Witch. You're lucky you aren't under my jurisdiction, or I'd put a sword through your heart right now. Caspian's smile was the grimmest Gideon had ever seen it. Yes, I'm sure Lysandra would hate for you to take that opportunity away from her. Enough, Myrea declared. I don't have time for this nonsense. I want to see the girl's numbers. The two guards behind Calliope shoved her forward, causing her to almost trip. She looked over her shoulder and glared at them as they pushed her all the way up the dais steps to stand right before the queen. Relieve her of her restraints, Myrea told them. But she's one of the guards began. Now. The guards carefully unknotted the ropes tied around Calliope's wrists. Show me. Calliope's hands were clenched so tight her knuckles were stark white. But still, she moved to yank back the sleeve of her shirt to reveal the 4 red 6s that were embedded in her arm. There was a single moment when Myrea's eyes landed on the pattern of dots when everything in the room stopped. Then the queen let out a piercing shriek of anger, and the stillness shattered. Amina gaped at where Melly was kneeling on the ground, blades pressed to the nape of her neck. "What's it going to be?" Queen Ignia asked. "What does she have to do with this?" Amina hissed. "She wasn't my first choice," the queen admitted, "but she was easily obtainable, and one of my spies said you went looking for her at the borders recently. I wanted to get my hands on your co-conspirators. What is it you call them? Slayers? But they're slippery little things, aren't they? Melly is not a part of any of this," she hissed. "Oh, I realized that when she didn't crack after 3 hours of torture," the queen laughed. "The blood oath." Amina looked on Melly with sympathy, but she thanked the gods they had made her swear the oath before they'd left. "Besides, it's not about what she knows, lovely," the queen divulged. "If her well-being is important to you, then you can cooperate. If not, I can sever the head from her body and find someone else who would be more persuasive. Doesn't your friend have a twin brother somewhere?" "What is it you want me to do?" Amina questioned through her teeth. "It's simple, really. I need someone who knows what the final blood warrior looks like. I want her brought to me. I don't know where she is. Not to mention the last time I saw her, I killed the witch." The queen held up a hand, cutting her off. "The details of the drama you caused do not interest me. I'll give you 2 weeks to bring her to me before I start digging a mass grave for the ones you love." An enraged sound ripped out of Amina's throat. Her claws dug into her palms as her hands balled into fists. "Your time starts now," the queen said, dismissing her. "And I think I'll keep your little friend, just in case you decide not to do what you're told." As the guards hauled a screaming Melly away, Amina's rage burned so brightly in her belly that she swore she could feel its smoke crawling up her throat. She spun for the exit, pushing past the doors and racing down the hall. She needed to get out of here. Fuck the queen. Fuck the gods. She was going to shred them all to pieces with her bare hands one day. When Amina launched herself into the air, a voice shouted her name from her right. Sabine and Lyra, dressed entirely in black, zipped after her. Sabine's face was drawn in horror. What happened? Amina fluttered her wings to keep her hovering in place as she waited for the 2 of them to fully reach her. Then she revealed, Things just got much worse. The three of them whirled like tornadoes around Lyra's room as they packed their bags, hurrying to shove changes of clothes and weapons and an array of Lyra's enchanted artifacts into the pouches of their utility belts. The second they decided they were leaving, tonight, they had come to the manor to gather their supplies. When everything was ready, they stood in a circle and took a collective deep breath. "This is your last chance to back out," Amina told them both. "We are a unit," Lyra declared. "We are forging a new beginning together. We find the last blood warrior, we bring her back," Sabine recited. "I've already sent the letter and the proof off to Sydney to help rally other Valkyries. We'll have to hope the word of what the Queen has done spreads without us for now." "About getting the blood warrior," Amina chimed in, "I have an amendment to that plan." The other two tilted their heads at her. "I doubt the blood warrior or her cohorts are where I last saw them, but even if they are, taking her won't be easy. The girl is a witch siphon hybrid. I felt her power in that forest. It's untapped at the moment, but when she finally unleashes it—" "You're saying we need her to be cooperative?" Lyra narrowed her eyes. Amina's eyes sparkled at her friend. "Precisely. And I think I know exactly how we will be able to make that happen." The Queen's screech was still ringing in Calla's ears. "Who is it?" Myrea snarled in Calla's face. "Who are you tied to?" At the sight of Myrea's visceral rage, a wave of gratitude went through Calla that her bond to Gideon had not yet been severed. Pissing the Queen off was quite a thrill. "Tell me, or so help me, girl, me." Gideon stepped forward, and Calla looked over her shoulder to see a satisfied smile playing on the prince's lips. "Which means if you spill her blood, you spill mine. And then you'll have my mother to deal with." "You little bitch," Myrea growled in Calla's face. "You may look like Indra, but you're just like Agnes, ruining my plans because of your foolish little infatuations." Calla didn't flinch away from the Queen's venomous words. In fact, she hoped they were true. Agnes was the only one of her mothers whom she was ever able to really meet, and from the 6 short years they got to spend together, Calla hoped there was something of Agnes in her. Not to mention, it was comical that the Queen would blame only Calla for her and Gideon's soul bond. "You don't understand what you're dealing with," Myrea snapped. "But this is nothing a bond severing can't fix." Calla froze. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. A task she had been sure she'd have to search all Illustros to accomplish, and the Rouge Queen planned to just hand her the solution. The Fates' musical laughter cut through her mind. "Bond severing," she whispered. "That's right," Myrea said viciously. "Whatever game you're playing will be cut short by tomorrow night. I'll do everything in my power to ensure Lysandra will be present for our little ceremony, too. Won't that be fun, Prince? You and your mother can have a heartwarming reunion." The Queen looked to her guards now. "Confiscate all their belongings and take them to their cells." Calla slashed her gaze to Gideon. If their things were taken, the Queen was going to find the Fates' dice and Heartreaver. Calla assumed the guards hadn't bothered taking their stuff before because they knew the crew was too outnumbered to do any damage with any weapons they may have had regardless. Not to mention that being bound, forced to walk several miles, and then knocked unconscious had certainly taken too much out of her to even attempt to use Heartreaver after she'd woken up in the carriage. Enchanted daggers weren't exactly helpful when your opponents could magically control your every movement anyway. One of the guards yanked Gideon's bag away and then ran his hand over the pockets of the prince's pants and shirt. When the guard brought the items over to the queen, Myrea immediately turned the pack over onto the floor, and Calla winced as the two red and black cubes fell onto the marble, bouncing with an echoing clack, clack, clack down the dais steps. The room went utterly silent. Cass, Hannah, and Kestrel all watched the scene with bated breath. "Fate's dice," Myrea said with a disbelieving sneer, standing from her throne at the sight of the cursed pair of cubes. A guard collected each of them from where they landed and brought them over for the queen to inspect. "The two of you are in a world of trouble." "You mean more than we are now?" Calla quipped, as a guard began running their hands over her pockets, ripping Heartreaver out of its sheath on her belt. She gave him a scathing glare. The queen folded the pair of dice into her palm. "Make sure you isolate the girl from the prince. I don't want them refueling each other." Calla felt the point of a sword in her lower back an instant later. "Move," ordered the guard who was assigned to her. "Oh, and, Commander," the queen called out in a sugary voice. "Excellent work." Calla watched as every muscle in Kestrel's body tensed up. Good. She hoped he suffered with his guilt for the rest of his life. Calla and the others were led one by one out of the throne room. They were brought to the west wing of the castle, to a large steel door with at least 10 different locking mechanisms barring it in place. Once the door was finally opened, Calla saw that there were stairs on the other side. They all made their way down 3 flights of the damp stone steps to what she assumed was the dungeon. It certainly smelled like it could be one. Dark and slightly humid, with a putrid stench that she could only describe as vomit and old blood. "Put her in the first and the rest of them in the second," the lead guard directed. Each cell was made of 3 black stone walls with steel bars running along the front. Calla couldn't see any type of door or hinges, and a moment later she realized why. 2 of the guards walked to the wall across from the cell's openings and twisted 2 black iron valves that made the bars slowly sink into the ground. Calla was prodded into the first holding, and as soon as she crossed over the threshold, the guard quickly lifted the bars back into place. She watched as the others filed into the cell beside hers, Cass and Hannah both flicking their eyes over to her in concern as they passed, while Kestrel refused to look in her direction at all. Gideon resisted the entire way. Once they were all secure, the guards hurried out, a few taunting comments the only things they left behind. "This sucks," she heard Caspian's muffled voice ring out on the other side of the wall. "Calliope?" Gideon called. "Are you all right?" "No." She laughed bitterly as she flattened her back against the stone and slid down to the ground. "But I'm here." Calla wrapped her arms around her legs and leaned forward to rest her forehead against her bent knees. She counted her heartbeats in the silence, wondering how the hells this was going to play out. When she reached 263 beats, a shuffling sound from the back corner of her cell caught her attention. She growled at the thought of having to deal with a colony of rats or other gutter creature. But when she leaned forward to peer closer into the shadows, she knew immediately that it wasn't any kind of rodent. Calla slowly got back to her feet, heart hammering in her chest as a scream began to crawl up her throat. "Calliope?" Gideon's voice was drenched in concern. "What's going on? What's wrong?" Calla took a single step toward the darkness to get a better look at the distinct form of a person she could now see was huddled in the corner. The person moved, eyes blinking open. Calla screamed. "Calliope!" Gideon yelled. "Watch the noise, would you?" the being said, almost too soft for her to hear. Calla clamped her mouth shut immediately. She took another step forward, her eyes slowly adjusting to see that it was a man, his face covered in dark stubble, long, unkempt hair spilling over his wide shoulders. The muscles on his broad frame were so incredibly lean that he looked sickly, and his fair skin clearly hadn't seen the sun in a great deal of time. He might have been handsome, she thought, if he didn't look so gaunt and frail. Calla reached out carefully with her magic, trying to determine what type of being the poor soul might be. As soon as her magic brushed against his, her breath hitched a little bit. "Calla!" It was Hannah who screamed her name this time. "Hold on," she responded. "What does she mean, hold on?" Caspian's distant voice sounded exasperated. "I swear, the way everyone in this group makes me worry has shaved years off my life." Calla refocused on the man. "A Terra witch. Who are you?" she asked softly. "Did the guards not know this cell wasn't empty?" "Probably forgot I was in here," the man answered, his words a little less slow coming out this time. "How? Don't they feed you every day?" He huffed a laugh. "I haven't eaten anything in a decade." She gawked. "How are you alive?" The man sighed and began to unfurl his body. Very slowly he stretched out each of his limbs before shaking himself up from the ground. He had to use the wall for most of his support and was about 6 inches taller than Calla, even with his poor posture. "My name is Thorn," he told her. "I'm the 5th Blood Warrior." Hannah watched as Gideon and Cass pressed their ears up against the wall between their cell and Calla's. By the way Gideon kept pacing and fidgeting with the hoops in his ears, Hannah could tell it was driving him mad that he wasn't able to see or be near Calla. Hannah glanced over to where Kestra was leaning back against the wall, arms crossed over his chest as he watched Gideon and Caspian debate on what might be happening in the other cell. The commander's face was completely blank, and it was giving her chills. She wondered what had happened during his and Gideon's ride earlier. She could tell something had changed between the two men. Would have been disappointed in Gideon if it hadn't after what Kestrel did to Calla and the rest of them, but she didn't know exactly what kind of terms they were currently on. Hannah guessed it was somewhere between dead to each other and hope your soul rots in a fiery pit for the rest of eternity. "I think I hear something," Cass told Gideon. "What?" Gideon moved closer to the beta in anticipation. "Hold on." Cass held up a hand. They all held their breaths as they waited for whatever Cass had caught on the other side. Well, all of them except Kestrel. "I hear talking," Cass murmured, pushing back from the wall. "Like poor thing. Didn't last 10 minutes in here without her mind making up hallucinations." Gideon shot the other witch a hard look. "Or the reason you hear talking is because there's someone in there talking to her." Cass looked thoughtful as he said, "That's probably more likely, yeah." Gideon pinched the bridge of his nose. "Hey, little witch, are you all right?" Hannah hadn't realized that she'd even spaced out until Caspian stepped in front of her, a look of concern on his face. "Oh, yes, sorry, what's happening with Calla?" she asked, but her voice sounded far away. "Whoa, Han." Gideon stepped up next to his friend, his brows knitted together as his silvery gaze ran over her face. "What's going on? Are you feeling all right?" "What do you mean?" She tilted her head. "Hannah, the veins are starting to come back," Caspian told her, hands reaching out to hover next to her shoulders as she swayed a bit on her feet. "Are you going to have another episode?" "What?" "I feel—" She was going to say fine, but that's not what came out at all. What came out was more of a mush of vowel sounds. "All right, easy there," Gideon said, as he and Cass each grabbed an elbow and guided her gently to the floor. As soon as Hannah was sitting, Cass helped scoot her a few inches back so she could prop herself up against the wall. She felt like that time she and Delphine had drunk an entire bottle of wine on the pink sand coast of Estrella. Lightheaded and fuzzy, but just aware enough to hear what was going on around her. "What the hell's is wrong with her?" Cass whispered to Gideon. Before Gideon answered, Kestrel's monotonous tone cut in. "Her magic is overheating." Gideon pensed up at the sound of Kestrel's voice, but Caspian didn't hesitate to question him. "What does that mean?" It means, Kestrel continued, bored, that her magic must have been dormant for far too long, and then it was woken up too fast. Her system is overloading. Well, that is just fantastic, Cass sighed. What do we do? Nothing you can do, Kestrel muttered, except wait it out and hope she doesn't unleash it all on us. You're the 5th blood warrior, Calla repeated in shock. Yes, Thorn answered. What are you doing here? She questioned. Before my final roll, I made arrangements to head out to the Celestial Sea with a crew of smugglers. The plan was to get my final witch's die from them and travel to the first continent to hide out as long as I could. But Myrea sent a unit of guards after me. I managed to solidify my blood warrior status before they dragged me here. But since being a blood warrior has made me invincible, don't they feed you or give you water? She wrinkled her nose a bit as a pungent smell suddenly hit her nose. Or let you bathe? I don't really need to eat or drink in this state.
I've forgotten what hunger or thirst feels like at this point, he shrugged, the movement wooden. Who are you? My name is Calla. I'm the 6th blood warrior. Calla could tell he hadn't expected her to say that. She pulled back the sleeve of her shirt to show him the magical red 6s that lined her arm. You only have 4 numbers, Thorn noted. That means you're here because Maria wants to murder me? Yeah. Why are your numbers red? Thorn tilted his head in curiosity. That's a very long story as well. Short version is that I got myself soul bonded to the Onyx Prince, who happens to be in the cell next door with our friends. Ah, I see, Thorn nodded. I've finally reached the hallucinatory stage of my isolation. I must say, I didn't think my mind was this creative. Believe me, Calla said dryly, I desperately wish this was all in your imagination and not the very real nightmare that is my life. Why did they separate you? Thorn questioned. They put the prince and your friends all together, but stuck you in here with me? The bond allows us to recharge each other. Not to mention, I'm sure they didn't want me receiving any magic from anyone else, since I'm a... Calla stepped out of the shadows in the back of the cell and moved toward the light that was shining through the bars from the lit torches in the hallway. She pointed to her eyes. Thorn gave a low whistle. The Fates picked a blood siphon as their final warrior? The gods truly have elite drafting skills, I'll give 'em that. What did you call me? Blood siphon. Witches who are blessed with the ability to siphon each have their own titles. Same with any fae or other magic-wielding beings who happen to be siphons as well. Blood siphons, storm siphons. Why are you looking at me like that? Blood siphon. Her magic heated in her veins at the name. Did you say blessed with the ability to siphon? Calla lifted a brow. Siphons are incredibly rare, powerful beings. I spent a lot of my younger years on the 2nd continent, Noctum. Siphon abilities are regarded highly there. Well, they should give that memo to the beings of Illustros. Many in Illustros aren't fond of anyone with more power than them. Thorn snorted. The witch queens haven't helped with that. Calla nodded. She was about to say something else when someone called her name again. Gideon? She called back. There's someone else in here with me. Things have definitely just gotten stranger. There's something happening with Hannah. It was Caspian who spoke this time. What's wrong? Calla asked hastily. Kestrel said he thinks it's her magic overheating, Gideon elaborated. We can't catch a single break, can we? Calla huffed. Is she going to be okay? She's just a little disoriented at the moment, Gideon assured her. Cass and I are using our wind to try to cool her down. That was why it was suddenly so drafty. Keep her awake, Calla told him. If she's unconscious, it's easier for the necromancy magic to take hold. I do not want to know who or what is buried beneath this palace. We'll do everything we can, Gideon assured. Calla took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves as her stomach knotted up with the anxiety of being unable to do anything to Hannah or the others. She looked back over at Thorn and said,
I don't know how we're all going to get out of here, but you should come with us." Thorn smiled at her sadly. "I gave up hoping I'd ever get out of here a long time ago, Six." Calla rolled her eyes at the nickname, but she didn't bother to say anything more as she settled back down on the ground, laying herself down by the wall and pillowing her arms beneath her cheek. She wanted to tell Thorn that he shouldn't be hopeless, that they could make it out, but she worried that would be a lie. She'd spent all that time trying to avoid being a part of the Fates' war, and yet now she was starting to fear she wouldn't even make it that far. Maria was going to take her out of the game just when she'd decided to play. As Calla drifted to sleep, the cool breeze from Gideon's wind from next door settled over her, caressing her skin and combing through the tendrils of her hair. For a moment, she imagined she was back in the forest, his hands tangled in her hair at the nape of her neck, telling her they would be okay. Delphine was waiting in the sitting area of Ranil's suite when he returned from planning the final touches for the next day's claiming ceremony. "What am I supposed to wear to the claiming tomorrow night?" "I've had a dress made for you," he told her. "It should be here in the morning." She lifted her brows. "Really? It's cutting it close because I was debating if I should have you come. Zephyr didn't think it was a good idea. But there are still a few people who want to see us in action after I told them you were back. I think we should make sure to give them the show they deserve." She'd give them a show, all right. Why the hells does Zephyr not think it's a good idea? What business is it of his? She said snippily. "Zephyr is only looking out for me, Moonlight. He's become quite the right hand in the last few years, and he's protective," Ranil told her, a smarmy glint in his eye. "Don't be jealous. You could get back there someday." Delphine fought the urge to chuck a throw pillow at his smug face. "Get some beauty sleep," Ranil told her. "You need to look exquisite for tomorrow." The day had finally come. Delphine's stomach was in knots. When she woke, Ranil was already gone from the suite, a large garment box left on the table in front of the couch she'd made into her bed for the past couple weeks. This couch was much less comfortable than the old worn-in one she used to sleep on in the apartment she shared with Hannah and Calla, but it still beat the cot in the dungeon or Ranil's bed. She ignored the box while she got up to bathe and fix her hair, and when she eventually came back for it, she braced herself. She slipped the card out from under the ribbon tied in a big silver bow atop the package, and ran the nail of her index finger across the envelope's blue wax seal. "Moonlight, I look forward to seeing you in this. R." Delphine set the card down on the table and pulled the end of one of the ribbons to loosen the bow. She shimmied the lid off and folded back the silk wrapping to reveal the outrageously lavish garment below. A gasp fell from her lips when she lifted the dress. The entire gown looked like it was made of liquid silver and stars. The structured bodice had a deep V down the front, with the left strap meant to sit on her shoulder and the right to be draped off the side. The material looked like it would fit her body like a second skin, and there was a slit high up the right side of the skirt. At the bottom of the box was a large square jewelry case, and when she pried its lid open, she choked on the bile that crawled up her throat. Inside, nestled in the plush sapphire cushion, sat a replica of her mother's pearl necklace that Ranil had made her destroy. She snapped the box closed and threw it as hard as she could against the wall. "Tonight is the last night," she assured herself. "Tonight is the end." "Gideon!" she called in the dark, laughter bubbling up in her throat. She couldn't see anything in the forest except for the looming trees and their large white blossoms. "Gideon, I give up. Where are you?" She swore the trees turned toward her as she passed by them, their shadows slithering underfoot. Petals fell from the drooping flowers and drifted in the wind that was beginning to pick up around her. Calla heard the haunting sound of a crow cawing in the distance, and she shivered. "Gideon?" she said, hesitantly this time. "He isn't here." Calla froze at the sound of the grating voice. She slowly turned to her left, her breath catching as her eyes landed on the giant gilded mirror standing in the middle of two trees. It wasn't herself she saw reflected in the glass, however. It was the witch-eater. "You," she hissed.
"What are you doing here? I wished to see how your progress was coming along," they told her. "What progress?" she demanded as she stalked closer to the mirror. They tilted their head at her in curiosity. "I have a riddle for you." "I'm not interested." The witch-eater went on as if Calla had not spoken. "I am something you can lose, but when I am stolen, I am found. I am something you can break, but when I am mended, I am forever bound. What am I?" Calla's brow furrowed at the puzzle. She turned it over in her head. The answer felt like it should be obvious, but as soon as she thought she found it, it eluded her once more. The witch-eater grinned like a fiend when Calla was unable to come up with anything, and the sight sent a shot of fear through her body. She took a large step back from the oculus. "What do you want from me? What game are you playing?" The witch-eater nodded. "Now you're asking the right questions. What do you— Wait." She sucked in a breath as it suddenly hit her. "A heart. The answer to your riddle is a heart." The glint in the witch-eater's eyes was approving. Calla shook her head wildly, her stomach sinking with dread. "I have not completed the curse. I am not in love. You can't take my heart." "Interesting that that's where your first thoughts go." The witch-eater's gaze turned knowing. "But you're right. I can't take a heart that's already been stolen." Calla's mouth went dry. "What are you talking about?" The witch-eater laughed, and Calla slammed her hands on the glass. "What do you want from me?" she repeated, slamming her hands against the mirror once more. "What does that mean?" "Good luck, Calliope Rosewood." "No!" she screamed. "Tell me what it means." "Sorry, but it's time for you to wake up." "No!" Calla seethed, hitting the glass over and over again with increasing frustration. "Wake up!" the witch-eater repeated. This time when Calla hit the mirror, it shattered. One of the sharp edges sliced open her palm, and she let out a cry of pain as she watched her crimson blood spill out and drip onto the ground. When she looked back at the broken reflection, it was no longer the ancient being staring back at her. It was Gideon, his palm bleeding just like hers. Her eyes traveled up from his hand to his chest, and what she found there made a cry burst from her lips. There was a gaping hole where his heart should be. Calla frantically looked down at her own chest, and her breath caught when she found it was ripped open as well. "Wake up," Gideon told her. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" Someone nudged Calla's side with the toe of their boot. Calla blinked her eyes open slowly, groggy from the short, fitful sleep. She looked around to find Thorn looming above her with a grave expression on his face. "You've been out for nearly 4 hours," he told her. "Someone's coming." Calla pushed herself up from the floor, stretching out her stiff, aching limbs. Down the hall she could hear the clacking of someone's shoes on the stone. When the person finally came to a stop in front of her cell, the temperature in the room felt like it had dropped 20 degrees. "You must be Calliope Rosewood," Queen Lysandra said, with a wicked smile. The moment Gideon heard the sound of footsteps coming down to the dungeon, he could sense who it was. He had never moved so fast in his life. "Mother," he growled as he strode forward, "leave her alone." Lysandra looked over to him with cool interest. "Gideon, dearest, so lovely to finally see you again. I was expecting you back a month ago. Too bad I didn't know what you were up to." She was looking as regal as ever. Her impeccable sable gown was shining with black diamonds, the scales of the serpent circling her waist like a belt, glittering in the dancing firelight.
The spikes of the crown atop her head had recently been polished, the glossy obsidian steel shining in the dark, silky strands of her hair, which had been braided through the intricate headpiece to secure it in place. Behind her stood 4 of Myrea's guards. "Let me see your arm." Lysandra stepped up to the bars, hand out in demand. "No," he told her. "Hold me, boy," she scolded. "You have no idea how much trouble you're costing me. The second we break the bond between you and that little witch, we're going home. And you twos," she pointed at where Cass and Kestrel were backing Gideon's flanks, "your parlay on finishing your roles is over. You'll be lucky if I don't gut you for your part in all this. Kestrel's display of loyalty is the only reason you'll be spared." Kestrel heard Kestrel suck in a breath at his back. "Now, show me your arm." His mother bared her teeth at him, reaching out a hand so fast Gideon didn't have time to jump away. She yanked him forward by his wrist until the front of his torso was pressed against the steel bars, and clawed the sleeve of his shirt back past his elbow. When she saw the 4 sets of red dots marring his skin, she almost choked in shock. "You fool," she told him. "You've hidden this from me. Did you think I would? Do you not remember who you are?" He jerked his arm out of her grasp. She let him. "I am your mother," she spat, "and I expected you to be better than your brat of a brother, who, pray tell, is where?" "This isn't about Ezra," Gideon said carefully. "He's not the one that stands between you and your plans. And neither will you, for much longer," she told him, and before he could blink, she reached through the bars and sliced her sharp nails down his bare skin. Gideon watched as one of the guards who accompanied his mother pulled a few droplets of blood from the wound before it could seal itself back together. The blood floated away from Gideon and hovered above the guard's palm like crimson bubbles. "What are you doing?" he demanded. She grinned at him. "Releasing you from this cursed bond. Quite lucky to have the power of a blood moon right when we need it, don't you think? I'll come back for you all once the ritual is done." With that, she turned to the guards and said, "Bring the girl." Gideon slammed his hands against the bars as they lifted the gate to Calliope's cell, but his own limbs seized up as the guards used their magic on her and forced her out of the holding. His mother scowled as she watched the effects of the bond mirror what was happening to Calliope in his own body. "Calliope," he choked out, ignoring the other's stares. "Hush, you fool," Lysandra scolded him. "Whatever you feel for her isn't real. It's the insidious magic linking you together." Gideon scowled. She was so unbelievably wrong. "Calliope, listen to me," he implored, though he couldn't see where she was. The guards had already pulled her too far down the hall. "Fight! Don't worry about what's happening to me. I want you to fight." Lysandra walked up to the bars, her face inches from his as she told him, "This is your one and only chance. It's me or her. Make your choice wisely, because one of them you won't survive." With that, his mother turned and strode away. When Delphine entered the grand room, her adrenaline spiked to see the transformation it had gone through for the claiming ceremony. Every piece of furniture had been cleared away, and there were meticulously drawn runes in the Siren's first language all over the center of the floor. The ceiling in the grand room was made of etched crystal, allowing what little sun could reach these depths to seep in and the moon to cast a faint luminescence at night. Tonight, every moon in Illustros would be crimson, even in the finicking, never-ending forest surrounding the sea, and the light scattered through the room had been set to an ominous scarlet glow for the occasion. Blood moons were the only event that lined up no matter the time zone you resided in, and it was strangely comforting to know that wherever Calla and Hannah were right now, they were seeing the same moons. Delphine stepped beneath the glass ceiling, the surface of her dress glittering silver and red like a burning star. Renil spotted her then, the slow smile on his face almost hungry as he watched her make her way over to him. Bellator, who stood to Renil's right, tipped his glass of wine at her in greeting, but didn't meet her eyes. There were several members from Renil's shoal she recognized standing nearby, and they paused their conversations to watch her as she walked by. "You look exquisite, Moonlight," Renil told her approvingly, as his eyes raked her head to toe, only briefly snagging on the detail of the pearl necklace missing from around her neck. She dipped her chin in acknowledgement. She knew how she looked. "When does everything start?" "We're just waiting for—" "Here we go." Renil lifted his chin at the entrance. Delphine turned to find Zephyr, Mariana, who was practically hanging off Eros, and Celeste filing into the party. Eros and Celeste didn't glance her way, but Zephyr did. "Well, well, well," Zephyr taunted as he approached. "How have you been enjoying being Renil's little pet, Moonlight?" "No need to antagonize my date, Zephyr," Renil scolded the Siren. "Save your energy for your challenge." Zephyr's lips twisted at Renil's words, but he said nothing more as he turned on his heel and stalked off, throwing her one last look of disdain as he went. "Wine?" Renil turned to Delphine, glass held out in offer. Truthfully, she never planned to drink again, but her nerves were beginning to buzz, and she thought one glass to take the edge off couldn't hurt. "Thank you," she said, reaching for the crystal goblet. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make sure we're ready to get started soon," Renil declared before ambling away. Delphine looked at Bellator, taking a small sip of the wine. "What's your role tonight?" Bellator didn't say anything for a long moment. Then, "I'm not sure yet." She opened her mouth to say something else when the sound of clinking glass echoed across the room. "Welcome, ladies and gentle beings, to this exhilarating occasion." Delphine winced as the words conjured up a past memory. She had to force herself to breathe, force her grip to not become a vice around her glass. Today is a particularly special claiming because we are not only welcoming someone new, but one of our own will have the honor of challenging a siren of his choice to prove that he is worthy of being moved into my inner circle. I hope his journey shows you all what redemption can look like when you are a loyal part of this society. Zephyr, step forward for me, if you would. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as Zephyr moved into the center of the room, chest puffed out. Delphine spotted Mariana watching with glee across the room, hand tucked in the crook of Eros' arm. Eros flicked his eyes over to Delphine as if he could feel her staring at them. His expression remained emotionless, but something burned in his eyes. She looked away. 3 years ago, I began these challenges in order to start testing us all, to keep everyone on their toes and ensure only the worthy remained in our ranks. No longer will we claim sirens who have not proven themselves. No longer will anyone already here remain complacent. If you cannot defend your spot here when nominated, you do not deserve to have it. Delphine saw Eros extract himself from Mariana across the room, whispering something in the girl's ear before pushing through the crowd. In the spirit of this being the first inner circle member to be initiated since our new traditions have begun, I've decided Zephyr will choose his opponent from a very specific group among us. Delphine's brow furrowed. She searched for Celeste across the room, and the other girl looked just as confused. As you know, some of your fellow shoal members have had a few lapses in judgment over the years. As a leader, I must make sure that there are no discrepancies in our operation that could harm any of you, and I take these indiscretions very seriously. Renil's expression became a mask of mock sincerity as he addressed the hushed crowd. The punishment for breaking one of our rules or breaking my trust is swearing a siren's oath of fealty to me, and this shoal to prove that you are dedicated to amending your wrongs." Delphine didn't know why it took her so long to realize what was happening, why Zephyr's eyes were now trained on her face, grin slowly stretching across his face. She didn't know why she had taken the glass of fairy wine, half the contents of which were now churning like poison in her stomach. And above all, she didn't know why the next words out of Ranil's mouth were so surprising. The last couple of weeks she had developed tunnel vision, only thinking about her freedom and not remembering the one fact she knew above all else. Cruelty was woven through every inch of Ranil's flesh and bones. Zephyr will therefore choose an opponent from one of the oath-sworn in this room, and if he wins his challenge, I will free him from his siren's oath. If his opponent wins, Zephyr will not only lose his spot in my inner circle, he will swear an oath double the length of the original. Some of the crowd whispered to themselves at the news, but Delphine noticed instantly that Celeste was frozen, while Mariana laughed and clapped in delight beside her. Eros was still nowhere in sight. "Zephyr, you may now declare the name of your opponent," Ranil told the man. Zephyr stepped forward, an insidious amount of glee on his face, as he said, "Delphine de Lune." The crystal goblet dropped from her hand and shattered on the floor. Calla must have slept much longer than she assumed, because the light filtering into the palace ballroom through the stained-glass windows was not from the sun, but a vermilion moon. Her magic was on edge, thrumming with anticipation in her veins as she faced the two witch queens. "I want you to fight," Gideon's voice echoed in her mind. She balled her hands into fists. She would. "If only Indra could see what you've become." Myria tisked from where she sat atop the dais steps, Lysandra perched by her side. Calla lifted her chin proudly. "You mean the key to your end?" "I agree. What a shame she isn't here to witness that." Myria's lips pulled back from her teeth. "You talk big for someone whose blood is about to be spilled across my floor." Calla smirked as she returned, "You talk big for someone who needs 10 guards to make sure I don't spill your blood across the floor." Myria snarled with contempt, but before the Rouge Queen could make another threat, Lysandra chimed in with, "Let's see how brave you're feeling in a moment, girl." The Onyx Queen snapped her fingers, and the witches surrounding Calla all turned toward her in sync. "Hold her in place, and make it hurt." Lysandra "Stay with Gideon." "I trapped no one," she wanted to scream. "I am not the villain." The Onyx Queen dipped Heartreaver into the orb of Gideon's blood that was still hovering in the guard's hand, making sure the steel of the blade was coated thoroughly before removing it and starting down the steps to Calla. When Lysandra was right in front of her, Calla could pick out all the small details of the Queen's face that belonged to Ezra and Gideon. Her nose, the angle of her cheekbones, her lips. But Calla also saw the thing that separated them completely, the insidious gleam in her eyes. Swathed in the power of the blood moon, the Onyx Queen closed her eyes and began to chant. It was an old language, a dialect Calla didn't recognize, and definitely not the one the Witch Eater had used to bind her and Gideon together in the first place. When Lysandra was done chanting, the blood on the blade began to change color from bright crimson to an inky black. When the Queen reopened her eyes, she locked her gaze with Calla's and declared, "Sever the bond, sever the power." Then she plunged the dagger right into Calla's heart. "Delphine," Renio called, tone cloying. "Take your place opposite Zephyr, won't you, Moonlight?" Delphine was frozen. This hadn't been part of the plan. She was supposed to be able to stay by Ranil's side so she could grab the key from his neck when Celeste and Arrow shut the power down. Speaking of Celeste, the girl had disappeared. Did they play me too? She felt a hand at her waist suddenly and jumped, turning her head to see Bellator gently guiding her forward as Ranil shifted on his feet with impatience. "Sometimes to win, you have to take a loss," Bellator grumbled next to her ear. "What the hell's is that supposed to mean?" Delphine's mind was racing too fast to form a retort as Bellator planted her in place, giving her a sharp look she couldn't decipher before returning to his place next to his brother. She refused to lose when she had come this far, especially to Zephyr. This wouldn't just be a loss, this would be the end. Zephyr stepped into the ring, his pure white irises flashing like a predator waiting to strike at its prey. "Not even warming Ranil's bed could help you, Moonlight. You should have learned that from your mother." Delphine saw red at his words. "First to cause the other to lose consciousness wins," Ranil announced. Zephyr poised himself to attack, and Delphine bent down to rip off the bottom of her floor-length gown, making a few people in the crowd snicker. "This is gonna feel good," Zephyr taunted. That's when Ranil's voice boomed through the room. "Begin!" Zephyr didn't hesitate to launch himself at her, unfurling his magic and whipping up a whirlpool around them. Delphine dodged as she sent a jet stream right into his face before reaching out her claws and viciously raking them down the side of his head, nearly tearing off his left ear. Zephyr's answering scream of pain thundered around them. He sent another blast of his magic forward, and she held her palms up to catch the violent streams of water before pushing them right back in his direction. The streams of water broke apart into separate tendrils that wrapped around all four of his limbs, holding him just long enough for her wind her arm back and slam it forward into his jaw. His head flew to the side with the powerful crack of her fist. Her victory was short-lived, however, his dislocated jawbone healing itself seconds later. The fury that ignited in his eyes made her feel like the water around them was going to start boiling. He tore his limbs from the clutches of her magic and darted forward to wrap both his hands around her neck. He slammed her to the floor, making her skull crack against the marble, and her vision went blurry. Wisps of dark blue blood beginning to swirl around her face as Zephyr straddled her body and pressed his thumbs down over her gills. She clawed at his hands. "You're a selfish little bitch," Zephyr told her as he leaned over her, his voice dipping so low that only she could hear. "You ran away thinking there would be no consequences for any of the rest of us? Ranil punished us for years because of you, making us do things that would give demons nightmares." "That sounds," she gasped, "like something you should be mad at him for." "I was at first," Zephyr admitted, "until I realized that there's no beating him, right? So I might as well join him, right? And none of this would have happened without you. You were always his pretty little trophy, the girl who beat the odds. So special, so precious. None of the rest of us even had a chance of earning our way out of our oaths, but you were so close. He was going to break your oath, offer you a spot at his side, and you threw it all away like the ungrateful little brat you are." She couldn't breathe anymore. His fingers pushing down on her gills had stopped all oxygen. She tried to send another stream of water at him, but as it hit his body, he didn't even flinch, just braced himself against it. She was going to lose. Not just this fight, her last opportunity at freedom. This had all been a setup. Ranil had probably planned to throw her back in the dungeon the second this was over, regardless of the outcome. Sometimes to win, you have to take a loss. Bellator's words echoed through her mind, and she still couldn't make sense of them. Taking this loss wouldn't help her. She would be unconscious, and Zephyr would win. That was it. It took everything inside her to do what she did next. She had never been good at losing, had been trained her entire childhood that losing was unacceptable. But Bellator had given her the key. She made a show of struggling against his hold a bit more, kicking her legs out and choking. She let her eyelids slowly flutter closed, stilled all her movements, and a moment later, Zephyr released his hold. "And we have our champion," Ranil announced as Zephyr climbed off her. There was some cheering, some clapping, and Delphine didn't dare move a muscle. "Someone prepare to hold her when she wakes up," she heard Ranil order beneath his breath, before raising his voice back to the crowd and saying, "Zephyr has earned the removal of his Siren's oath." She couldn't open her eyes yet to see what was going on, but she heard 2 heavy sets of feet move to stand next to where she laid. She wasn't sure if Eros and Celeste had ever planned to go through with their part of her scheme, if they had been planning to betray her all along as well, and at this point it didn't matter. The moment Ranil and Zephyr were caught up in breaking the Siren's oath, she was grabbing that damned key from around Ranil's neck and getting the hells out. "With my blood," Ranil spoke clear and deliberate from a few feet away, "I hereby absolve you of your Siren's oath, wiping your slate clean." There was a long moment of silence, and she wondered if she was missing her opportunity already. Before she could open her eyes to peek, however, the gasps of alarm began, and then a scream. She peeled one of her lids back just as the lights around them began flickering out one by one, and she caught a glimpse of Ranil and Zephyr frozen in front of each other, bloody hands clasped, as the magic of breaking the Siren's oath immobilized both of their bodies. It was her chance. While everyone above her began shuffling with uncertainty as the power around them began to fluctuate, Delphine slithered over the ground between the men. With every inch closer, her heart thudded faster until she was sure she would pass out for real. "Hey!" someone called behind her, and she knew. Someone had spotted her. She didn't even hesitate as she pushed herself off the ground and darted right for Ranil, not bothering to look back to see who had caught her.
Thankfully, the pectoral fins on her arms and legs had healed, making her movements much swifter. As she reached the 2 men who had made her life a waking nightmare, she smiled, showing them all her teeth. She reached beneath Ranil's shirt and watched in pure ecstasy as the man's eyes bulged when she snapped the obsidian key from his neck, the key to her freedom. Then they were all plunged into darkness. 6 minutes. That's how long Calliope was gone before Gideon felt the searing agony go through his chest. He groaned in pain as blood began to soak through his shirt. His left arm felt like it was on fire, like the flesh was going to begin melting from his bones. His breathing was labored as he ripped his sleeve back and stared in horror. His rolls of fate were slowly turning back to black. The bond was being severed, and once it was, Calliope would be fair game for his mother to kill. "Help me break the bars," he grunted at Caspian and Kestrel. Hannah was still disoriented. "What?" Cass exclaimed, hovering nearby as he watched Gideon struggle against the pain. "I have to get to her." "Help me break the bars," Gideon roared as he wildly reached out with his wind magic, slicing it against the steel in front of him. Cass didn't hesitate this time as he began to swipe back and forth with his own wind cuts, sawing at the steel bars over and over. Gideon was much slower in his current state, the stabbing pain in his heart and the heat still licking up his arm, making it hard for him to concentrate. He glanced back at Kestrel, who was watching him with an inscrutable expression. "Don't just fucking stand there,"
Gideon gritted out. "Help! Help, or I will never forgive you!" "Were you ever going to forgive me anyway?" Kestrel asked, his voice low, serious. "No," Gideon admitted, his breathing growing more and more laborious. "But if you help, maybe one day I'll learn not to hate you." Kestrel didn't say anything for a moment, the only sound in the dungeon the grating noise of Cass hacking at the metal over and over again. "Why her?" Kestrel asked. Gideon lifted his brows. "Are you fucking kidding me? This is not the time." "Why her?" Kestrel repeated. "You never once risked this much for me. Your position with your mother, your heart." "I don't know," Gideon said, tone clipped. "Why her?" Kestrel continued, refusing to budge. "She's worth the broken heart," Gideon finally answered, causing even Caspian to pause what he was doing and look over with wide eyes. "I tried to explain it to you before. She and I started this journey trying to run from our own destinies and gained a purpose, together instead. The threads that bind us are infinite. It's been less than a couple weeks, Gideon." Kestrel's voice was little more than a whisper, but they all heard the unspoken words loud and clear. Gideon had known her less than a couple weeks and was willing to risk everything, but had laid by Kestrel's side for years. "Hearts cannot tell time," Gideon said. "Someone could mean nothing to you in the dead of winter and everything to you by the blooms of spring." Kestrel stepped up to Gideon then until the two witches were toe to toe. "If Ezra wasn't gone and I hadn't gotten us into this situation," Kestrel waved his hand in the air, his voice shakier than Gideon had ever heard it before. "If she hadn't chosen you, and I told you that it's okay if you never love me, that it would be enough if you just warmed my bed." "What ifs don't help anyone," Kestrel, Gideon told him. "But it wouldn't matter anyway. It's not who you're sleeping next to. It's who you're dreaming about." Kestrel squeezed his eyes shut for one long moment, and when he opened them again, Gideon could see that the commander was going to finally let him go. The breath he released then was almost a sigh of relief. Gideon turned back, still bracing against the pain, and began swiping at the bars once again. Cass worked tirelessly beside him, and when Kestrel joined, the three of them moved in perfect sync. The bars groaned as the cut started to dig deeper and deeper into them, but as the pain intensified in Gideon's arm, he knew they were not going to be fast enough. Guys," a gentle voice squeaked from behind them. All three men paused and twisted around to see a now standing Hannah. "I think I can help," she said softly. Gideon and Cass exchanged a look. Half concerned Hannah's way of helping might include zombified corpses rising from the earth again. "Are you sure?" Caspian stepped toward her. "You don't have to push yourself." Hannah's face was determined. "I want to help. I don't want to be on the sidelines anymore." "What do you need?" Cass asked without hesitation, ready to help her any way she asked him to. "Blood," she said. Cass didn't bother to think twice as he stepped up to her and used the sharp nail of his index finger to slice a line across the base of his throat, where the skin was thinner just above his clavicle. Hannah raised a hand and let her magic tug as hard as it could before the wound sealed up, the stream of blood now floating through the air at her will. They all stepped back as they watched her move the blood, wrapping it around one of the half-cut bars. With a small constriction of her hand, the blood began to boil. Gideon, Cass, and Kestrel gaped as the steel melted all the way through. She moved on to the next as Cass tore a strip off the hem of his shirt to wrap around his palm, protecting him from the heat, and pried the top of the broken post back. Kestrel slammed the heel of his boot into the bottom piece to bend it down and created a space just large enough for her to squeeze out. She dove through the tight gap and rushed over to the valve on the wall that they had seen the guards use to open the cells before. As soon as the steel posts were out of the way, the 3 onyx witches rushed out, although Gideon's movements were stiff with pain. When Cass reached Hannah's side, he tugged on a strand of her hair with brotherly affection. "Good job, little witch." Hannah beamed. "Wait!" a voice grunted from the cell next door as they all started toward the exit. The group paused. Gideon had forgotten Calla said someone was in the cell with her. "Let me out, please," the man implored, gripping the bars. "A Terra witch," Caspian noted. "You're the one Calla was talking to. Why are you down here?" The man shoved his left sleeve up to his elbow, revealing the numbers that lay beneath. Hannah and Cass both gasped. "My name is Thorn." "That's enough for us," Cass commented, and moved to open the bars of the man's cell. "But keep up, or you're on your own." Gideon didn't wait to see what the man decided. He took off down the hall, rushing up the dungeon steps 2 at a time, only taking his eyes off the exit door once to check his numbers. 3 of them had already turned black. He burst out of the door, sending a guard standing on the other side flying forward. "Hey!" someone yelled, but before Gideon could whip out his magic, he heard Caspian behind him say, "Go, we've got it here." Gideon didn't argue as he dashed through the palace hall toward the throne room, thanking the gods he had been here enough times to know his way around. When he made it to the entryway, 2 guards tried to seize him, but he ripped the air from their throats with lightning speed, bringing them down to their knees and squeezing until the lack of oxygen made them pass out. When he finally entered the throne room, the fire he felt in his chest and arm did not compare to the burning rage he felt at the scene before him. Calliope's body was writhing on the marble floor, a dagger protruding from her chest. Not just any dagger, Heart Reaver. Gideon snarled, "Stop!" and everything did. "This is the control room," Renil told Delphine as they pushed past the guards waiting outside the largest set of doors she had ever seen. When they stepped inside, she paused in awe, and Renil gave her a satisfied grin. In the center of the room was an enormous orb of blue light. Not just light magic. The ball of energy was hovering between 2 giant circular platforms connected to several pipes on either side of the room. It had been barely more than 3 months that she'd been here, and she hadn't been adjusting very well without her mother. Never had she had a room all to herself, and there was no one her age to talk to. It had gotten unbearably lonely. When Reniel had come back from his latest expedition, she had told him as much. Now he was taking time out of his schedule to entertain her, starting with this tour. He said only his inner circle had ever seen the inside of this particular room, that she was special. "Wow," she whispered. "This controls everything in the palace. The magic is depleted little by little through those tubes and distributed all over the house to give it power, light, heat, everything. When it starts getting low, members of the shoal are nominated to donate kernels of their magic to keep it running. Can you touch it?" she wondered. "No," he said swiftly, and when she jumped at his harsh tone, his eyes softened a bit. "If you touch it, it will overload your system with magic, and the power grid could go out." "Shouldn't there be guards inside too, then?" she quipped as she took a step back, giving the staticky orb a wide berth. "If someone touched it, they would most likely perish. And even if they didn't, the power outage would cause those doors to lock." He walked to the door and pointed to the small black bars hanging out of the ceiling in a long row before the door, like teeth. "See these? They drop down and trap anyone inside." Delphine shivered. "I think I'm ready to see whatever is next." Reniel grinned before waving her over with one hand. "Let's go to the greenhouse. I think you'll enjoy that much more." Everything happened all at once. Delphine sent a torrent of magic straight toward the ceiling, shattering the crystal above her. Shards scattered through the room, and shouts of panic rang out. As the crowd descended into anarchy, Delphine headed straight for the exit she'd just made. All she had to do was make it out of the sea. Then she would be free. And Eros and Celeste will be trapped forever. A soft voice whispered in her mind. Does vengeance taste sweet? They kept their promises this time, and yet you've damned them for it. She didn't know where the voice had come from or why it felt familiar, but she shook it off. Now was not the time to grow a conscience. She kept swimming. You are not the monster your mother molded you to be. Delphine hesitated this time. What if I am? Celeste let me go and then dragged me back. She doesn't deserve my forgiveness. Do you think you would deserve your forgiveness when this is over? Will you let yourself be free of your own guilt? Or will you be trapped by it forever, trading one prison for another? Hannah. It was Hannah's voice. Delphine cursed and turned around. Finding her way through the inky darkness of the palace was not an easy feat. Sirens were running in every direction, none of them knowing how to process everything that had just happened. Reniel's events were always coordinated down to every last detail. Something like this was unprecedented, and it had everyone acting as if it was the end of the world. A bunch of sheep without a shepherd are utterly useless, she thought. Delphine had managed to make it out undetected, and as she moved deeper and deeper into the bowels of the palace, she prayed her memory didn't fail her. Another 2 rights down a long corridor, and then a sharp left, and she squinted as she got closer and sighed in relief. She had found the control room. As she approached, she saw a single guard sprawled out on the ground, throat ripped out. Eros work, surely. She shoved the man aside with her foot and pulled down on the steel lever of the heavy doors, prying them open with all her might. They made a groaning metallic sound as she moved them both out of her way. Delphine? Celeste's anxious voice cried. Oh, thank the gods! We're trapped! She could just make out where Celeste and Eros were standing on the other side of the iron bars that separated them. We've tried everything, Celeste almost sobbed. We can't break them. Delphine cursed. She was about to tell them she didn't know what to do when she remembered what she was holding in her hand. Stand back. Let me try something, she ordered. When she heard them shuffle a few feet away, she took a deep breath and held the key up to one of the bars in front of her. There was no bright light, no magic fanfare. Just like she remembered when Reniel used it to lock her mother's magic away, the key simply slipped into the bar. An instant later, the steel prison shattered. Celeste let out a squeak of relief and launched herself into Delphine's arms. Eros simply watched in tense silence as Delphine cleared her throat and extracted herself from the other girl. No time. Delphine shook her head as she waved for them to follow her. We need to go. It's complete chaos. We have to get out of here now. The 3 of them rushed off down the hall, and Delphine let Eros take the lead as they wound their way through the palace to what she hoped was the front entrance. A few adrenaline-charged minutes later, and her hopes were confirmed. Eros had just seized the door handle when a slow clap echoed from behind them. They all whipped around. I must say I'm impressed. Never did I think any of you would get past your animosity toward one another to pull something like this off, Reniel said as he stepped into view, the light from the windows that framed the doorway illuminating the foyer enough for them to all be able to see each other as more than silhouettes. And behind him was Bellator. Clearly, I didn't torture either of you enough. Reniel scowled at Eros and Celeste. Or maybe Zephyr is just a weaker being than we are. Celeste spat back. I'm starting to believe that might be the case as well. Reniel huffed a laugh before turning his cruel gaze on Delphine. I want back what you stole from me. Delphine laughed bitterly. "And I want back what you stole from me. This is what you get for being such an arrogant bastard. Inviting people to watch you in your most vulnerable state, not a choice I personally would have made." "Bellator," Reniel ordered, "take care of the other two. I want to relish draining every ounce of power from this one alone." Bellator didn't hesitate for a second to send a blast of the most powerful magic Delphine had ever felt into Eros and Celeste. The two sirens went flying sideways, smashing through the closed doors of the study to their left as Bellator pursued them. "Never in my life have I wanted to hurt someone like I want to hurt you," Reniel lamented as he slammed her back against the door by her neck. "The feeling is mutual," she choked out. "Your magic is mine." He tightened his vice around her throat. "I will not give you a moment of rest for the next 3 centuries." She could feel the tattoo on the back of her neck began to invoke the magic oath that bound her to him. He could drain every ounce of power she had to give, and when it replenished, he could do it again and again and again. For 300 years she would be paying this debt. For 300 years she was supposed to be marked by this man whom she hated more than anyone else in the universe. She giggled. A flicker of shock, chased by fury, went over his face. He tightened his grasp. She laughed again, this time her entire body shaking with it. "Stop it, you little—" She slammed the obsidian key into the back of his neck. No. His hand dropped away from her as it reached back to clutch where the key was protruding from the nape of his neck, locking away his magic forever. "No!" His voice boomed, his knees hitting the floor as his body began spasming with pain. Delphine lurched forward and snatched the key back out. "That's for my mother. You used her as a ploy to get me to swear an oath to you when I was barely old enough to use my own magic. You made me a puppet for years so you could fuel your own greed." Her hand snapped out and clutched his chin, angling his face up so he'd have to look her in the eyes. "Even now your arrogance astounds me. Bringing no more than a single person to back you up because you think you are an infallible god? Well, if you are a god, then I am a god slayer. Your reign ends today." Something shattered to her left, and she turned to look for the commotion in the direction of where Eros and Celeste had gone. She needed to help them. Looking back to Reniel one last time, she said, "I hope I never see your face again. But if I do—" Delphine stepped closer to run the back of her hand along the man's cheek. "I hope it's in the depths of the hells." Then, before she could stop herself, she plunged her claws into the soft tissue of his throat and tore his trachea out. She didn't linger, as she took off for the study where the others had disappeared, worry shooting through her when she found it empty. The only sign of struggle, however, was the giant hole in the exterior window. She wedged herself through the sharp opening and out to the front side of the palace. Rallying the last kernels of her energy, she launched herself up with 2 jet streams, flexing the fins running down her forearms and calves as she swam. She moved her arms in broad strokes, one fist still clutching the obsidian key as she propelled herself higher and higher. When she finally made it to the edge of the palace's roofline, and all there was left between her and freedom was open water, she kicked furiously, scanning the surface line for any sign of Celeste or Eros. Then something suddenly caught her ankle and dragged her back down. She looked to find Reniel, desperate and furious, his throat leaking blood into the sea around them, clutching her leg. She let out a sound of frustration as she kicked at him, but he only kept dragging her back. Down, down, down! Let me go!" she screamed, blasting the last bit of power she had left in her body. It didn't even loosen his hold. He dragged her back another foot. "No, no, I'm going home! You can't have me any more!" she screamed at him, decades of hatred spilling into her voice. He kept pulling, and she was getting tired. So tired. With the last of her strength, she reached down and clawed at his face, thrashing wildly, hoping she gouged his eyes out of his head so he would let go. "I'm going home," she snarled. "I'm going back to Hannah and Calla. I'm going home." His skin tore beneath her nails, and blood poured out of his wounds, but she just kept going and going until someone finally said, "You did it, Delphine. You can stop now. You can leave." She stopped her movements, her body sagging with exhaustion as she blinked and saw Bellator below, holding on to Raneel's limp, floating body. A sob came from her throat as her chest heaved with effort. "Why are you letting me go?" she gritted out. "Where are Eros and Celeste?" Bellator's mouth was a hard line. "Why are you letting me go? I will not switch from being indebted to him to being indebted to you." "Consider us even," Bellator told her. "You're doing me a favor by taking the key. My brother has become a monster. His aspirations will destroy our entire society if he continues to gain power here." He shook his head, then continued, "Get that key as far from here as possible. Tell no one you have it, not even the other two who should be waiting for you at the surface now." Her heart thundered in her chest at his words, the seriousness in his voice. "We're even," she stated. He nodded, and she began to turn away, to put as much distance between this sea and herself as possible. "Wait," he called. She looked back. "What?" "When you see him again, tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I hope he found his way without me." Delphine furrowed her brow in puzzlement. "Tell who?" Bellator didn't answer her this time. He simply dragged his brother back down into the mess below and left her treading water alone. Calla felt like she was lying on the surface of the sun. She swore her flesh must be melting from her bones. Everyone around her was utterly frozen, the demand from that voice stopping everything but their breaths. Heart Reaver was still in her chest. She could feel whatever enchantment Lysandra had put on it, like a poison weaseling its way through her veins, her magic, her soul. "Calliope," Gideon said, as he knelt beside her, not hesitating as he reached for Heart Reaver's hilt and yanked it out. She cried at the instant relief as the burning crawling up her arm dissipated. "Gideon, what are you doing?" his mother hissed. Gideon paid no attention to the Onyx Queen, however. He simply ran his hands over Calla's face, brushing the sweat-soaked hair out of her eyes as he murmured, "Take some of my energy." She was so drained from whatever ancient magic had just been forced into her body that she worried some of his energy would turn into all. She carefully reached out with her inner siphon and took a morsel of Gideon's magic while the bond sparked to life and replenished all the other kinds of energy her body desperately needed. He leaned back a bit as he offered her his hand, gently pulling her to her feet. Calla slowly looked around in utter shock. Everyone was truly frozen in their places. "What's going on?" she whispered to him. "I'm not sure." He cleared his throat and then called to his mother. "Give us the Fates dice back." As soon as Gideon addressed the room, everyone unfroze at once. That's when the rest of their group came crashing in. "Who let that fiend out of his cell?" Myrea was off her throne and on her feet in a flash. Calla twisted around to see Thorn, looking truly haggard, trying to keep up with Cass and the rest of them. You've tried so hard to keep the inevitable from happening, Calla said as she turned back to the queens. But as I've recently realized, you cannot stop the fates. They will continue and continue until they get their war. Look at what they've already done here. You think you have all the answers, Myrea told her. But without the fates' dice, the two of you cannot complete your roles. Regular witches' dice will be defunct for you now. And if you are the final destined warriors, that means without those dice, you will never be able to start the war. That's the thing, Calla laughed bitterly. You think we want to start a war? When really, we just don't want you to have any more power than you already do. Those dice are long gone to the farthest corners of Elestros and beyond, already, Myrea sneered. As for power, the queen raised her hands, and with a flick of her wrist, every single one of her guards did an about-face toward Calla and Gideon. You want to play? Let's play. Myrea conducted the next two heartbeats like someone would a symphony. With a few waves of her hands, the Rouge Guards poised themselves to attack. Ready? Gideon asked, sliding his gaze over to Calla's. Ready, Calla confirmed, a smirk playing at the edges of her lips. The room exploded. The Rouge Guards threw out their magic, but Gideon was already summoning a tornado to whip across the circle. Caspian and Kestrel immediately joined the fray, their duet with each other precise. While the two Onyx Witches took care of half the guards, Gideon and Calla faced down the others. Calla summoned the bit of onyx magic that Gideon had let her take and blasted it at a nearby witch who was lunging for her, sending them stumbling back. Calla dodged another lunge, spinning away, when she caught sight of flaxen hair over her shoulder and had to do a double take. Hannah was using her magic. Calla couldn't help the full-blown grin that was unleashed on her face now as she advanced on another one of the guards, reaching for the exposed skin of his neck. It was the same guard who had been antagonizing her since the incident with the water. "Come on, leech, you can do better than that, can't you?" he taunted. Calla glowered. "I'm not a leech."
Yeah? Then what are you? Calla feinted right and then broke left the moment she followed her. She curved to the side and struck, grasping his throat. Her inner siphon roared to life and sang as it homed in on the blood pulsing through his veins. "I'm a blood siphon," she declared proudly. Then she siphoned enough blood out of his body to make him hit the ground at her feet. The crimson droplets that she had siphoned from the man were now suspended in the air around her, moving as she shifted her body and hands. In her control. Before she could strike her next opponent, however, she felt a piercing pain in her side and looked down to see blood spreading through her shirt. She whipped her head around to search for Gideon. "I'm fine," he grunted as he removed the knife stuck in his hip, flipped it around in his palm, and stabbed it through his opponent's throat in one fluid motion. "Enough," Myrea said. "This ends now." The Rouge Queen stepped off the dais into the battle, heading straight for Calla. The queen raised a hand and seized Calla's body, bending Calla's legs against her will until she was kneeling on the floor. Someone called Gideon's name behind her as his body went down as well. "You do not get the last word, girl. I do." "You were never supposed to be here," Myrea growled. "Your mother was never supposed to have you, and now look what's happened. You are a disgrace. You are a disgrace to any legacy the witch realm might have," Calla choked out. Myrea snarled as she lifted her hand up and began to swing it down. The woman's arm froze. Myrea curled her lips back from her teeth and looked over to her sister. "I will not let you risk hurting my son," Myrea, Lysandra told her.
We finish the severing first." Maria scowled but didn't argue, and that must have been enough for Lysandra to release the hold on her arm. Maria twisted around to find where Heartreaver had been forgotten on the ground. With Calla still frozen in place, Maria scooped the knife up and shoved it right back into Calla's chest without preamble. The fire began all over again. Calla gritted her teeth against a yelp of pain as Maria slackened the magic grip on her body and let her slump to the ground. The enchantment wasted no time working to disintegrate the bond between her and Gideon once more. "Stop!" Gideon demanded, but his voice was hoarse now. Calla looked over to him as he gritted his teeth through the pain and moved toward her. Cass, Hannah, and Kestrel were taking care of the last of the guards in the background, throwing concerned glances in Calla's direction as she cried out again. Gideon tried to get closer, but Maria sent over a wave of her magic and kept him in place where he knelt. "Let her go," he ordered. "Or," Maria turned her nose up with a scoff, "save your breath, Prince. If you hurt her any more, I swear—" "Silence," Lysandra ordered Gideon. "Do not make a promise that you cannot keep." Calla glanced over at the numbers on her arm as they slowly turned back to their original black color. 3 down, 1 left to go. "Fight!" Gideon implored to Calla as he swung his attention back to her. Calla whimpered. The fire was intensifying, and her chest heaved as she tried to suck in more air. Her eyes fluttered closed. "No, look at me," he demanded, and something about the way he said it made her eyes blink open. "Fight, right now. You know what your magic is capable of. This is our chance to let the bond break," she managed to get out, despite the shakiness of her voice. "Look at what this connection is doing to you. It's dragging you down with me." "One thing the girl is right about," Lysandra sneered. "Let it go, Gideon." "I don't care if we keep the bond, Calliope," he told her, ignoring his mother entirely. "That isn't what this is about. You wanted a choice, now you have one. But there is nothing they will ever be able to do to make me stop fighting by your side, if that's where you want me to be." Calla sucked in a breath at his words. That was a reckless oath to make in front of the spiteful queens. "You get to make the decisions," he continued. "But if you think going through with this will change anything I've ever said or felt, you're wrong. The way I feel about you was inevitable long before the soul bond." Calla had spent so much of her relationship with Ezra unsure about who she was, what she wanted her future to be, that she'd wasted time and never let herself unleash her full potential with him. With Gideon, she didn't want to make the same mistakes. He was the one who told her she should be comfortable in her own skin, take comfort in her own power, learn how to use that power. He was the one who had known exactly who and what she was almost from the second they met. She had made up her mind. She still didn't know what her future held, didn't know what the queens were going to do next, or if they would make it out of here at all. What she did know was that the queens didn't think she was a contender in their game of war, but she was about to show them just how strong an opponent she would be. Calla reached deep into her core and pulled at her inner siphon. She coaxed the magic to spread out to the tips of her fingers and all the way down to her toes. She had no other person to physically connect her siphon to, no direct energy to pull on, but she knew she didn't need it. As the last number on her arm began to turn, her back arched off the ground, sweat beading at her temples as she worked to peel herself up slowly. She could feel the final threads of the soul bond fraying as she managed to rise to her knees. She clumsily swiped at the hair falling over her face, leaving a trail of bright crimson blood smeared across her cheek. She recalled the demon's oak vision she'd had when she first came to the forest as she got to her feet. She'd never thought she could become someone who was capable of such destructive power. It turned out a lot could change in very little time. The weapon you've become was sharpened by your own hand, Calliope Rosewood. She laughed aloud at those words now, a sound that started out a little bit broken, but as she met the queen's gazes, it quickly turned into something harsher, darker. It was ironic that the words echoing through her mind in this moment were those of the fates. She still had every intention of carrying out her vengeance on the gods, but since the queens insisted on playing gods with all of them, they would be the first to feel her fury. Tear the queens to shreds, Ezra had told her. So she would. It's time you face the nightmare you forced me to become. Calla homed in on her inner siphon and reached out with her magic. When she was locked on to her target, she pulled. Maria screeched in horror as Calla drained every ounce of energy the Rouge Queen had on tap, without a single touch. The queen hit the floor. This was Calla's opportunity. She reached out to lock on to Maria's blood this time, but when she pulled, it wasn't the queen's blood that splattered across the floor. It was an unsuspecting guard to her right. His bloodless body hit the ground with a heavy thud, cracking the ice on the floor beneath his weight. Calla watched as Maria shook with laughter, and the queen picked herself back up from the ground as if not a single ounce of her energy had just been siphoned away. Another guard dropped to the ground, face gaunt, almost gray. She was using them to absorb the hits from Calla's magic. "Go ahead, girl. Try again," Maria taunted. "You'll tire way before you can kill every single witch in this palace under my control." More guards began piling into the room, alerted by the ruckus, and Calla swallowed thickly as she realized what she was up against. She went to yank the dagger from her chest, but when she tried to touch it, a blue spark zapped her hand. Gideon was there in seconds, removing the blade a moment before it was too late. Their soul bond remained intact. The light in the prince's eyes as they stood together was almost too bright for her to look at. "Let's go," he urged her. "I don't think so," Lysandra interrupted, sending a massive gust of ice wind through the room. The floor slicked over with frozen flurries, almost making Calla slip before she could catch herself. A guard came diving in from her left, and she locked her siphon onto him and ripped half the blood in his body out, painting the ice on the ground in a macabre shade of vermilion. It wasn't enough to fully kill the man, but even being immortal, it would take a while to recover. Another guard who had been rushing toward her stopped in their tracks, gaping at the grotesque display in pure terror. "All of you go," Kestrel barked. "I'll hold them back." "Freeze!" Maria's voice boomed. Every Rouge witch in the room except for Calla went rigid with the order, the magic of their completed rolls of fate binding them to their queen's demand. Every witch, including Hannah. No. Calla sucked in a breath as she spotted how her friend was now locked in a trance. "I suspected as much," Maria said, following Calla's gaze to Hannah. "She's mine now." Cass moved into action immediately. He approached Hannah from behind, and with a swiftness Calla cringed at, Cass snapped the blonde's neck to render her unconscious before the queen was able to give another order. Hannah's body crumpled, and Caspian scooped her up into his arms before she could hit the ground. Such an injury wouldn't kill an immortal the first time, but if Hannah ever broke the same bones again, her ability to heal would erode away until the damage eventually became permanent. "Let's go." Gideon grasped Calla's hand and pulled her along behind him as Maria let out another scream of rage, barking orders at the Rouge witches still under her trance. Calla skidded to a halt at Kestrel's side, despite Gideon trying to guide her away, nearly slipping on the icy floor. "Kestrel," she began, her voice strained. "Go," he ordered, his expression turning grave. She didn't argue, only dipped her chin in acknowledgement and let Gideon lead her after the others. Thorn was doing his best in his condition to keep up with the rest of them, surprising Calla by taking out one of the guards in their pathway to the door. As she and the prince darted through the exit, she felt the power brewing behind her, catching one last glimpse of the storm forming above their heads before ducking completely out of sight. She and Gideon caught up with the group in the grand foyer, and they all dashed out into the night together. "Give them hells, Kestrel." "Are we not going to wait for that guy?" Thorn asked innocently as they ran past the spine gate. Caspian beelined for one of the carriages waiting out front. "We can't," Gideon said, voice gruff with emotion. Caspian called out for help, and Gideon went over to assist with lifting Hannah into the carriage. After Cass re-emerged to begin readying the horses, Calla climbed into the cabin with the others. She moved to sit in the empty space next to Hannah, lifting the other girl's head onto her lap. "Oh, Hannah," Calla whispered with regret as she ran her fingers lightly over her friend's forehead. Gideon leaned out of the carriage to say something to Caspian that she couldn't quite make out, but a few seconds later he shut the door and the vehicle lurched forward. "Do you feel strange?" Gideon asked, "because I feel absolutely wired, like I could throw up at any moment." "It's the energy I siphoned from Maria," Calla nodded, her own body beginning to buzz with the siphoned power. "But I don't feel as sick as I normally do. Maybe because I absorbed half the energy from you," Gideon guessed. "Have you not felt the other times I've siphoned since we got the bond?" "I didn't think so, at first," Gideon told her. "Maybe because the last couple of times you didn't take nearly as much?" Thorm cleared his throat as Gideon settled in next to him, across from Calla and Hannah's unconscious form. "I'm almost afraid to ask what the hell's just happened." "Long story." Gideon rubbed his temples as if he had a migraine. "We can explain it when we all get someplace safer." Thorn nodded and immediately went silent again. "Where do you think Caspian is leading us?" Calla asked, her knees bouncing ferociously beneath her palms as the energy continued to vibrate in her core. Even Gideon was fidgeting where he sat. "North," Gideon answered, "to the Dragon Woods." Calla straightened up. "Delphine is still the first priority," Gideon assured, "but we desperately need to regroup, and we can't go back to Estrella. Once was risky enough. The Dragonwoods is the closest neutral territory where the queens won't have such strong connections or spies." The cabin became silent with the weight of Gideon's revelations, and it wasn't too long until Thorn fell asleep. Calla leaned her head against the carriage wall, letting the vibration of the moving vehicle lull her to a place somewhere between awake and asleep. It was about an hour before she heard Gideon's whisper, "You chose to keep the bond." "After everything?" Calla blinked her eyes fully open and locked her gaze with his. "Yes, I chose it." Gideon's irises flashed silver with hope, but he waited for her to continue. "You were right," she confessed. "I was being a coward before. I didn't want to face my guilt about how I knew I felt about you once Ezra died. But Ezra was right, too, in the Valley of Souls. He told me guilt is such a stupid reason not to let yourself be happy." "And now?" Gideon wondered, leaning forward across the space between their benches until his face was right before hers, their lips almost touching. "I had this dream when we were down in Maria's dungeon. I'll tell you about it when we have time." But Hannah jolted awake. Calla and Gideon ripped apart, whipping their heads to where the other girl was now sitting up, ramrod straight. Hannah's neck was no longer unnaturally twisted where Cass had snapped the bones to break her out of the queen's trance, but something was still very wrong. Hannah turned her face to them, and a scream lodged in Calla's throat. Her friend's eyes were entirely black, her violet irises and the white around them devoured entirely. And when Hannah looked at Calla, there was no recognition in her gaze. Delphine burst wildly out of the water of the Siren Sea and hauled herself up onto the bank. She awkwardly crawled over the earth until she was several feet away, her breathing labored, her muscles aching with strain. Ranil's blood was still caked. Delphine tilted her head up toward the vermilion sky, listening to the sound of the trees rustling in the wind. It was time for her to go as well. Bending down to pull the key back out of her shoe, she twisted it in her hands, taking a deep breath. Moment of truth. First, she inserted the teeth at the end of the magic artifact into the ring around her finger. It immediately split in half and fell to the forest floor. She wanted to sob. As she rubbed the skin where the too-tight band had been fastened around her, something caught her attention. There, on the body of the obsidian key, a small line etched itself into the metal. She sucked in a breath and brought the key closer to her face. Tally marks. Along both sides were tally marks, counting each time its magic had been used. One side was already full. She counted them carefully. 15. She flipped the key over in her palm and counted the other side. 8. There were only 7 uses left. Use it wisely. Got it. She braced herself for this next one. She reached behind her, brushing the hair at the nape of her neck to the side, and inserted the key into her skin. The sensation was odd, like a ripple of shivers vibrating through her body as the key's magic worked to undo the siren's oath. Then she felt something inside her shatter, free her, and a weight lifted off her shoulders as the skin around the key was scorched. She felt something warm run down her cheeks as she pulled the key back out, her body 10 times lighter than it had been 20 seconds ago. As her feverish skin began to cool once more, she reached up and brushed her fingertips over her face. Tears. I belong to myself again, she thought. She looked up at the blood-red sky and screamed in victory. The forest seemed to almost preen around her, the branches of the trees bowing to the ground, the breeze kicking up its speed. When she was done, she smiled like a fiend. It's time to go home. Digging up a body was not an easy task. Dirt and blood were caked under Amina's sharp ebony nails, the unforgiving earth chipping away at a few of their tips. The ground was harder than she had expected without any recent rain to soften the surface, but she and the others kept going at a relentless pace, until the coffin beneath finally began to emerge. Lift it out, Amina directed the others, slipping her hands under the corners of the intricately carved casket and hauling it out of the grave and onto the undisturbed soil beside it. She held her breath as she lifted the casket's lid. The first thing she noticed was the bed of flowers. Not a single blossom wilted around the body. The corpse itself was perfectly preserved as well. Here, Lyra offered, yanking the beating heart out of its bag and handing it over to Amina. Amina ripped a hole in the front of the corpse's shirt and shoved the pulsing organ into its place. Then she moved to unsheath the long sword at her side and took a deep breath for the next part. She handed the sword over to Sabine. "Make it quick," she requested. Sabine turned the blade over in her hands as she announced, "We're going to use my wings instead." Amina scoffed. "That's ridiculous, Sabine. This is my mess to clean up. It's my idea to summon the soul back. I should be the one to make that sacrifice." Sabine shook her head. "Amina, we are in this together. Truly, you have sacrificed so much already. You're trying to change the lives of our people. Let me show you that you mean just as much to me as you did before. This is my gift. I don't need you to chop off your wings to know you care for me, Sabine." Amina's stomach churned. "The two of you, you came back to this forest with me. That's enough. I'm sorry for the way I acted before. Truly, I was just so lost." Sabine smiled brightly at Amina's words. "I'm glad you found your way back to us." Then, before Amina or Lyra could stop her, Sabine lifted the sword with both her hands as she summoned her wings, raising the weapon all the way above her head, tip of the blade facing down. With one sickening motion, she impaled the tip through the delicate tendons that attach the appendages to her back. Lyra lurched forward in horror as Sabine fell to the ground. Not a single sound escaped from the Valkyrie's lips. An impressive feat. Amina cursed as Sabine's left wing hit the ground, blood pouring onto the forest floor from her back. "Hurry," Sabine panted, pain racking her body. "Do the other." Lyra and Amina both hesitated for a moment. "Do the other," Sabine ordered this time. Amina sprang forward and swiped the sword from Sabine's limp grip. She wouldn't let Lyra take on the gruesome task or the guilt that was about to come with it. Amina raised the sword as Lyra helped Sabine straighten up on her knees, making it easier for Amina to swing the sword down and cut clean through the second appendage. It was done. The sacrifice was made. Lyra helped a nearly unconscious Sabine curl up on the ground, rubbing a hand over the girl's sweat-slicked forehead as her eyes slowly shut. "Let's finish this," Lyra demanded. They each grabbed one of the wings and dragged them a few feet away from the coffin and their sleeping friend. Once the feathery appendages were piled atop each other in a mess of mottled white and brown down, Amina reached into one of the pockets on her belt and took out a box of matches. "Ready?" she whispered to Lyra as she struck one of the sticks against its box and ignited a flame. Lyra nodded. Bracing themselves, Amina threw the match atop the stack of feathers, reciting an incantation in the old language as an inferno unfurled before them. Billowing clouds of pitch-black smoke began to curl up toward the sky, the flames turning blue as she finished the summoning spell. "Say the soul's name," Lyra prompted. When the spirit's name fell from Amina's lips, the blue fire raged higher, nearly 20 feet in the air, and every single feather burned away. Then the blaze completely extinguished an instant later. Left behind was only the thick haze of black smoke, making both Lyra and Amina hack as they fanned the air around them. When nothing happened right away, Amina began to wonder if something had gone wrong, if she hadn't said the incantation correctly, or she had said the incorrect surname. But then she saw it. A faint blue glow hovered in the middle of the charred ring that was left on the ground. A soul. Amina watched as Lyra's nails elongated, turning from their natural carbon color to the same glowing blue of the spirit.
Lyra reached out and embedded their talons into the delicate matter of the soul. "Hurry!" Lyra beckoned Amina over with a gesture of their chin, and Amina stepped past the scarred ground to assist with stretching out the spirit, bringing it to float parallel above the body lying in the casket. "Now," Amina whispered, and the two of them slowly lowered the soul down to the corpse, reciting the words that would hopefully bind the spirit to its corporeal form. The two of them held their breaths as they waited for the soul to fully meld with the body. 1 minute went by, then 2, then 3, then a movement from the chest, a breath, a heartbeat. The man's eyes burst open, irises glowing with obsidian flame.